A detachment of warriors jump on branches and probably pursues someone. Men look at the camp where there is nothing but a sleeping bag next to the diluted bonfire. One of them decides to throw a dagger into a sleeping bag, but there was no one there. Attacking in bewilderment, he turns into his voice behind himself. On the branch there is a young man with a bow. The guy says, "Because they tried to kill him, this gives him the right to kill them." He understands that it is just self-defense and pulls on the bowstring a previously broken twig. The detachment that pursued him does not think that these branches can do something to them, and they laugh from him. A bald man thought the young man crazy, but a homemade arrow flew to his forehead, apparently charged with energy. His comrades are shocked by what is happening and look at the guy. He began to shoot the rest, and the members of the detachment one by one fell from the branches of trees. The last of them raised his hands and asks him to spare him. The young man says a person who is ready to kill himself is ready to be killed, and he without hesitation finishes the last man. The guy checked everything and thinks that he left no signs of a skirmish. He recalls the words of Darien and thinks the world is different from what he said. The young man considers the world of people very boring. The council in the hall is discussing the indigenous forest. They hope creatures saturated with demonic energy will not pass through the barrier, but the problem is that the forest itself is saturated with this force, and moreover, this huge territory of unused land. The man at the head of the council thinks that if the forest is saturated with demonic energy, which no one can cope with, then they can send their objectionable ones. The rest in the hall are surprised by the decision of their leader. Some people lead a woman and her child into the forest. She screams to let her go. Priests, along with the knight, begin the rite around the child, and light emanates from them. The indigenous forest is a place where no one returned from, nor brilliant scientists, nor brave warriors, even the strongest magicians. Since then, this place has become a purgatory for sinners. They are teleported with divine energy, and if the sinner was able to get out of there all his sins and a child with the seed of darkness was born a real original sin, he was sent to the refuge of monsters where no one was returning from. Hunger and cold tormented a child, but at the same time the force woke up in his heart, which enveloped him with energy, and 10 days later he was found she of a huge white leopard. Since then the fate of the child was a foregone conclusion. 10 years later, the boy, chasing the hare, finally overtook him and caught him. He tells Elga that he was able to. The leopard is silent. She pierces the hare. Elga thinks the youth finally mastered the hunt. Helmut modestly replies that it is just hares and rabbit. The leopard takes out the nucleus from the hare. In every demonic beast there is such. Having eaten his boy will become stronger, and besides, he will restore his strength faster and extend the life of life. The core is so small because of the size of the hare. He wants to take him, but Elga throws him back not to rush. The boy appeared on the boy. He wants to be given the core. The leopard tells him to eat him because he is a man, and if he eats him, he will become a demonic beast. And if this once happens, then he will never leave this forest. The boy considers it stupidity. He thinks that he will never leave here and wants to immediately become stronger. Because Elga herself said that he would not come out of the forest because of her weakness. The leopard says this is not the case, and it can work out of the forest. Helmut does not understand her, because she herself said that this forest could not be left. Elga thought so, due to the fact that some told her that it was possible. The boy asks who told her it. She says it was the man she once saw. The leopard asks him does not even hope to meet with this person, because he must have died somewhere. Helmut thinks this man could somehow survive, and asks Leopard whether she saw his corpse. Elga knows him. He used to be a strong man, but at their meeting he was already old. The leopard says no matter how much a person's demonic energy is squeezing all his strength. The boy cannot understand this, because he was born with the seed of darkness. She has not seen that man for a long time. He should be 90 years old now. The boy is interested in where he can find this man. She tells him how disgraced he was, because she played him, fed and raised him, and he decided to dump him so. She suggests that he had already left. Helmut says if he is not there, he will simply return. Elga is angry and tells him to do what the boy wants. The young man once again asked where this man. The leopard says that he is east of their location. Helmut rushed forward with dusty eyes. The leopard says that she was not going to save him. Elga did not expect him to be so easy. He caught fire. He is interested in learning about this person and how strong he is. The boy continuing to flee in the forest came across a fence. He does not understand how long she appeared here. Helmut sees the house and thinks only a person could do it. But his joy is interrupted by a man who imprints a young man in the ground. He asks Helmut who sent him here, and who he himself. The boy says he came as he will. Helmut tells him Elga told that a person lives here. The man was surprised. The man let him go and asks the boy what he needs. The old man says if Helmut just wanted to see a person, let him find someone else. Helmut declares that he wants to leave this forest. Darian seems to be and asks the boy to name his name. Helmut timidly calls his name. Elga told him that a man should know how to get out of the forest. The man asks him why he wants to leave this place, because there is not at all as cute and colorful as the boy imagines himself. Helmut is interested in how it is there. Darian says there are no sharp fangs and claws, but their bodies are weak, but they replace it with their cunning and cruelty. In the world of people they are ready to betray for the sake of benefit. The old man thinks the boy was born in the forest, but he was transferred to the forest after birth. He thinks in Helmut there is a seed of darkness to which the young man answers positively. Usually they are killed even at birth, but since he was left alive, it means that a rich origin and the boy is at least a nobleman. Darian thinks that the origin and status have some meaning in this forest. Besides, the old man has the debt to Elga. The man says Helmut was sent here because of the seed of darkness. While his roots are in the body of a young man, the boy will hate and drive everywhere. Most likely, in the end, he will simply die in a battle with another person. And even after that, Helmut confidently stands on his own. Suddenly, Darian grabs his armpit. The boy resists. The old man says Helmut, if he wants to become part of the world of people, then he himself needs to become a man. He intends to make a real person out of the boy and tells him to follow him. To leave the forest, you need to go through a special barrier, but the Malay is not yet ready for this. He should become stronger, and then meet the one who knows the right path. Helmut does not understand who Darian means and how to become stronger to him. The old man tells him to do as he will say that they have already approached his hut. He gave the boy a housework, and Helmut does not understand why he would do this. Darian tells him, if he does not want to do this, he will remain in the forest until the end of his days. The boy falls on his bed made by a man. He never had her because he lived in the forest with leopard Elga. He asks Darian whether it is now possible to relax after cleaning. The old man says which boy lazy and tells him to get up because they have a lot to do. Helmut puts on new clothes. Darian tells him to be neat and get used to clothes because there is no other. The boy asks the old man where they go. He replies that he still needs to know something. Darian will show what food you can eat and which one cannot. And he will also teach him to do from the fact that you can't eat something edible. For example, there is a core in root crops, even if the core is still left. But there is a thing not subject to demonic energy. This is water, and with its help you can clear food from demonic energy. The old man holds to the boy the root crop and asks him to try. Helmut eats him and is surprised that it is edible. Of course, the boy needs to understand human life, but does not understand from what fright he should carry water. He thinks Darian constantly forces him to do something strange and considers it a mockery. And at this time, a cat glances at him from behind the bushes. Elga attacks him. Helmut pours water. She thinks he just rolled the fool. The leopard says he never listened to her, and then he began to listen to this man. The old man assures the boy that he will make him stronger. She asks him what he will do when he becomes this person. The boy wants to leave the forest, because he is a man, and he needs to live among people. Elga asks him if he thinks what is better there. He does not know, but until he lives in the forest, it is better not to become better. The leopard thinks Helmut will have a glorious life and leaves. The boy makes squats. Darian tells him not to bend his back. Helmut says that he is tired. The old man replies that in this case the boy is better off to stay in the forest. Through tears and fatigue, he continues. Darian thinks the boy holds well, because the survivors in the forest are different from ordinary people. The seed of darkness is not its only feature, and it should be taught. Darian says for today, and it's worth a rest. The boy was exhausted and falls to the ground. The old man catches him. Helmut says he is hungry. The man tells him to eat a spoon, and the guy, having tried the soup, begins to scream him. The boy asks Darian if he is going to eat. The old man tells him to look at what he will show him now. He will help Helmut leave the forest, but he is weak and not one of the demonic animals, but a simple person, and no matter how he tried to have a limit. Therefore, from tomorrow, Darian will teach him fencing. Darian told the boy to watch carefully and makes a huge swing with his wooden sword. Helmut is surprised because the male swing was like a sparkle of lightning. The old man cracks a huge block to pieces. The boy is shocked by what is happening and flying in all directions of stones. Darian says thanks to this, people were able to survive. The boy asks what it is. A man says this power, the power of people's energy, and demonic energy is a source of monsters. Although the seed of darkness in the young man creates a slightly different force, its source is the same. Helmut inflamed his spirit and wanted to master it. Darian tells him to moderate his ardor. The boy's body is not ready yet. For the young man, the most important thing is to understand the essence of the blade. It will be difficult and unpleasant, and sometimes even pains. But Helmut must go to the end, and if he puts his heart and soul into the blade, then the blade will reward it with its strength. The old man gives the boy his wooden sword. The boy is tired of training. Darian tells him to handle respect and not to arrange riots. Helmet asks the old man why he is not ready yet. Darian says a strong body. This is not everything and does not understand why the young man cannot understand him. The boy is angry and wants him to explain everything to him immediately. He says that he cannot understand in his eyes how to do him. The old man does not answer him. Darian is increasingly aware of the strangeness of the boy, because he does not like to study, and he does it extremely quickly. The seeds of darkness influence people, making them bloodthirsty and cruel, and besides, he was nurtured by a demonic beast. But the boy is growing surprisingly rational, obedient, and persistent. The old man says that he will show him what he is talking about. He beats a young man with his stick. Darian says the boy is still weak. Helmet does not understand why the old man made a second blow. The man asks the boy to notice whether he was a difference. The young man thought a little, says that he did not understand. The old man thinks he wants to be left without dinner. Helmet after that says that he understood something. Darian's pain was different. They were at different speeds and in different places. The boy is interested in the way, because the movements were the same. The old man says a stupid repetition of honed movements is not the main thing in training. All subtleties and balance between mind and body should be under the control of Hellmouth. Only then he will be ready when he will invest in his every movement and body and soul. And now he just waving a sword in the stupid. So far he is a simple forester, not a swordsman. Darian tells him to start again. The old man told Helmet that rest is also part of the training, but the boy is bored. Elga came to him. The boy said they had not seen each other for a long time. The leopard says they recently saw each other. She does not understand how the young man could grow so quickly. She speaks a real man from Helmet. The boy says that in the future he will become even more. Darian told the boy that he was in debt to Elga. She says that she gave him permission to live in their forest. Helmet does not understand how she just agreed without a fight because she did not like her neighbors. The leopard tells him even though he grew up, but remained the same idol. Elga shouts that she is the owner of the central lands of the indigenous forest, and whoever invaded her land, she will fight with everyone. The leopard does not speak with everyone. For example, she would not want to collide again with that nasty snake. The boy remembered about the two-headed snake from the southern lands. Darian was one of his goals. So who would not have left the winner from that fight? The snake would take advantage of this in battle. Helmet is interested in who would be the winner in the battle between Elga and Darian. She does not know because demonic animals are full of energy, which is instinctively noticeable. However, people are not saturated with energy from birth, so they can hide their strength. The boy thinks she would not defeat him. Elga keeps in mind that he does not know how he would hate Darian because of his hidden power. The snakes do not attack. Helmet asks her why Darian does not like the snake. The leopard says this man destroyed one of the disgusting zones of this snake. She asks him if he wants to see. Of course, the boy wants to see, because he is overwhelmed with curiosity. She shows Helmet, who sits on the back of Elga's farm of the slaves of the snake Nahu. The overseer on the farm of the slaves tells the slave to stop idling. He beats him with a whip and tells him to get up. Helmet does not understand why that person is beaten. Elga says this, because the slave did not do his job. The overseer tells the girls to the slaves to go vividly inside. The young man sees that they are different from him. The leopard says these women. The boy does not understand why they are driven into the hut at noon. Elga says these women future food. She talks about the separateness of people on the floors and says Naho prefers women. Their meat is more tender, and they also have less muscles. But if you eat them right away, then there will be almost no meat there. So they first fard their victims. While women become Nahu food, men remain his slaves all their lives, and are the workforce of the farm. Now Helmet understood the principle of the farm. Elga says the serpent undertakes to protect the farm from monsters, and people are engaged in the rest of the work. And they have a leader of Ergo. He asks his subordinates because of what is the vanity. The man says one of the slaves guilty. Ergo says it doesn't matter and asks if they gathered all the victims. He, grabbing his neck with a green-headed girl and says that he takes her. Elga says this magician capable of finding people who fell into the forest, and Helmet could also be his slave. The boy asks the leopard why she did not give him. She looks embarrassed and says that she simply did not want Nahu had more cattle. Helmet says it looks like her. She does not understand why so many people. Elga tells Helmet to come from here. Suddenly, a double-headed snake appears and a skirmish occurs between him and Elga. He only appeared, and she already felt terrible pressure. The snake notes Helmet and speaks men always tastier in his youth. He asks her to give him a leopard to try. Elga says he still does not eat men, and he will not like him. Naho, she says right. Ergo for him grows extremely tasty people. However, his smell drives the boy crazy and asks him how he is connected with Darian. Elga intervenes and tells him not to even think to approach the boy. The snake tells him not to worry, he is just for peace and love. He is just interested in why Helmut stinks of Gelmut's clothes, Darien. A few years have passed since he destroyed the snake farm, therefore, it is still alert about him.
Elga says they are in no way connected. The boy simply stole Darian's clothes.
I understood the snake, but says if the leopard would not have punished the boy here. She says if at least a hair falls from Helmut's head, she will tear it into pieces. Naho says that he is just joking and is not going to fight with her, because they have been familiar for a long time. The snake asks her to leave and never return, because he does not want to collect white wool in all his lands. Elga speaks now, when Nahu knows about Helmut. Let him go alone and always be next to a person. Naho is afraid of a leopard and will not go to these lands. But it's better not to take risks. She asks him why he was so gloomy, she just warned him. Helmut asks her whether he can become as strong as her or Darien. The leopard says Darien very strong, she does not even know how much, but she can say for sure that most people have not reached the same strength in their entire life. The boy is surprised. Elga says it will not be easy, but it all depends only on him. If he really intends to leave the forest, then the boy is obliged to try to complete. She says a person is approaching, and they will see himself later. Darien with an armful of hay says, it looks like Helmut again saw this cat. The man says the night is already close, and it is time for them to return home. Elga leaves, she is going to look after the boy. The boy cannot fall asleep and tossing from abdominal pain to him that he will die now. The old man gave the grass to Helmut and told him to eat it before bedtime. Darien says this poisonous grass. The boy does not understand why it is. The old man gives him a slap in the face and orders not to ask questions, because the grass will be able to suppress the energy of the seed of darkness. Helmut does not understand why everything hurts him. The boy screams the old man, then he fed him. The old man stands on a cliff with a stick and says there are still about 4 years left. The young man trains with his wooden sword, striking trees. Darien sees that it seems the boy liked to practice the sword. Helmut says his body became obedient, and vision cleared up. The boy does not understand really because of the poisonous grass. The man says this effect of demonic grass, and asks the young man if his abdominal pain passed. He says that he has passed, and moreover now he wakes up even more vigorously. Darien says the young man has been using demonic grass for several months, and it's time. The old man asks Helmut he remembers or not what Darien was talking about power. It cannot be seen, because it is not in the physical world, so it is considered endless. But if the body is not ready to accept power, then you can't use it, before the boy was ready for her. So Darien has not yet taught him the power. But now the young man's mind and body are ready, and from this day a man will teach him how to use force. A man directs his vital energy to his wooden sword. Helmut immediately felt tremendous pressure. The old man tells the boy to absorb the surrounding energy inside himself and redirect it to his blade. This essence of strength in Helmut will use it like that. The man tells him to fight but always maintain the pace of breathing. The boy's task to absorb the surrounding energy. He also tells him to remain calm and ease of movements. Darien attacks the guy and adds that if he misses the pace, then you can forget about the strength and his body will simply break. The old man is approaching. The boy dodges, and Darien makes a hole in a tree. Helmut thinks the man wants to kill him. The old man says that he did not teach the young man to stretch out so quickly. The boy, making deep breaths, normalizing his breath attacks in response. Darien tells him to relax instincts, absorb more energy, and feel real power. The guy runs back. The old man says no one can be perfect the first time. From now on, all the boy's training will be as much as time has passed. They cross their swords again. The old man asks Helmut to show him his determination. The boy feels the surrounding energy and begins to release the flow of purple. 4 years have passed. The young man cuts down the next tree and decides to finish this training today. Darien says the boy has grown markedly over these 4 years. Helmut thinks maybe it is, but he is still weak. The guy offers the old man to arrange a duel. The man says before this the young man must demonstrate his strength. The young man objects and angers, because the last time he showed him his strength, Darien said that he was still too weak. The man tells him to do what he was told. The guy occupies a fighting rack and begins to slowly accumulate strength. The old man thinks the young man has crazy growth and despite the fact that he is in the seed of darkness, is very talented. Darien thinks Helmut will turn the world upside down both in good and bad terms. The old man understands that the time has come to let the guy go further. The old man says Helmut has come to leave the forest. The guy thinks he is still not strong enough. Darien replies that if the seed of darkness sprouts even deeper, then he will not be able to leave the forest. The young man will not have a second chance. The old man asks him to listen carefully. The path to the world of people is in the north of the indigenous forest. In order to get there, he needs to go through the divine barrier. The man heard that the barrier was weakened in one place. Purely theoretically, the guy will be able to get out of the forest through that place, even with the seed of darkness inside, and so far it cannot prevent him from breaking through the barrier. Helmet asks the old man where this place is. He does not know Darien because he never searched for him. But there is someone who knows this. He lives in a village on the territory of the two-headed snake. This is their elder Ergo. Elga should know where to look for him. The guy recalls him because 4 years ago they saw him when he was with Elga. The old man says a young man in the world of people will survive a lot of new things, and because he spent his whole life in the forest, a new world will seem incredible to him. Darien adds that the tragedies always go on the heels. They cannot be avoided and not to protect themselves from them. As if Helmet tried once it will come when he feels helpless, or plunges straight into darkness. Therefore, the old man tells the guy not to lose his present, no matter what. This is all that he asks and tells the young man to ask questions. Helmet thinks Darien is not going to go with him. The old man confirms this. The man tells the guy, if all he wanted to ask, he will go to take a nap. Tells Helmet to come tomorrow, because he has something for the young man. Darien just wants to spend a little time alone. In the evening, Helmet is sitting with Elga. The leopard remarks that the young man is not joyful, and she suggests that this will happen tomorrow. The boy says that he will finally leave the forest, but he feels very strange that his heart was pulling something. Elga thinks this means that Helmet is slowly becoming a man. The next morning, the guy opens the door to the hut. Darien sits on his knees with a sword and a filled bag. The man does not say anything to Helmet with his eyes closed. The guy does not quite understand everything, but he thinks that he really is time to leave. The young man takes the equipment from the floor. Helmet says that Darien will never forget. Elga says his term came once he told her about it. She asks him not to be sad, because everything ever ends, and people are no exception. The leopard says not to regret Darien. He lived until his term, and many people do not even dream about it. Elga passes the young man a medallion when he was brought to the forest on him. She asks him to look. Maybe he will ever need a medallion. Pure gold is an extremely rare metal. Apparently, the boy was born an aristocrat. It says, "May the light indicate the road," and the name of Margaret Irene. Elga is interesting what this name is. Helmet thinks this name of his mother. The leopard tells the guy to find her as soon as he gets out of here. The cat thinks Helmet. No matter what, she knows that the young man was going to go to the slave farm. He is now in hibernation. But as soon as Elga enters his land, he will clearly feel it. Helmet tells her not to worry, and he will cope with everything. The cat asks him to step because he will not have a second chance. The young man wishes Elga long years of life. She thanks him and asks him to protect herself. At night, in the farm of slaves, Ergo enters the building. He stretches his hand to put out the candle. However, here a Helmut appears, which sets his sword to the man's throat. Dark magic is an evil force that can make even the most decrepit magician strong. And among all wizards, there are those who are ready to go to the most unthinkable deeds, if only to gain strength and power. Erugo hated other magicians and envied them. He dreamed of becoming stronger, but he was afraid that he was not talented. Therefore, he chose the path of dark arts. This type of magic requires negative emotions, but thanks to the slave trade, Ergo always had fresh material for rituals. The suffering and the horror that he received from the victims made him angrier and more powerful. But because of the other magicians of his atrocities, they were disclosed to the whole world. Then he was caught, and he appeared before the trial was given a choice between execution and exile. To survive, he went to the indigenous forest. Being there, Erugo found the temple of the two-headed snake, and there, he begged for the opportunity to become an assistant snake in return for human victims. With the help of dark magic, he gathered around the temple of exiled people, where they vowed to serve a demonic beast to live even a little longer, and this is how the farm of slaves appeared. Ergo became their leader, and people became livestock for him. The serpent never intervened in his affairs while the victims continued to act. Therefore, remaining a servant in him, the old plans woke up in him, but every winter he is very worried about his future. Because during the hibernation of the snake, other demonic animals are attacking the farm daily. But even so, Ergo enjoys a new life. He asks Helmet what he needs. The guy was told that the wizard knows the way to get out of the indigenous forest. Ergo says even a guy and young, and already such an impudent, he heard that Darien has a new student and thinks this Helmet. The young man once again tells the wizard to tell how to get out of the forest. The man does not want to tell him, but the guy clearly makes him understand that if the wizard does not tell, then he will die. Ergo says if the guy kills him, he will immediately come across and the young man will die. The man thinks that Helmet is just a miserable child, and he will not cope with the two-headed snake. The guy says Naho cannot resurrect the dead, and when Erugo dies, nothing to matter. The young man asks him not to even think to do something. Ergo says that only he knows how to leave the forest, and if he kills him, he will never get out of here. Helmet was told that magicians love to record everything. Perrin can simply search the Ergo house and find the necessary notes, but he just wants to save his time and life to the magician. The man notices that Helmet is not a mistake, and he will tell him how to get a barrier. They go into the dungeon going down the stairs, and the guy still holds his sword on the ready and does not take it away from the sorcerer's throat. Ergo is interested in his name. The guy says this is not his business. The man understood, but he wants to say something. The method of the magician is a pure theory. No one was enough to check the courage. All the efforts of the young men can go into oblivion. The only one who could cope with this, so Darien. The magician guesses, judging because the young man is alone here, his mentor is not going to leave the indigenous forest. The man asks how Darien is doing. He guesses because of the silence of the guy that he died. Ergo takes out a book. The young man asks him to give. The magician asks him to wait. He asks Helmet whether he wants to go to his disciples and live here. The young man does not want this. The magician thinks since Darien taught the guy, then he is definitely worthy. Surrounding weaklings. If Helmet agrees, then Ergo will give everything he has. The guy says that he does not need anything from the magician, and he will get out of here alive. In this case, Ergo says nothing. He found this book in the Magician of the Magician. When he was here, his plan consisted in using secrecy magic. Unfortunately, he could not escape from here. Judging by the book, there is a huge waterfall in the north. Demonic energy, divine barrier, and neutral water were weaving in it simultaneously, and there the barrier is weaker than all. And even so, the barrier is the highest level of divine magic. It will incinerate any creature, even saturated with demonic energy. This is all that he knows. The young man says that he will spare the magician. Although he did not like Helmet, Darien taught him to forgive him, because if it weren't for Elga's mercy, he would have been dead for a long time. The guy uses the blow with a fist and throws up Ergo back. After he inflicted point blows, tells the magician that he will be found soon, and asks him not to create evil anymore. He blocked the magic man. Ergo shouts to him in the wake that he will not get out alive after that. The magician is angry with the self-confidence of Helmet and calls on the snake will come across. The snake asks for not just a man awakened him. The man says this is very important and asks his master to listen to him. Ergo says Darien died, and his student was just here. After these words, the snake was surprised. Naho understands that he had a great opportunity to get rid of the inheritance of the freak, which he hates so much. The snake dives underground and wants to find it. Ergo says Helmet will not be able to leave after what he did, and everything in this world is returning. The animals jump behind the guy. He thinks to kill Ergo in place. Demonic animals run and do not look back, which means Nahu woke up. And the guy understands that he needs to run faster. He has not yet got out of the lands of the snake and does not understand what to do next. The whole district is saturated with demonic energy. A double-headed snake appears. He welcomes the young man, and he says he knew that the young man would return to him. I have been waiting for him for a long time, and now the snake will not let go of the boy. The guy says that in this case, he will have to kill Nahu first. The snake says the young man dared, and he does not understand what Darien did with such a tiny body. He says that the resistance is useless and let it just die and give yourself to eat. A huge club of smoke appears from the blow of the snake. Helmet is not visible and he needs to strain. The snake envelops the guy with his whole body and says that Helmet is well evading. The young man decides to calm down. Although the enemy is strong, but the opportunity will certainly come. He is not going to run away in front of him. A huge energy ball is accumulating. The guy evades the snake from the attack. Helmet begins to climb up his long tail. The young man exposes his sword and is not going to run away, because no matter what energy it envelops in, he has weak zones that can be attacking. The guy attacks the snake's eyes, and they begin to bleed. He won the time he would like to kill Naho, but now he is not capable of it. Helmet used too much strength, and he will not last anymore, and Naho tries to calm his second head. The snake eats its second head because it was injured. He got rid of his useless part, and now decided to take up the young man. The guy hardly restrains the impact of Naho. Helmet spreads throughout the forest and a huge pit forms from their battle. Naho is surprised that Helmet can hide after his strong blow, since the snake has lost one head to him, more difficult to find a young man. The guy sits, relying on a tree. He knew that he was strongly, but did not realize his whole strength. For the whole battle he could deliver only one blow. However, the young man was able to survive. He understands that it was time to run, and he may not have another opportunity. Helmet notices the demonic energy of Naho. The snake finally finds a boy, and does not understand how he dared to hide in his forest. Nahu accumulates air and creates a strong roar. The guy squeezes the sword in his hands, because he does not want to die like that. But suddenly before Helmet, Elga comes to his rescue. Helmet feels that Elga's demonic energy has changed. She is glad that he is alive and says he will do the rest. The guy wants to help her in battle, but she recalls that he needs to go. The leopard says the guy must get what he had dreamed about so long ago, that is, freedom. She asks not to waste her strength. The young man wanted to object, but she asks him to just leave. The guy saddened thanked her and rushed away. Elga approaches Naho. A strong aura comes from them. The snake does not understand how this cat dares to interfere with him on his land. The leopard says that she does not bother him, but simply does what she should. Naho laughs with her in friendship. Helmet and Elga are disgusting to him. He tells her thanks for having come to him herself, and now he will devour both of them. Elga does not think that he will be able to do this with one head, and not with two. They, having exchanged courtesy, begin their battle. Several days have passed since Helmet left the land of Nahu. Fortunately, those animals with whom he had just fought even nearby did not stand with a snake, and he dealt easily with them. The guy thinks if he had not met Elga and Darien would never have survived here. He will not have a second chance. For those who gave him strength, he is obliged to get out of the indigenous forest. The young man noticed that these lands are different from those where Elga lived. He almost does not feel demonic energy, and the seed of darkness reacts to something. It reacts to the divine barrier, but it was lucky that he can hide the seed with the help of strength. Otherwise, it would be tight. A feather falls in his hand and a huge bird flies over him in a beautiful coloring. She asks Helmet what he needs on her land. The guy knew that everything would not be so simple, and even this land belongs to a demonic beast. Her name is Igrel, and she asks the name of the young man. Helmet has already heard about this bird from Elga. This is the Lord of the North, and she is very curious. The bird notices the familiar smell of the snake, although it is hidden behind the stench of blood. And also Igrel notes the smell of leopard Elga. She asks the guy whose child he is. The guy says he from the Elga family. The bird dismissed feathers, and the Elga family thinks into its northern territory. Helmet says that the leopard did not ask him to come here, and he has his own reasons for this. Igrel thinks there are reasons why she can spare him and asks to call them a young man. The guy wants to calm down and answer her with a cold head. The young man says the main reason is that he can help her. Igrel is interested in how exactly this boy can help her. Helmet says with her help she will be able to pacify her curiosity, because he is going to become the first person who has left the indigenous forest alive. The bird says this is impossible. It feels the seed of darkness in it and believes that it has long been not distinguished from the demonic beast. The guy asks to let him try, because he is the only one who went so far. Igrel is a pity to let go of a person whom she had not tried to kill about the barrier for so long. The young man speaks in the forest. There will always be people, and the only person who tries to get out of here will be. Igrel became interested and praises the eloquent guy. She wants to see what he will succeed. The bird is unlikely to find another fool who will risk his life to get out of the forest and pass the barrier. She doesn't give a damn whether he will survive or not. But if the young man succeeds, then he will be the first who will be able to get out of the indigenous forest. Helmet says she will become the first demonic beast to see this. She intrigued and look at it, so she will protect him until he passes the barrier. But just in case the bird asks Helmet to say her last words if he does not survive, she will pass them to Elga. The guy asks to pass on to Leopard that he survived and was able to leave the indigenous forest. Igrella realized that he wouldn't happen to the young man. He wants her to know that. The bird promises to fulfill the request of the young man. The guy dives into the water and floats in the actually created shell. He is obliged to get out and see the world outside the forest. Divinity passed through Helmet. He felt a pain that had never been, and suddenly his consciousness could not stand it. The group goes next to the root forest. One of them tells Tanya why rest in such a dangerous place. She tells Pina that their path is not close yet. The girl asks him to bring water and stop whining, because if they meet demonic animals and they will be tired, then even the mercenaries of the 4th rank as a pin will go into battle. The guy said that he was getting dark, and Tanya got angry and kicked him with his foot. Everyone else also says what kind of badges he is, and send him for water until it got dark. Pin wants to get water and return to the detachment. He is surprised to where the algae is in the river. This turns out to be a helmet, lying in the river. He looks exhausted. The young man was scared and ran to the guys. The rest ask him what happened. The guy screams that he saw a dead man in the river. The guys do not understand where he could get there, and for sure Ping mixed up a man with a log. Tanya asks him where the corpse lies. The guy pointed her finger, and the girl got angry and tells him to lead, because he still needs to bring water. The girl says if this is true to be a log, then she will beat it. Tanya notices that this is really a corpse. Pin does not like all this, and he asks her to leave, and the girl tells him to wait. The girl tells him to help faster, because Helmet is not a corpse, but still alive and breathing. The guy woke up. Tanya asks him, hearing her. Helmet does not understand where he is, and whether he was able to get out of the forest. Tanya asks him not to be afraid, and here he has no enemies. Their kid went to the river to get water, and there he found him. At first the young man was afraid that Helmet was dead, but fortunately he was still alive. They ask him, but the young man remembers nothing but his name. The girl says this rather strange, because he has no serious wounds. She suggests that he could knock his head. She calls her name. The girl is a silver mercenary of the 3rd rank. Helmet did not see people except Darien, so he was surprised. The guys are in a rotting forest. Apparently the guy does not remember anything at all. But this is bad. The young man remembers only his name and how to own a sword. Tanya says this is not bad. His body is in order, and he just needs the help of a doctor. The girl promises to help him until he gets stronger to move independently. Now Helmet under her care, and the guy thanks the girl for this. The young man survived one miracle, and now he needs time to restore. At the moment he is weaker than he was at the beginning of his training. He hoped that the barrier would destroy the Seed of Darkness, but it was still in it. But if it weren't for it, the guy would have died. Now he is in the world of people. You cannot allow you to find out about the Seed of Darkness. Helmet is going to pretend that his memory has taken off. Helmet also needs to find the owner of his medallion. But he should not rush. He took only the first step and everything will come with time. The detachment is surprised how Helmet could change after simple washing. He looks completely different and similar to the nobleman. The young man really looks very good. Pin says this is interesting, because when the young man found him, he looked like a corpse. They think he is some kind of nobleman or simply from a rich family. Helmet pretends to be not remembered. Tanya says it does not matter, and from now on, he is a beginner in their team. She says he looks much better than yesterday. Pin asks the girl in orderly she. Pin says what she is so affectionately communicating with a handsome man. The girl beats him with her fist and orders to assemble their camp for departure. The detachment will arrive in 4 days in the city. The girl asks Helmet to follow them. She will take him to the doctor. The guy says thanks to her for the help. Tanya orders his team to collect his balls, because they soon leave. Pin with a bruise on his face and embarrassed Helmet silently stand near each other. Pin asks Helmet for sure whether he is fine, because he only recently woke up. The guy says he needs to go a little to return to his shape. The young man notes that Helmet likes the horses. The guy never saw them, but he treats them well. He is unlikely to be able to handle the horse like that. On the other hand, he is clearly unusual, and he also talks strangely. Pin notes that they are about the same age, but there is clearly something unusual in Helmet. Helmet is a little exhausted. The young man invites him to sit in the wagon, because if he lags behind, he will slow down the detachment. The guy says he will not lag behind. Pin was simply worried, and the guy does not value support at all. Helmet does not understand why he is so tired. In the indigenous forest, he needed no more than a day to restore. But if he continues to go, he would surely get better. After the examination, Helmet thinks that he is absolutely healthy. He has amazing resistance. Such are quickly cured. Tanya thinks the doctor was mistaken. The old man was angry, but he will write out the medicine to the young man, although nothing will change from this. The girl screams that the guy lay dead a week ago and he does not remember anything. The doctor says the guy is healthy as a bull and quickly recovered, and the examination will not change anything. Then Pin does not understand where amnesia came from. The old man says that the memory will return soon. The doctor tells them to take medicines and fail, says what kind of youth without being traveled. But he is a charlatan at the same time. Tanya flashed again and angry with the old man. The guys are trying to pacify the girl. She is surprised that he was really healthy, because Ping told him and it can be difficult to walk, Helmet says. After those drugs he managed to relax and really recovered. The girl says this is good and, according to the doctor, he can't occupy persistence. Apparently she thinks he has a teacher. Helmet says she is close to the truth, and he really has a sense of kinship with a blade. Tanya offers to arrange a duel. The guy was surprised at her proposal. The girl asks him not to worry. She just wants to help him warm up, and in battle he will be able to remember something. Still, they have nothing to do. She is a mercenary of the 3rd silver rank, and for sure the society reads such as her. Helmet agrees to a duel. This will be a check for him, and he should understand what he is capable of now. All the guys from the team are now training for Tanya. This is a balm for the eyes. The guys greet her and realize that the girl offered a duel to a young man. They tell her to be easier, otherwise he will ruin a beautiful face. Tanya is angry with them. The girl dealt with them and cuts down. Tanya gives him a wooden sword. They will fight on them. The rule is only one. The one who first falls to the ground loses. She tells him to fight with all her might and not look at the fact that she is a girl, because she was recognized as a vice captain. Helmet is not in the best shape, and the force has not yet returned. Stupid attacks will not help him, and he will have to parry and counterattack its attacks. The guy needs not to slow down, and he took a fighting rack. The guys are rooting for the young man, and Helmet begins the battle. The girl easily retorted his blow, and he thinks she is clearly stronger than him. Tanya is also surprised at his skills. He understands that in an open battle he will not stand it, and he will have to deviate with all his might. She beats him with his foot in the side. The body does not have time to act according to his idea to the young man. His movements are slowed down, as if in the water. The girl has been talking too long. Helmet hardly reflects her multiple attacks of the sword. Tanya brings up with lightning speed to him and hits him in the stomach. The guys watching the fight are surprised. Helmet recognizes his defeat. She does not understand what kind of gaze and why he is so surprised. The young man is surprised that the girl easily devoted him. The guy thinks she fights much more rude than Darien. He had so many opportunities and his technique is weaker, and the movements are predictable. The girl says the guy still tried well. Helmet does not understand, really, she really thought. Darien was right, and the world of people should be taken seriously. He was not the first, not the second, but the third rank. The guys say not to worry to him, because even in their ranks, Tanya is considered a first-class warrior, and no one expected that they would win her the first time. They are pleasantly surprised that he fights so well, and he is not at all like Pina. And then a Finn man appears in front of Helmet. He is the captain of the detachment of the avant-garde mercenaries, the golden mercenary of the gold rank. The guys say Helmet perfectly coped and went through their test. Helmet does not understand the finish. They saved him and did not want to throw one here without memories, so they decided to check whether they were ready to become one of them. Their detachment does not accept anyone in their ranks. All this time they looked at the young men. Now Helmet realized why only Ping and Tanya communicated with him. If he had done something wrong, they would just throw him. But Finn says that Helmet turned out to be a good guy. Newcomers are always trying to hit his sister. But he was not like that, so everyone agreed to accept him. The man gives him a seal of the 4th rank, but it is only temporary and he will need to officially register. He screams Helmet now his own and tells the detachment to start getting to know each other. Byrne and Letter are silver mercenaries of the 3rd rank. Sina and Maros are also pleasant to meet in their detachment, everything except Pin and the finish of silver. Darien tells Helmet not to trust people, and the guy does not know what to do. The young man is interested in how much he needs in the team, because his memory can return to him, and he will understand that he needs to go somewhere. The man says they do not hold anyone, but you can never leave the task. Helmet thinks this is not bad, and now he is not alone, and the guys will be able to help to unravel the secret of his birth. And he also really wants to know why friends and comrades are needed. The employer says that he also makes concessions. Taking Pina and the task should not be performed by the mercenaries of the 4th rank. Finn asks Miles to take Helmet, because he will definitely be useful. They cooperate for a long time, and Sir Miles must understand that they do not take anyone just like that. The old man hopes Finn knows what he is talking about, so they will be their vanguard, but he allows it for the last time. Since he was not warned about the young man, he will receive only 1/3 of the board, and a group of Tarek will also go with them. Miles says they perform tomorrow morning. Finn exhaled that everything went fine. Tanya asks Helmet in order of whether he is. The young man speaks to him well. The man says their tasks is to be a convoy of valuable cargo, an ambush from people and monsters as possible, and the 4th ranks climb into battle only in critical situations. The rest of the guys should prepare well because no one knows anything about this valuable cargo, so it is difficult to guess the scope of an ambush. Pin looks scared, and Helmet just stands without emotion. The guys warn Helmet not to pay attention to the detachment of the tariff, between the detachment's stretched relationships. Finn says everything and asks the guys to rest. Helmet went outside. He was angry with his weakness. Tanya was substituted many times in their battle, but he simply did not have time behind her. And the problem is not that he has no power. The guy just should remember the basics and return his form, just like in the first training with Darien in a radical forest. The detachment began to escort the cargo. They already received enough money. They only had to survive. Pina is sick and in vain he ate soup. He asks Helmet whether he will cope. The young man thinks Pin looks at him down after that time. The boy tells Helmet not to be offended, and he is just worried. He tells him to try to complete on their first mission. Helmet coldly answers him and agrees. Miles shows the detachment their load. They will protect the closing chain. A man from the tariff detachment screams Pina why he stared at him and says that he would cut him down with one sigh. Pin is angry with him, and Helmet stands silently. The man thinks behind Ping Baba some kind of and mocks at Helmet. Helmet realized that they were trying to humiliate their detachment. People and demonic animals have similarities. For example, they need to measure their strength. The young man thinks this man as the leader of the Tarek group does not look strong, and the guy decides to look after him until the task ends. A few days the man specifically puts Pina to the bandwagon and says what he is so clumsy. Pin is angry because every day how much they are on the way of the tariff detachment mocking him. The man says this is just an accident, and he apologized if he was asking him not if he wanted to object to him. Helmet reassures Pina. The man says Helmet looks like a woman, and he promises to give him flowers at a meeting next time. The guy tells Pina to leave. They also notice that Helmet ignores him from the first day. The guy from their detachment thinks not to be angry with Helmet, and he is some kind of strange, and even more so they are watching them. The man says Helmet will not do anything to him, and he will lade him with one hand, because he is just a mercenary of the 4th rank, and he is the 3rd, even now reduced to the 4th due to the fracture of his hand. The young man says the man was lowered due to a drunken fight. The man grabs his comrade by the throat. He thinks all because of his brother. He lowered him because of a couple of fights, and he became a 2nd rank and began to look down on him. The man is burning and wants to strangle Helmet for his ignoring. He tells the tariff detachment to help him and will be fun. Pina was tired of the detachment of the tariff for 3 more days. It was not how they were already tired of him. Most of all, he is angry with Caleb. He is the 3rd rank, but for some reason he was set next to them. The young man went for water, and he is not going to restrain himself if he was pestering again. It's far from the nearest river, but the fact that he will gain will be enough until tomorrow. Then he will gain more. Otherwise, he will sleep well near these demonic animals. Pina is interesting when he is already the 3rd rank. Kaleba and his company followed the boy. They say here quietly and perfectly to chat. The man threw Pin on the ground and holds him with his foot. He says Helmet looks like a woman and asks if they slept. Pin tells him what bastard he is and how he dares to call Helmet so. Kaleba tells him to shut up. He says that he called him here. A fat man brought Helmet from their detachment. Kaleba is glad that the guy came here himself. Helmet knew. Everything does not differ from the indigenous forest at all. Demonic animals also prove their status by force. Apparently there is no difference between people and animals. The guy realized that these are people who say not to trust Darien. The tariff detachment is going to check the power of Helmet. Although the young man continued his strength, his power still did not wake up. He was not worried, because he kept even against the snake of Nahu. If the Pin was right, then these guys are just mercenaries of the 4th rank. They are weaker than Tanya. At first he is going to fight from protection and deal with the strongest. And if he does not cope, he uses the technique of Darien. The tariff detachment is pounced on Helmet. Suddenly Tanya appears here and asks what is happening here and also stops Helmet. The girl asks why the tariff detachment is pestering the avant-garde mercenaries. Kaleba says they were just about to chat. Tanya is angry because she personally heard the man ordered Helmet to undress. He tells her as a woman not to understand this, because men just joke over friends. The girl asks him to follow her tongue until she cut him off, and Helmet says to take Pina. Tanya said only the 4th rank. Kaleba says this is not entirely true, because he was the 3rd earlier. She says it was before, and now he is the 4th. The man apparently got angry because of this. The girl hopes that this will not happen again. Otherwise, the next time everything will end not so peacefully, and tells him to stay away from her guys. The detachment of the tariff leaves them. Tanya tells Pina to stop whining, to pick up water and go back to the camp. The girl thinks what kind of mercenaries heartless. But there is outside the vowel rule not to interfere with the fights of 4th ranks. But sometimes it is worth helping them. At night, Helmet practices on the trees how he did it in the indigenous forest, and does not understand if there is enough for today or to practice more. He has already returned to the uniform. The detachment has been on the assignment for a week, and the guy trained all this time. However, this is not the problem, but that he is not yet ready to use power, and it has not yet awakened. Helmet remembers how Darien said that while his body is not able to hold power, then you should not even think about how to apply it. But now there is no time for this, and the young man has to hope only for gross power. Finn makes an ad. The man asks to go for water only with mercenaries of the 3rd rank, and here is unsafe, because there are more demonic animals. Now Helmet cannot even train, but he will hope that the seed of darkness will not have time to give roots before his strength returned. Pin asks Helmet whether he had ever seen demonic animals. Just Sin and Bert told him that they are very terrible and better prepare morally, so he asks the guy knows if he knows something. Helmet says the animals are terrible, but are quite normal. Pin thinks the young man returned to a part of the memory. The guy replies that this is not the case, and this is just his opinion. One man from the Tarek detachment is a bad flask. The second tells him that the first is constantly saving where it is not necessary. The main thing for him to earn, and there would be money, he would not go to such tasks. They say that everything is calm now and they will simply receive easy money. But their dialogue is interrupted by a demonic beast that blows the head of a man with a flask. His comrade was about to take revenge on the murdered man. The rest from the tariff detachment ask him to calm down and not go alone on the monster. They do not understand where he came from. Finn says their affairs are bad, and even he did not expect an ambush here. The beast throws the body up. Tanya says here not alone and asks everyone to prepare for battle. The entire accompanying group is ready and took up the weapon. Helmet thinks really it all has begun. Tanya orders him along with Pin to go under the carriage and not get into battle. Pin in fear asks Helmet to leave here and hide behind. The guy is angry that he still cannot use his strength. Besides, many demonic animals are hiding in the forest, and at such a pace they will now overdo it all. The boy tells Helmet what he froze and asks him to go to the carriage faster. This huge monster is weaker than Nahu and Elga, but still quite strong. Helmet notes that among all mercenaries, only 3 captains can use force. Right now, the young man can't help them with anything. The beast emits a huge scream using internal power. The captains rush to the attack. Finn attacks the first and wounds the beast. The guys expected this from his captain. The guy interrupts the admiration of his comrade and says that they also have a lot of work and should deal with simple monsters. The guy tells the 3rd rank to spit on every trifle. Finn says to continue them in the same spirit. The leader of the Tariff detachment tells Captain Max to try to finish off this demonic beast. The captain conducts a simultaneous attack from 3 sides on the monster. The beast groans and bleeds. Tanya is glad to do this, and she dealt with simple monsters. Helmet is surprised and does not understand how it is possible. The guys do better than he thought. The mercenaries of the 2nd rank restrain the main beast with the help of strength, while other members of the detachments deal with the rest of the monsters. And again, Darian was right, and people cannot be underestimated. Helmet realized what a fight strategy was. The monster coughs and holds onto its wounds. He was left alone. The 2nd rank of the Tariff detachment asks the Finnish for whether he still has strength. The man says still enough. Max says this well and offers the captains to put an end to this quickly. But suddenly the demonic beast jumps up. It quickly moves around the trees and leaves. The captains were surprised that he simply took and escaped. Tanya asks whether they will pursue him. Finn says their task, not stripping, and tells her to check the losses. The girl tells Helmet and Pina crawl out from under the cart. The boy asks Helmet to help him get out because his legs were numb. Finn says everything coped well. They need to check the crews of horses, and then you can search the monsters. He asks to check if all the monsters are dead. Helmet was surprised at how to search the monster. Morrow says the seeds of darkness in the skin of demonic animals is a valuable resource. He is told to hide him. But Helmet never thought that he would see him live. Pin heard about the seeds of darkness. They say they absorb the human mind and turn it into a demonic beast. Usually they die before birth or driven into the indigenous forest, and you always need to be on a guard with them. They can always turn into monsters. Now Helmet realized that people think about people like him, and the guy thinks whether he will become a demonic beast. The young man rejects these thoughts because Darian taught him the power, which suppresses the seed of darkness. Even when the power returns to him, the guy will have to hide her source from others. Otherwise, people can suspect him that the source of his strength of the seed of darkness. Finn says that only he will see his newcomers. He immediately recalls himself the past. Tanya says Ping has grown markedly, but still he still has to grow and grow. The guy notices that something is wrong with one of the demonic animals. Pin thinks Helmet was frightened because he first sees the monster so close. But suddenly this beast grabs the boy by the throat. Tanya turns into a cry, and Helmet concentrates power in his hand. Helmet cuts the monster in half. The demonic beast scared Ping. The boy thanks him. The guy is surprised. This blow was different from those that he coached earlier. His body seemed to be freed. The young man thinks his strength returned. Finn, he says with a duel with Tanya, knew that Helmet was not at all like Pina. The boy was upset. Pin promises him to cook a double portion of soup today. The guys laugh from him that he appreciates his life in 2 plates of soup. Tanya noticed something strange in his blow. The girl noticed purple energy, which was radiated by Helmet's sword. Helmet meditates and is surprising that his strength is back from the instinctive wave of the sword. He should thank Pin. To restore the previous force, he will need a couple of days if there is more time alone. The detachment decides to introduce patrolmen. They will have 3 shifts of 2 people. Helmet and Tanya, Pin and Maros, and Sin and Burn, wrapped so he needs rest. Sin thinks he also had to scratch his hand and cool, wiped not to envy. Finn tells everyone good night, and not to sleep in the patrol at the post. Helmet feels the presence of that strong monster of the escaped in the morning. This is thanks to pointed feelings of strength. Tanya asks the guy if he was tired of. Helmet replies that he is not tired. The girl says it perfectly, and they still have a long way tomorrow. She asks him to wake the next shift and go to bed. He agrees with her, and he thinks that demonic animals are waiting for everything to fall asleep. Helmet decides to inspect the district. If the monsters are really nearby, at the same time we'll be able to restore strength. Kaleba notices the young man. He thinks this is his chance so far. There is no one to deal with him. In Helmut, everything goes perfectly, and at such a pace he will soon restore strength. He notices a man. The man asks him what he is doing here alone, because now it is dangerous to walk alone. Kaleba tells him, since he took out a sword, a man can help him in training. The young man refuses his help. The brother of the leader of the Tarek's detachment says Helmut does not understand what position he was in, and Tanya will not help him this time. A man thinks self-confidence a huge minus for such a beginner, and it seems no one has tried to recapture this quality from the young man. Kaleba is going to take it on himself. He believes that nothing is wrong if Helmut on training will be broken by his arms and legs, and if he dies, then he is just a weakness. Helmut asks him, is it all that he can do here? The man did not understand him. The young man speaks mercenaries usually help each other, but this does not concern Kalebu, and he goes on a demonic beast anymore. Since he is a man and a mercenary of the 4th rank of the detachment of the Tariff, let him behave appropriately. Kaleba breaks her gypsum and says that if they have the same rank, this does not mean that they are equal in strength. He intends to recapture the self-confidence of the young man, breaking his skull into pieces. Helmut easily and at ease stops his fist and squeezes his hand greatly. The man in bewilderment where such a jerk has such a force. The guy first considered Kaleba a demonic beast, but his senses are worse than any beast. If he is justified by the hierarchy of his strength, then the man must see the power of his opponent and know his place. Kaleba is not going to lose to such as he is torn further into battle. Helmut without feeling fights off his blows with a sword. He decides to use power by directing it to the sword. The guy does not want to use her, but he must not be used to restraining her yet. Helmut hurt the man's feet if he runs off. His seed of darkness wants to kill Kaleba until it is too late. He thinks his seed of darkness awakened with his strength. Just for a moment he felt like a demonic beast. The guy reassured himself, but while he did this, Caleb crawled away from him. Kaleba does not understand how Helmut was able to use power. Because he was only the 4th rank, the guy looked stronger than that monster in the morning. He wanted to escape, but the demonic beast prevented him and finished off him. Helmut and the monster crossed his eyes. Helmut tells the beast that he took his prey. The monster growls in response. The guy says now everything is different from their first meeting and his strength is enough to win. After the young man directed strength to his sword, the demonic beast jumped back and screeched. Helmut notes that this is not a simple demonic beast, because he feels the power of others. He says to take Kaleba himself and fail from here. The monster jumps away, moving around the trees. The guy thinks the beast will still return, but now he will need to explain everything to the rest. Max asks for sure whether Caleb was dead. Helmut confirms this. The young man says he pursued him to beat him, but the demonic beast attacked earlier. As a result, he died, mocking others. Because of a member of their detachment, Helmut was in danger. Max apologizes on behalf of the entire squad of the Tariff. Tanya cries and says that an apology is not enough because the guy almost died because of Kaleba. The man is angry and tells her to shut up because she talks about his brother. The girl condoles the loss, but if they straightened his brains in time, then all this could be avoided. The man says in this case she insulted not just his brother but their entire detachment. Miles tells them to stop and says now not the time for stripping. There are problems more important than this. He tells the dead not to help, but they will pay Helmut compensation. Tanya agreed with him and calmed down. Miles noted that between the groups the situation he sees, they need to decide how to safely cope with demonic animals. And until then, the team needs to be careful. They have already lost 3 people. Tanya scolds Helmut because he almost died. She does not understand what he was even hanging around in that forest. The guy was there precisely because of their safety. The girl was very scared when the young man disappeared. The guy apologizes to her. Helmut felt sincere care of the girl as it was with Darian. Tanya says how to not forgive such a handsome man, but henceforth asks him to be more careful. He promises her to be more vigilant. Finn tells his detachment to be always on a check. They need to get out faster from here and losses are more unacceptable. The detachment fights with the monsters. They have neither the end nor the edge, and at such a pace they will last a maximum of a couple of days. And when they will exhale, we'll have problems. Pin is afraid again and does not understand why they attacked. And Helmut feels the presence of that demonic beast, but he is far away. He watches them and sends weak monsters to exhaust the detachment. It looks like a monster is preparing for something. The guys are tired of the battle. A little more and each of them will have a dozen wounds. Byrne laughs from the Uniral due to the fact that he was bitten by the leg. He did not say himself. He himself put his leg. Tanya says to Uter, Maros, and now the Slad is wounded, and the attacks of the monsters do not stop. Finn says well that they are still alive and Helmut with Pin cope better than he expected. Helmut owns a sword, so he looks after Pina, and Pin does not even badly evade. Tanya wanted to tell Finn something about Helmet. Finn now says the most important thing is that the animals are only attacking their group. Strange, but the detachment of the Tariff almost did not fight today. They already have 3 corpses. They are unlikely to help the avant-garde detachment, so the guys should be careful. The man says they need to somehow survive it. Miles tells Paul that for some reason the demonic animals attack only the back of the detachment. The man thinks the leader of the monsters. So far, everything is fine. But sooner or later the avant-garde will fall, and he knows that there were disagreements between them and the Tariff detachment. But he asks to help them for the sake of overall security. Paul says he is right, and the avant-garde detachment will fall soon. But instead of general safety, they should act effectively. Paul offers Miles so that the avant-garde detachment distracts the enemies, and they quietly get out of the forest. An important load is still on the carts of the Tariff detachment. The man says so, and it is completely immoral. The guy tells him to think, conscience and honor, it's all beautiful. But it is more important for everyone to survive. Now they are under the direct threat of death from demonic animals, and they are gradually brought to exhaustion. And if they lose many mercenaries, then it is unlikely that Miles's investments will pay off, given all compensation and death. But if there are other ways to solve the situation, then Paul agrees on them. He simply offers one of the options. Tanya was tired, because the attacks do not stop in any way. People and even horses are already at the limit, and how much it remained is unknown. The mercenaries of the Tariff stand on the side. In the morning, when there was a battle, they just stood and watched whatever the relationship between them was already crossing all the boundaries. Finn says there is nothing good at such a pace. Suddenly, the detachment of the Tariff accelerated sharply. Tanya screams where they are, and Finn's asking them to wait. The man thinks they left them to be torn to pieces by the monsters because they constantly attack only their detachment. They realize that they were betrayed. Helmet realizes that the team was surrounded by demonic animals, and the detachment of the Tariff could no longer be caught up. The guy is interested in how many Vanguard will survive in this battle from the detachment, although if he enters the battle, it will be much easier. Finn says the animals know that there are fewer, and telling his detachment he is preparing for battle. Maro says this death worthy of mercenaries. Burns shouts that he does not intend to get ready to die so stupidly and ingloriously. He says his death will be worthy. Maro says that asshole and such death does not shine for him. Tanya smiling says what idiots they are. What they argue to the last. The guy intends to save all these people today, and it does not matter what they will think about him and how to perceive it. He remembers the words of Darien, but only this time he will try to trust people. Helmet tells them to remember. All that they now see is his terrible secret. The guy concentrates the strength in his sword. The guys are stunned and cannot say words. He quickly runs up and bounces up from the wagon. The guy spins in the air and deals with demonic beasts at the top. The detachment is shocked by the abilities of the young man. The young man descends and understands the monsters on the ground. He finishes the ladder, which falls to the ground dead. Everyone in the avant-garde detachment considers a miracle what the young man has done now. Helmet thinks what demonic animals, miserable creatures, because they fled immediately after the death of his comrades. Pin asks the guy how he was able to do it. The young man says nothing special, and he just recovered. Tanya realized that at that time she did not dream when Helmet saved Pin. Helmet asks everyone in order of whether they are, and the girl is in shock as possible. Tanya is in shock that the man whom they got from the river turned out to be like that. Finn is also stunned, because he, being the second rank, does not have such a huge force, and Helmet is so young. They ask who taught him this. Although Helmet and revealed his abilities, the detachment should not know that he lived in a radical forest. The guy says he and the teacher lived in the forest, and he did not remember anything else. Finn recalled that the guy had a memory and was upset. He asks them what to do next, because now nothing threatens. The man says to start them to get out of here. They also need to find a detachment of a Tariff that abandoned and at them. Finn asks the young man what he is going to do. Helmet does not know. He decided this after the task, and until then he will be with the detachment of the avant-garde, because he has not yet received his share. Pin says what strange priorities he has. Tanya beats him in the face and tells him to shut up. Finn suggests in this case to go after the Tariff detachment. The team discusses how they had a good rest yesterday and healed their wounds. They are on the right track, Tanya says, even a lot of traces, but there is no one nearby. The girl suggests that they could go all night and get out of the forest. Finn says, judging by the plan of the path, they had to stop in the villages near the forest. There they will find them there. Sin and Burn want to look at the faces of the traitors. When the Tariff detachment finds out that they are alive, Pin agrees with them, but he does not understand why in this case they will pay a reward. The guys agree with him. Because there is no cargo, The squad of the Tariff took everything with them, and the guys only had food. Helmet notices some strange noise. Pin asks him what was the matter. The young man feels demonic energy and suggests that they attacked the squad of the Tariff. Burn rejoices their failures and says so they need, with the speed of the detachment of the avant-garde for about an hour. The leader of the monsters is there. Finn is again surprised by his strength, because he can feel his energy from here. The guy says they need to hurry up because the Tariff detachment will not last long. Burn thinks he can leave them. He does not want to fight that monster. Maros tells him that they still need to pick up the award. Finn says they mercenaries, not the Avengers, and they just should complete the task. The man asks the detachment first to do business, and then to deal with the traitors. Tanya tells the guys that their detachment should not be like a Tariff. The leader leads them, they must protect the client and goods. The Tariff detachment is exhausted and protects the wagon with all his might. Paul is angry because only a day has passed. Suddenly, a leader of demonic animals appears behind him. There was no end to the monsters. The man did not expect that they would begin to pursue them so tightly. He hardly evades and jumps away from the blow. Paul is going to run away. The man tells Max that they would end at such a pace. They would cope with small animals, but they could not cope with the leader. He thinks the avant-garde detachment has already been destroyed. So if the guys run away right now, then they will not have witnesses. Max orders the whole detachment of the Tariff to scatter. The guys do not understand what their leaders are talking about. Paul and Max bounce high up and run away from the battlefield. Sir Miles was mistaken and he should not have trusted mercenaries. He knew that this would end even when they left the avant-garde detachment, broke the roof in their wagon. The leader of the demonic animals realized that they would all come to an end. He already seized one of the men, but then Helmet appears and attacks the monster. Helmet attacks the leader of demonic animals. The monster jumps back. The guy once again repeats him to let him go to the man. The beast throws a man towards the young man. Helmet grabs him with one hand. Before they went to the rescue to Miles, the guy asked the guy to go there first. The leader of the avant-garde detachment had a bad foreboding. Because he did not hope for a detachment of the Tariff, he is unlikely to go to the end. Finn was right. If Helmet had been late, no one would have left alive. The force returned to the young man, and the demonic beast in his way, so he will fight with all his might. The guy is dealing with small monsters and attacks the leader. The demonic beast squeals in full voice from the pain of wounds. This monster is the strongest of those whom he met outside the indigenous forest, but still he can do it. He just needs not to slow down. The young man fills the sword with internal energy. After exchanging, they resume the battle, and the guy runs to the beast. Helmet attacks him, and the monster grabs the sword in his own hands by blocking the blow. The monster screams again, and the aura begins to come from him stronger than the former. The guy noticed that the demonic energy of the beast was strengthened. It seems he absorbs all the demonic energy around him. The beast became much stronger. Helmet felt that the avant-garde detachment would arrive soon. He should end the beast faster, because the guys may suffer if they try to help. The demon attacks, but the guy dodges and jumps to the side. The guy understands that if he uses power as usual, then he can't cope. Then he should fight more comfortable. The young man strikes with a sword, but the beast blocks it. The beast became faster. Its claws also grew, and the longer the battle, the more problems appear. After the next attack of the demonic monster, a shirt broke at Helmut. He is going to buy a new one when he arrives in the nearest city. The demon creates a large pulse of energy, which is difficult not to notice even from a long distance. Now he has absorbed the energy of other animals. Helmet already saw this attack. The beast attacks just like a Na, but no matter how much energy is absorbed by the beast, it will still be much weaker than the snake from the indigenous forest. The young man inflicts a whipped blow with a sword and passes through the monster. The avant-garde detachment finally ran to Helmet. Finn was surprised that the young man killed the leader of the monsters alone. Helmet says the rest were already dead. It seems like the mercenaries of the Tariff detachment were defeated because they began to scatter. They could not cope with the onslaught of monsters. And Captain Paul fled and betrayed his own people. Tanya says what a bastard, he betrayed his people. Mero shouts that Sir Miles survived. Finn says at least that they were lucky. It is time to get out of this nightmare for the detachment, but first you should check all the survivors. The man begs him to forgive him. It was impossible to betray the avant-garde detachment. Paul threatened him, and he agreed under pressure. Miles thinks he died. The leader of the detachment tells him to wake up because they are all alive. Miles does not believe in it and asks where the monsters are. Finn says they destroyed and nothing threatens his life. Helmet asks to keep everything secret, namely his strength. The man says if they saved his life, then we should talk about a reward. Miles is stunned that they want as much as 80% of the revenue. Finn says 80. This is only because the old man himself suffered. He must thank them for the fact that they generally want to continue and, moreover, Miles betrayed them. The old man asks to agree at least 70% because he should repay all the losses. The leader of the detachment says this is not their problem, but if he wants so, then let him get to the place. They returned all the things to the wagon. Miles agrees to 80%. Finn says the time came to find out what kind of important load this is, taking which they risk their own lives. The old man says if rumors creep about this, then their entire association will be at risk. The man replies that they are an avant-garde detachment with a good reputation, and he may not worry about rumors. Miles says people can also be in danger. He asks whether Finn is sure that he wants to know about it. Finn does not understand why Miles did not warn in advance that this is such a terrible secret, even just to know which is already life-threatening. The man says their client calls himself a magician Antiol. The guys were surprised at this, that Archmage Antiol himself is their customer. And it looks like the magician asks the Association of Merchants to transport the cargo through the lands of demonic animals so that the authorities do not learn about this product. Miles says they transport goods from the place where the entrance is prohibited, namely from the Lumen Temple. The power of the Holy Church surpasses the imagination, because it was they who defeated the King of Demons 1,000 years ago. Over the years, they gained strength and power. But their intentions have long been not so clean. They use their name to conquer the whole world. Most of the kingdoms are already under their full control. However, magic is not feasible to them, so they always closely observe magicians. And if they find out that the Association of Bhutana delivers goods from the Holy Temple to study the magician with whom they have long had a conflict, Finn guesses that in this case the association will be destroyed. Miles says not only she will suffer, but everyone who is at least somehow involved in this. The church is so strong. They did not want to agree to this. But once Antiol saved the head of the Association of Bhutan, so they could not refuse. Helmet asks if this Archmage is so famous. Morrow says that several years ago he will almost destroy the Divine Barrier. This is a protection against demonic animals, which stands around the largest cities. The barrier also calculates magicians, which is why the church tries to catch them. The Divine Barrier. This is a very powerful thing. No one broke it off behind the indigenous forest. But for magicians who want freedom, this is not an obstacle. In general, Antiol nearly destroyed the city barrier, and the church then hesitated this matter. Helmet thought, whose Archmage is able to influence the barrier, the church could not get rid of the seed of darkness, but he thinks magic will be able to help him in this. The dark magician from the indigenous forest was completely useless. He hopes Antiol will be different. Finally, the avant-garde detachment went to a safe area. The sun comes, therefore, they decide to spend the night here. Finn wants to talk to Helmet. He hands him something like a pill and says to take it. Warriors eat them when strength and endurance ends. A rather expensive thing. But he does not know if he needs it, because the guy has a lot of strength. Helmet feels his body filled with energy. Finn asks him whether the tablet worked. The guy says it helped, and there is an effect. The man thanks the young man for saving their avant-garde detachment. He says if it weren't for Helmet, nor Miles would not have survived the detachment. This is the gratitude of Finn, at least this trifle in comparison with their lives. Finn says that when the young man leaves their detachment to restore memory, if something happens or needs help, he will swear by the name of the avant-garde detachment to come to his aid. Because he is their savior, and a man does not have time to finish, as Helmet holds out his hand and says that they will come because they are comrades. Finn is pressing his hand and agrees with him that they are real comrades. Miles says they finally got. Finn answers, judging by the map, the place is really true, but this is not even a village, but simply an empty meadow. He does not understand why to deliver the goods here, and how Antiol takes it. The man says this is not the end. They must hand the goods directly into the hands of the magician. Tanya, he thinks somewhere nearby and he has a shelter here. Miles takes out an amulet from which energy comes. He says it is better to see once than to hear 100. The guys are in shock because this is magic, now they are mixed through the space. Finn heard a lot about this, but I could not even imagine. This is possible only if you are dealing with the Archmage. Helmet thinks this is just an illusion. The man replies that he was sharply colder. The body reacts, so this is a reality. He thinks they have moved a long distance. Antiol welcomes his guests from the Bhutan Trade Association. The magician says perfectly that everything is assembled. It should be difficult to find some objects. He praises them for a good job and he is very pleased. The old man noticed that they were less than expected. He suggests that there were victims along the way. Miles says unfortunately they met a demonic beast of large sizes, many died, and only a third of the team got here. Antiol understands that they had to go through a lot. The road was difficult. He feels dark energy from the wagon and thinks they brought the corpse of that monster. The team brought it and prepared it for sale. If the old man is interested, they can sell him. The magician says that he will take him and add to the total amount. He will pay them 150 marks. Pin was surprised, rapped that the archmages were very rich but did not think so. Antiol tells them to take the goods and let the wagon remain, because there is no need for it. Helmut notes that the magician is a very strong person and his strength differs from Ergo, not only because he can completely hide it. The old man noticed a young man and says, "This is already interesting." Sometimes magicians can see what others do not see. Especially specialists of such a level as Antiol can look even deeper and see what is hidden deeply. The young man suggests ending their conversation on this. The magician says that Helmut is daring old archmage, who knows 1,000 secrets of this world and always respects them. He set up the barrier and asks the young man does not worry because he is afraid to never happen, and he will beg with a name. Helmut does not want to reveal his secret about the seed of darkness in him. The chains on Antiol are called the Oath of the Magician. If he violates the promise, then he will lose a huge part of the strength. This oath is not available to ordinary people. The old man asks the young man what he needs. Helmut understands that Antiol is not at all like an Ergo, and he has a question for the magician. The archmage realized that the young man wants to know about the seed of darkness inside him. The guy is surprised how the magician took off his tongue. He wants to know if there is a way to remove the seed of darkness. The old man says there is only one answer, that is, it is impossible. The seed of darkness is directly related to life. The core of demonic energy would not have arisen in the baby who is destined to die in the womb. It allows Helmut to remain alive, so that until his death they will be connected. But if he wants to remove it, he will die. The young man thought the archmage should definitely know the way to remove the seed. Antiol says the magician. This is not God, and he is generally the first time that a person is generally able to control the seed of darkness. The seed requires demonic energy from its carrier, and rejecting dark magic, a person provokes the darkness to devour it from the inside, and it will push him to unkind matters, absorbing demonic energy. Such a person turns into a demonic beast, or something similar to it. However, Helmut's case is unique. He was able to suppress the seed using at least bright magic or strength. Antiol says both requires a lot of time to master, but those seeds that do not have magic are much faster attacking the mind. Perhaps the young man did not influence demonic energy so strongly as to awaken the seed. The archmage will be interested in meeting the young man again until the temple found him. Helmut thinks if the old man understands that he came from the indigenous forest. The old man even says lumen priests would be difficult to find a seed in Helmut, and for this they would have to study his body. Even with the abilities of Antiol's and experience, he managed to notice the seed of darkness only because it reacted to demonic energy, and under any other circumstances it would be impossible to detect. Helmut understands that he should avoid a place where there is this energy and magicians. It is unlikely that the young man awaits a pleasant and light future. Over time his strength will grow and perhaps he will become a great person if he manages to avoid the attention of the temple. However, all to one who wore the seed of darkness under his heart became criminals and monsters. Such a fate is destined for all carriers of the seed of darkness. The guy tells this not to be, because he is a man. Antiol says he is right and a person creates his fate, only he can change something. The archmage has not met the one who could interest him for a long time. He will watch him. If Helmut does not bear this inner struggle, then the magician will be forced to stop him. The old man says that no one knows, and perhaps the young man will be able to surpass him, and even the darkness herself will be able to obey him. Finn gives Helmut his share. This is a quarter of the total amount. The man would like to give more, but the rest of the guys also contributed and deserved a reward. He still gives the young man a bag of things. They found them when they dismantled the baggage, but they do not belong to any of them. Helmut thanks the Finnish. With these things he left the forest. He thought that he had lost them, and the knot all this time was here. Finn says nothing. The man would give earlier, but there was no free time and generally flew out of his head. The man says they must thank the young man, because he is their savior. Pin wants to show him the headquarters of the mercenaries. There it would have struck a lot of cool things and helmeters. The young man says that he will not go to the headquarters. The boy did not know that the guy was already leaving so fast even without looking at them. Tanya orders him to stop. The girl invites him to save the mercenary certificate since he is temporary. They can give him only the 3rd rank. Helmut says this will be enough for him. She thinks he has things much more important than his memories. Tanya asks him to protect himself. The guy agrees and thanks the guys for everything. The guys said goodbye to him, and Ping rushed into tears and asks the guy to return. Helmut says the food that Pin was preparing was incredibly tasty. The girl calms Pina, and Finn says, if Helmet needs some help, let him find them, and in turn the man will keep their promise. The guy tingles a little in his chest also when Darien left him and when he left Elga. But if he remains with mercenaries, he will face demonic energy, and then the seed of darkness will absorb him. And where he does not happen where he goes, I would not want to become a slave to inner darkness. Although the work of the mercenary is connected not only with demons he will have to leave, he will be interested in whether he can prevent what Antiol tells him about. Now he does not have an answer, so only one exit, and he needs to become stronger in order to prevent the darkness of it. Max and Paul are sitting on some kind of institution. If Paul knew that everything would turn around, he would not take risks. Even Caleb could not survive. His comrade says that they can't return the past, and since they have survived, they will be able to help the mercenaries of the Tarek will recover. They will be able to take everything into their own hands and start again. And what happened to Caleb is terrible, but the rest were insignificant and the guys would simply gain more talented people. Suddenly, in the window, they notice a squad of the avant-garde walking along the street. Paul does not understand how they got out of there, and Max says that they need to hide. Tanya asks Pin what happened. The boy just has a strange feeling. He seems to him he heard something. The guys decide to lie to the bottom for a while, and it would be better to just kill the vanguard detachment. Max says when the remaining guilds about the mercenaries' career can be found out about this, and this is only a matter of time. Paul answers him that if he does not want to die of hunger, he will have to steal. The company in a tavern drink and tell each other stories. Helmet is and thinks how difficult it is. He cannot stay at the headquarters of mercenaries because of the seed of darkness, as well as a medallion from the indigenous forest. The guy needs answers to his questions. The young man decides to examine local villages, but it is impossible to be on the road all the time. He needed 3 days to get here, and he should not count on other people since the mercenaries of the vanguard. Finn doll him money, but the guy does not know much. In comparison with what Darien gave him, he earned much more. Helmet noticed a note. He is interested in who she was from the finish, or Darien left her before his death. In a letter, Darien thinks Helmet is now difficult in the world of people, because his entire former life was radically different from what he was faced with now. But he should not be upset. And now looking at the young man, he can die with a calm soul. Darien wrote that if the guy wanders without any purpose, let him go to Baden, namely to the Greta Academy, where people of Helmet's age study. There he will be able to learn more about people. In that place, both the poor and the rich and no one cares about the origin. Helmet will not be able to do independently, so Darien wrote to him to find a man named Eden Kudrow. When this man sees the sword, he will immediately understand that the young man Darien's student. The man writes that the human world is a much more dangerous place, but he believes that Helmet will be able to cope with everything. The guy noticed that the text was written by a shaking hand, so the man almost had no strength to write this. Helmet is grateful to the old man for everything, and now he knows where to go. The young man brought food. The waiter said that he was 15 mark. He holds out a coin to the waiter. The man is surprised because there is a whole 1,000 mark. Helmet plans to spend the night and asks to enter this in his account. A couple of days ago, he received 90,000 mark. He thought prices in this world are more expensive. Today, the guy decides to stay here and hit the road at dawn. A man sits down to the young man. He noticed that the guy is rich. He says, it looks like Helmet does not peck money and asks to lend his company for a drink. The guy refuses and does not understand what is wrong with these people. The man got angry with the fact that he was overtaken, hit the table and turned it over, the food of the young men. Helmet asks him who he is. The man wants to hit the guy with his fist, but Helmet easily blocks his blow. He does not understand where so much power in the young man. Another drunk attacks him and angers that his boss raised his hand. The guy easily sends him to the floor. Helmet understands them and tells them to get out of here. The gang decides to leave. Their boss says the young man will still regret that he contacted them. He tells Helmet to be careful, and this is only a matter of time when they stick a knife into it. The young man realized that people like Calibu in this world are everywhere. The waiter asked the guy to leave as quickly as possible, because the Blackhawks declared war on them. These are robbers, kings of lanes and gate. They have a criminal past. They will kill anyone, if it brings them money. Helmet realized that these guys would deliver more problems than he thought, and better fight them now. He would not want to create a mess where he was going to spend the night. The employee of the institution will return the money to the guy and asks to leave immediately. The young man asks if those guys will return. He replies that they will return. Helmet asks to convey, if they return, let them go to the forest for their tavern. The man was surprised, and the young man asked him to hold the room. He would return later. One of the hawks noticed that Helmet was quite strong, so the mercenary, the boss would believe him to return to the lair, and they themselves will take care of everything. His scout reports that the young man went to the forest for an inn. He thinks the guy escaped with fear. The boss says Helmet chose an unsuccessful route for flight. The forest is not their profile, but the scout is sure that there were traces. For a child who has not yet known this world, there is nothing worse than the Black Hawk, and they want to teach him a lesson. During the time that Helmet was with mercenaries, he found out that many people are like demonic animals. But there are also those who are ready to protect each other at the cost of life. Darian told him that the world of people is the place where you can solve everything not only by force, but the guy still does not know how to solve problems differently. But the young man is sure that people who behave like demons should also be done as with demons. Helmet realized that Blackhawks are insignificant than he thought. They were not even suitable for Tanya. He thinks the strongest of the people whom he met, the more he will fight with people, the more he will recognize them. Tomorrow, as soon as he starts to light, he's going to hit the road. The guy goes to the hotel to relax. Suddenly, the guy felt a tingling from the seed inside himself and hit a tree. The guy had to stay away from demonic energy. But this was not even when he killed demonic animals. The young man does not understand what was happening and where such pain came from. If it even eats from the murder of a simple person, then he has big problems. Helmet thinks how stupid he was, since he thought that the battle with people would not affect him. If the guy could not kill his opponents, he would have to avoid battles at all. The young man wants to get to Baden as soon as possible. One of the people of Blackhawks reports that everyone who went after the guy was killed. The group wants to start the search for Helmet. The boss agrees and says that this cannot be left just like that. Another of his subordinates says that guests arrived at them. Paul and Max arrived at the boss. The man knew that there would be a mercenary of the second rank, but did not know that there would be two of them at once. Now it's hard to find people who want to join. It is hard to believe the organization's boss that the guys themselves showed the initiative. Now they have a small mess, and they cannot accept the first oncoming person without verification. Paul asks what the man means. The man does not doubt their skills because they are mercenaries of the second rank. But Blackhawks are not a simple group of mercenaries. They are engaged in the fact that the law does not really approve, so they would not want some problems to arise in the detachment because of any one person. The man stuck his knives into all the mannequin points. The boss wants them to prove the seriousness of his intentions, and he is one thing for them. Paul realized that even despite their skills, Blackhawks should still make sure the guys are suitable for them or not. The man gives them a sheet with a task and says that this will be a slight work for the second ranks. 5 of their guys went missing last night. They learned that their guys were quarreling with one mercenary and found the bodies in the forest. Having examined them, it became clear that the guys were killed from one blow, but they did not find any traces of the use of weapons. Max is shocked that one killed 5 and asks the details about the mercenary. The boss tells the guy black hair, black eyes, and in the appearance of 16, his skills are not lower than the 3rd rank. The guys guess that they need to find and kill this young man from them. The man says, as soon as they deal with him, they will enter their ranks and take up more serious matters. Their work will be paid more generously than they were paid before. Paul asks where they saw him for the last time. The boss says the young man stopped at the hotel near that forest. Little time has passed, so the guy could not go far. Helmet stands on the threshold of the Mercenary Guild. He did not think that he would have to go to it again. He needed to move as inconspicuous as possible and not attract attention. He enters, and the girl asks him what led the young man to them. The guy came to get a task. The girl is surprised, because he looks so young. And the 3rd rank is already, and this is very rare. Payment for him does not matter, and Helmet asks if there is anything in the vicinity of Baden. She says this big city, and will be easier to take an order for escort. There is a task for the young man. One lady from a noble family is just looking for protection on the road and paying for tasks 800 mark. Only she put up one condition. The guy asks what condition. The girl says to accompany the mercenary, which she should like outwardly. Helmet does not understand what was the matter. Helmut hopes nothing terrible will happen if he goes to buy clothes. The girl warned him that when working with aristocrats, it is very important. Then how you look and the name should be by hearing, so the mercenary should be in good shape. But fortunately, the guy looks attractive because the girl offered this task to him. She asks him to buy decent clothes somewhere near in return for the contract. He is welcomed from the threshold by the worker of the clothing store, and claims that they have the highest quality clothes, and even if the monster dresses their suit, he will be confused with the aristocrat. The guy asks how much he costs. The man says his price 2,000 marks. The young man is surprised, because only 800 mark will be paid for the task. The girl in the Guild of Mercenaries makes Helmet compliments, and the costume adds to a young man charm. She says he looks more beautiful than before. The girl had already sent information about the young man. and given that he is from the Vanguard squad, he will be accepted without unnecessary thoughts. In addition, you will not often meet a mercenary who will like a lady from a noble family. Helmet notes that someone went to the guild. A man came in, an employee of the guild he thinks from the Cherrigan family. He confirms this, and says that he came to see the mercenary who was appointed. The aristocrat says Helmet looks excellent, and he is accepted. The man tells the guy to follow him. The girl says goodbye to the young man and says that they will still be seen. Helmet nodded his head and followed the aristocrat. The unknown monitors them. It must be someone from the Black Hawks. The man's name is Gilton, and he is the butler of the Cherrigan family. He asks them to hear whether he had heard of their marquise. Gilton says well that the young man does not know about it because of rumors. The marquise has a high position in society, so that the guy needs to monitor what he does and says. The man asks Helmet whether he had ever worked accompanied. The guy says he had to, but it was a load. The butler says there is almost no difference, and the only difference is that he will have to protect a person, not bags. The man asks him to follow the orders of the knights if it is difficult, and bonuses rely on the young man. Helmet says he understood. Gilton likes that the young man speaks a good and briefly. This is an excellent quality for the accompanying person. They go into a beautiful mansion, which glows straight from wealth. This is an inn in which Lady Cherrigan stopped for a while. The young man realizes that the Marquis Cherrigan has a high status. They are welcomed by a knight. He thinks Helmet too young as a mercenary. The guy's guild was therefore recommended that there should be no problems. The butler asks the guy to teach the basics. The guy's name is Kedrick, and he is pleased to meet him. Gilton asks where the lady is now. Kedrick says now in the dining room. The guy lunch at the table. The girl next to him says that she had not liked in the dining rooms before. She would say excellent if Arya went to their castle with them. The butler says Lady Jeannie will meet her accompanying person. The girl does not care, and if Gilton believes that the guy is good, then she will trust him. Arya will go to pack because soon set off. Gina says then, so the guy didn't even eat normally. The guy passes by Helmet and he has some strange feeling. Helmet does not know what the reason is, but the Isa is definitely not a simple person. Gina is about to go into the room. The guy asks the butler about Arya. Gilton says this guest of the lady, and he is well known at the Greta Academy in Baden. They met by accident. Gina recognized him and brought him here. The young man asks her to visit the academy. The butler replied that she was preparing for entrance exams, and she was just 14 recently. Helmet is also going to go there. The man says there were about 2 hours left. It is time to prepare for sending, and asks Helmet to go to the stable for the horse. Gilton will go about his own business, and if the young man needs some help, then let him turn to Kedrick. Helmet thinks he got a stupid horse because he rushed around the stable and did not listen to him at all. This animal is very different from what he met with the mercenaries of the avant-garde. Gina calls as Arya sit in a carriage and talk to her. The guy again passed by Helmet and he realized that is Arya a magician. The young man thinks a strange feeling when he met Isaiah can explain his origin. He does not know why this guy uses magic on himself and what he is for a magician. Helmet is interested, and he is going to observe. Gina thinks she should have problems with exams. She does not know what to do to prepare better. Arya says the girl will definitely give everything out if she was engaged in earnestly, although she was preparing, but still very nervous. The guy says that after arriving, she will have time to repeat all the material past. Gina agrees, but still she believes that she would not have interfered with a person who could help. Arya says at the academy people are engaged in self-teaching, so she better immediately prepares for this. The girl wants to at least do, and if the exams are failed, she does not know how to say this to her parents. The guy seems to understand that she was pressing on pity. He can look for her teacher who can prepare her. Jean is embarrassed, but still she asks is Arya to help her in this. The guy says this is impossible, because he needs to prepare for the semester. The road promises to be long, so he asks her to just relax. Helmet rides a Perry with a carriage, and hopes to hear something. The intelligence officer of the Black Hawks reports to the boss that a couple of hours the guy took the order and hit the road. There are several mercenaries in their detachment, as well as knights. The boss understands that if someone from a noble family dies, he will raise a lot of noise and asks to try to kill only their enemy. Paul does not understand why to go so far as to accept him and Max in the ranks of Black Hawks. The man says he ordered to deal with him. Their distinctive feature is not to leave the enemy alive. They gain people so that all members of the organization have similar views. Paul says the words of the boss found a response in his heart. Gina complains that they stopped in a bad place. Gilton says that there are no other institutions in the district and asks to tolerate it one day. The owner of the institution welcomes them and thinks the road tired of the detachment. Meanwhile, Helmet practices nearby in the forest. The guy's strengths grew, and he began to better control this energy. But he has the feeling that there is some kind of limiter. The guy had no time to regularly engage in his physical preparation, just as there was no time to work with internal energy and magical energy. He hopes that he will get to Greta Academy and be able to concentrate on training, and more importantly, the guy should find a way to get rid of the seed of darkness. Helmet notices an owl in the sky. Hyrea thinks the guy's beautiful sharp vision and feelings are well developed. If he continues to follow him so much, then Helmet will quickly suspect something was wrong. But in any case, it would be difficult for an ordinary person to notice an owl, and he considers the young man unusual. Arya saw a lot of talented mercenaries, but such a young mercenary of the 3rd rank is a rarity. Lady Gina knocks on the door to the guy and says that he had to go to bed until 9 o'clock, and this is the order of Mr. Cheringan. The servants take her. The girl wanted to chat with him only 1 minute. She asked to let her go. The servants do not understand why her makeup in such a late hour. In the morning, they hit the road and decided to stop for lunch at the spring. Kendrick thinks everyone who goes to Baden rest here. He says that the water is tasty and very refreshes. Gelton declares a halt. Mercenaries discuss the food of the aristocrats. They even have fresh meat in the salad. And the guys are content with 1 piece of dried without everything. They think how sad and not fair. And Helmet misses the cooking of Finn. The guy noticed that the water has a strange taste and thinks is really poison. He thinks everything is in order, and it seemed to him because everything is normal with the others. The butler says that he removed all the dishes and offers the lady to advance. Jaina fell asleep and mutters that today is their last night with Arya. The man was scared and the girl just sleeps. Helmet realized that with water, something was wrong. Time all fell asleep and poured it into the ground. He noticed that someone was coming. Paul says that the sleeping pills has acted and everyone should already sleep, and Max says that there was not enough task to kill some noblemen in time. They are going to deal with young men without witnesses, but they do not understand why he does not sleep. The guys are surprised, because they saw a mercenary from the vanguard and do not understand where he was from. Paula is not believed that Helmet killed those guys from the Black Hawk detachment. Helmet says the traitors, since they escaped when the monster destroyed their detachment. The man is angry, and says the young man speaks too much. A bunch of armed bandits surrounded him, and now he is their prey. Paul exposes his sword and is going to begin hunting. The guy understands that there are too many of them. Suddenly a stream of magical energy flies into the sword of Paul. He is surprised at this. Here Arya appears and tells them to remove their swords if they are still dear to life. Paul is unhappy because he paid money for sleeping pills, but it does not work. Arya tells Helmet to stop looking around and focus on the enemy. The man puts his sword to the throat of the intelligence officer of the Black Hawk and does not understand what was the matter, because they did not expect that there would be a magician. He says it was foolish to expect something from such a detachment, and orders them to stay in their places. And after the task, they will have to take everything here. Paul attacks Helmet, and the young man repels his attack. Max says that he will kill Arya quickly, therefore, asks him not to resist. The young man does not even hope for him, because he is not going to die. The man tells Helmet that he said so confidently, and now he barely evades. Against the 2 mercenaries of the 2nd rank and bandits, he would have to be hard to be here alone. The guy was lucky that the magician was here. Paul uses a strong blow with a sword, the wave of which is overtaken by Helmet. He says the guy is without reliable, and asks him where all the confidence went. Helmet tells him not to worry because it is only the beginning. The man does not understand him. The young man thanks Paul for proceeding to him. Paul thinks Helmet not in himself, because he drove himself into a corner. The guy says that the man does not understand how the jerk of the 4th rank can compare with him, and attacks the young man again. Helmet easily evades and attacks with his sword in response using internal energy. Paul was imprinted in the ground, and a large crater appeared from his blow. The man does not understand where the young man has such a force. The guy says this does not matter and tells him to take his people. This time he will let them go. Paul replies that he will die better than he runs away by holding his tail. Helmet says that about his partners, whom he left in the forest to die, or this is such a strange nobility. The man did not think very much when he threw his comrades to his faithful death. The young man leaves Paul without looking back. He hopes that magician is in order. A bunch of corpses is lying on the ground. Max is at the end of strength and asks Arya who he is at all. The guy accumulates a lot of energy around him and repeats that he is a magician. Arya knocks down another bandit from her magic. He does not care what they planned, but they stood in his way, and it changes all. Max, despite the fact that the young man Sillin attacks him, the guy imprints him in a boulder and tells him not to overstrain. He tells them all will have to go to Baden with them. Arya orders them to stop and uses immobilizing magic, connecting enemies. The young man leaves them no chance to flight, but not everyone overtakes. The guy says they run quickly, but it doesn't matter because he caught their possible leader. But when he turned to the stone where Max was nailed, he saw that only a bloody trace remained of him, and he escaped. The man does not understand what was the matter. He did not think that Black Hawks were hunting for the mercenary of the vanguard. Moreover, no one told them that there would be a magician here, and he does not understand how this could happen at all. Suddenly he feels the presence of Helmut passing by him. Max does not understand why there is no scratch on the young man and worries that Paul is already dead. Helmut turns on a stone. Maybe he heard something, but he goes on, thinking what seemed to him. The man admits that the young man is very strong and angry with hopelessness. The guy returns back and is Area surprised that he is still alive. He threw him Helmut a rope and tells him to tie the guys at whom he indicates. Helmut does not understand why to connect them if they are already connected by magic. The magician is going to send them to Baden's prison, so he does not want to spend energy in order to hold the bonds. Darien told the guy that they were sent there people who did wrong, but he was sorry that those two would leave the tariff detachment. Area asks why sleeping pills did not work on the guy. Helmut says he did not touch the water. The magician says he is lying, because he saw how the young man drank her. The guy asks what about him and why he is still on his feet. He asks this because he saw how Hireya drank her too. Area says he can cleanse himself. Helmut thinks this thanks to the magic that surrounds the magician like an aura. He was surprised, because he does not understand why the young man sees her. The swordsman says that he does not see her, but rather feels. The magician does not understand why the guy pretended that he knew nothing. Helmut says he is not interested in it, and if he wants to hide it, then let him hide. But he does not concern him. Area tells him to be silent. Helmut is very annoying him. Gelton says they will be in debt to Area, because it could happen irreparable, and asks how to thank him. The magician says he does not need anything in return. He just did what he had to. He points to Helmut and says that he helped him, although it is not clear how he did not fall asleep. Helmut speaks to him poorly. The butler heard that there are such people with poor susceptibility, but no matter how much he says, thank him. The man assures that as soon as they arrive in Baden, in addition to the assigned fee. Gelton does not have time to finish how Gina interrupts him, who ran to Area and says he wants to thank him. The magician is tired of her molestation, and says that he has a bride in his homeland, and as soon as he graduates from the academy, they will be married. Kendrick closes his face with his hand and understands that now Jaina will fall into hysteria. The butler also understands this and sighs. The knight invites them to go away from this place. Gelton did not sleep for almost a day, but they overcame the remaining path without any problems. Helmut finally saw Baden. The butler calls him and says that he worked well. After all, the man will recommend a young man in the Guild of Mercenaries. He gives him 10,000 mark, here more than under the contract, and this is a sign of appreciation from their family. The guy thanks Gelton for everything. Helmut turns around and looks at the magician. The young man is about to leave, and the Area is going to say something to him. He thanks the magician for help because he helped him very much. Area turned to the side. He did not expect this from Helmut, and the guy decided that he had to go to the academy. Helmut stands in the middle of the city and is surprised, because Baden is much more than those places in which he was here, and there are a lot of people. The young man thinks well and can be easily lost. He finally enters the Greta Academy. The guy has no guesses where to look for a person named Eden Kudrow. He approaches the girl who sits at the table at the entrance. The young man loudly puts his hands on the table and scares the girl. She asks him what he needs. Helmut tells her that he needs Eden Kudrow. The girl thinks he is looking for Mr. Eden, their teacher in the skill of the sword. The guy says they are familiar and is interested in whether it is possible to meet him. She says this is possible and asks to name her name. He seems to be his name. The girl says to go here. She uses some kind of magic circle and asks to wait a couple of minutes. Helmut agrees and is surprised that even here magic. The young man is interested what kind of person is Eden Kudrow. The doors are open to the room, and the girl asks him to enter. The guy goes inside. Eden Kudrow is a tall, green-eyed man. He asks the young man who he is, because the professor knows no one named Helmut. Helmut notes that Eden Kudrow is not as strong as Darien, but among all the swordsmen that he met in the human world, he has the most powerful aura. The guy thinks if the professor were a mercenary, then he would probably be assigned the first rank. The man once again asks for the name of the young man, and is also interested in why the guy was looking for him. Helmut demonstrates him a sword of Darien. Eden was surprised and does not understand where the guy got this sword from. The guy said that the professor would understand everything when he sees the sword. At first glance, the sword usually looks, but if you look closely, then it has a good balance and strength. And he also looks very familiar, and Eden guesses that this is Darien Dyfert. The young man says everything right. The professor is shocked by this and thinks Darien's still alive. Helmut replies that this is incorrect, and the man recently left this world. After that, Eden is even more at a loss. The man says Darien disappeared about 20 years ago. and Eden vowed with the name of the family that he would return his duty for saving him. The professor guesses, if Helmet's sword, then he is his last student. The young man confirms this. Eden asks him why. The guy was looking for him. Helmet says that he intends to act and study at Greta Academy. Men thinks this Darien sent him here and told everything. It comes out. Darien decided that Eden would be a defender for the young man. The professor asks him how old he is. Helmet says he is not sure. The man does not understand how he cannot know his age. The young man tells him 14 or 15. Eden invites him to start with an assessment of his skills and aura, because he will be unlikely to take him at the age of 14 in elementary grades. But if he is 15, then he will be able to pass exams as a student on exchange. The professor thinks whether Darien's students should take an exam for the skill of owning a sword. The man thinks they will be able to explain that Helmet is a student of Darien and will be able to take him without exams. This will be enough to confirm his abilities. The guy is surprised because Darien even here helped him, as in the indigenous forest. But Helmet does not understand what was happening, because Eden said that the man disappeared about 20 years ago, and even his acquaintances did not know where he was. The young man is sure that the man was not there by his own will, which means someone sent him there. Helmet guesses what will happen if the one who sent Darien to the Forest of Roots finds out that his student is in the human world. He will take the opportunity to get rid of the seed of darkness and send it back to the indigenous forest. The guy tells Eden that it is not necessary for someone to know that he is a student of Darien, because in this case, his life may be in danger, and he cannot explain it. The professor does not understand what this means, because no one dares to attack the student of Darien himself. Helmet asks a man to be patient, and when the time comes, he will tell everything. Eden thinks that for silence there are probably good reasons, and asks him to turn to him on all issues because Darien entrusted the young man to him. In this case, the man asks to begin preparations for the exams. He will collect and draw up all the necessary documents. And he also needs to see the guy's skills. They go to the personal training room of Eden. The professor is sure that if the young man was a mediocrity, then Darien would not have taken him as a student. But still, he must convince the guy's skills. He asks him to cut a wooden pillar. Helmet is going to use his combat sword. The man asks him to take a wooden sword. Eden knows that birch is the strongest tree of all, and if it cuts the barrel, it will be a great achievement for its age. However, the guy was not so simple, and the man guessed that Helmet perfectly controls his aura. He was interested in how strong he is. The guy cuts the barrel without a single brisk, as if with a scalpel. Eden was unlikely to expect this, and was very surprised by his blow. Eden understands that the guy has great potential, and with such power, he will easily pass the entrance exam. He did not expect another from Darien's disciple. Helmet thinks he will be able to visit the academy. The skills of owning the guy's sword will be enough. But the man is interested in what the young man is still capable of. He also tells him that he still needs to pass a written exam. Eden does not understand how the guy was able to score only 4 balls, because with his eyes closed, and then it is difficult to get such an assessment. This is a big problem because a couple of weeks left, and even with a private rehearsal, he will not have enough time to prepare and act. Helmet thinks a man to teach him, but he is a professor at this academy. They should not have personal relations with students. If he teaches him, then they will have problems both. Usually students are preparing applicants, but now there is too little time left, and probably the best students are already busy preparing. The guy recalls the magician and the fact that he is studying here, and besides, he looks smart. Helmet asks the man knows whether he knows a student named Area. Eden says last year the guy became a student and received the highest score in the magic exam, but he is wondering why he was asking. The guy does not have other ideas, and even more so, he does not know anyone. The young man tells the professor that he will ask him to work out with him. Eden says, if such a good student his friend, then this is not bad. The professor asks how he knows him at all, but Helmet got caught a trace. His area does not understand how the guy even occurred to the guy, and he does not recall something in order to want to meet him again. The magician hates to teach stupid people, and especially swordsmen such as Helmet. He thought Helmet came here exclusively because of the assignment, but it turns out the young man wanted to enter the academy. His area does not know why the mercenary was needed to study at the academy, but the guy does not intend to be busy with him. Helmet says he must pass the exams, and Isaiah is the best student. The magician is not going to spend his time and tells him to leave. The swordsman does not ask him for a favor, and he will pay for it. The guy understands that people value money. His area asks him how much a mercenary will be able to pay him. Helmet asks the magician how much he needs. The magician says the price of 100,000 mark, and give him the entire amount at once. The swordsman agrees and will bring money tomorrow. His area does not understand him and is surprised, because this is such a large amount. He thinks the guy did not hear him. For the task with the mercenaries of the avant-garde, he received 90,000 mark, and in the last one received 10,000, he had 100,000 mark. Helmet says they have little time left, and they will begin tomorrow and will meet in the same place. Arya tells him to come tomorrow in the morning and do not even make up to deceive him. The guy thinks that they seem to have agreed. The young man with green hair considers Helmet interesting and thinks this friend of Arya. The next morning, the magician is surprised that Helmet still came. The guy gives Arya exactly 100,000 mark. The magician is going to keep his promise, but since he has not yet taught anyone, he will not return the money if the Helmet failed the exams. The swordsman says it does not bother him. Hyria thinks that he was just worth refusing. He requested such an amount only because of his pride, but he does not think that he will have problems in learning. The magician asks him to wait, and he will soon return. Helmet along with Arya sit in textbooks, and the magician teaches him. When the magician was able to consider it closer, he realized that the swordsman was more problematic than he seemed, but his skills in learning are much higher than that of students of the magic faculty. The magician thinks the guy lived alone in the forest. The swordsman knew that the Arya was not a simple person. He noticed this during the trip here. With him, the guy needs to be careful. Helmet asks him why he knew. Arya, looking at the young man, can say that he is perfectly focusing and sees how he tries with all his might, to that he already has excellent memory. But the magician does not understand how he does not even know the foundations and does not understand the norms of etiquette. And looking at his last ball, the situation is deplorable. The young man does not understand how Helmet is generally going to communicate with people, and they need to finish training in other subjects as soon as possible, and the rest of the time he will need to study ethics and the ability to communicate. Helmet paid him 100,000 mark, and the magician will do everything to make the young man acted, because he is trained by the best student of the academy, and this is already a matter of honor. Arya screams, so that the guy does not happen to get to the academy. The swordsman sits silently, and to himself thinks that the magician with quirks. The magician asks him to do Helmet if a classmate would steal things from his point of view of ethics. Helmet thinks once this ethics, then he will not be able to chop off his hand. Arya asks him to speak. The guy says that he would steal his things back. The magician says this wrong, and he has no words. The swordsman does not understand why, because he can fight and by force to take things back. Arya says that such issues are better to resolve peacefully, and if this happens, you need to ask a classmate to imagine himself in the place of Helmet. The best solution to this situation will be just to talk. The magician at the academy was taught that it was possible to forgive a person, not his act. This is justice. Helmet thinks how hard it is to be a person, because you need to know morality and common sense in order to become such a person. As Darian wanted to educate him, he must learn to solve such complex problems. The guy will take a lot of time for this. 2 weeks later, at the library of Greta Academy, girls are peering behind the area. They whisper in the bushes discussing how beautiful he is and think who he is waiting for. One of them says that the magician was engaged with some guy all these days. Arya asks Helmet why they chose the library as examinations. Helmet thinks because he is quiet here. The magician says it was a rhetorical question. The magician waited for the exam to end to pick up books and asks Helmet as successes. Arya thinks that there were no difficulties and their contract has been fulfilled. The guy leaves and wishes Helmet good luck in a practical exam. Helmet thanks him for his help. The magician says there is no gratitude, because he received money for this. With the help of Arya, the guy was able to pass the theory and now he remained a practical exam. The applicants entered the waiting room, and they are asked to follow the instructor when their names are called. Helmet decides to just sit on a chair and thinks what to do after exams. To begin with, he thinks just to relax, but he has not trained for a long time and he should practice. Suddenly someone interrupts his silence and asks Helmet what he thought about. This is Sabat Rukal. The second son of the family is a chalk, and he offers a guy to meet a guy. Helmet does not understand what he needs, and why he meets for no reason. The guy asks Sabat why he is talking to him. Sabat says not to be so prickly, and he just wants to make friends in advance. The young man thinks to make friends with Helmet will be beneficial, and he makes an impression. The guy said his name. Sabat says it is unusual and asks his last name. He would be interested to know what family he is from. Helmet does not understand him, because he had no family. Sabat would think it would be nice to meet well because when they arrive, they will still learn everything about each other. The only surname that Helmet knew was the fact that he was abandoned from the Margaret Iron suspension in the forest, with the suspension so that he cannot use this surname, so he says that he does not have it. The young man from a noble family, he thinks. Helmet confirms this. Sabat was unlikely to approach him before if he knew that he was a commoner. The young man speaks since this is true, then why is he so confident in himself? Noble children think he will not fold 2 + 2 and mock him. Sabat does not understand how Helmut was generally able to afford a tutor. Suddenly, an examiner appears behind them, who rejoices that they surrendered the theory. But the most difficult in front and the first rule of their academy is not to discuss the standard of living of students. A practical exam will begin in 5 minutes and applicants say to take their places. Sabat tells Helmut to know his place, because he is a commoner and he has nothing to do with people who mean more than him. Helmut is calm as a bover and does not answer him in response. The examiner thanks everyone for his efforts in a written exam and wishes them success in the practical part, which will take place in groups and consist of 2 stages. The young man noticed that everyone stared at him and they had the same views as those bastards, and in the end, this place does not differ from the forest. People are the same as forest monsters. Among them there are both leaders and victims. However, in the world of people, physical strength solves a little. Today he realized that the origin and surname is more important than abilities. But however, Helmut will understand more in the process of study, and now the main thing is to pass the exam and enter. The examiner says the first stage is to split the log using a wooden sword, and you can also apply your energy. 5 minutes are given on the assignment. If the Helmut does not meet, then the exam is considered not passed, and it will not go further. To split the log, this is not that the guy is beyond the power of the guy, so he decides not to pull with this and cracks Palin. The examiner is surprised, because even teachers cannot be able to split him from one blow. Helmut asks if everything was on this, and the man said that the exam was passed. Sabat thinks Helmut put a rotten log if he passed the exam so quickly. The examiner reports that the second test is sparring in the presence of the teacher they will need to fight within 8 minutes. And after that the commission will determine the winner. The opponent will be chosen in a random way. And victory is not the main thing because the selection will be carried out according to other criteria. Sabat thinks this stupid exam and someone is lucky to get caught against a commoner. This can be considered an automatic pass. The young man thinks Helmut he heard him. And Helmut does not understand whether this moron from a noble family will be further carried nonsense. And he does not against him to plug the mouth. The examiner announces that the first and the second stage will be Helmut under the 29th number and Andro under the 8th. Andro thinks to him easily against a commoner. Helmut is glad that he had the opportunity to put them in place. The judges say to go to the first participants. The accompanying person welcomes judges and offers to start if everyone is ready. Helmut notices Eden. Another judge asks him if the guy was talking about this. The man confirms this and hopes that everyone will carefully monitor in order not to miss anything. The guy must be really talented because Eden highlights someone for the first time. He says that they will soon see everything. Sparring will consist of 2 rounds for 4 minutes. If one of them drops the sword or can no longer fight, then the examination battle will end. The examiner tells them to start. Andro thinks, despite what tricks Helmut did with the log, this does not cancel the fact that he is a commoner. The young man thinks since he trained since childhood, he will not be able to lose. But not even a second had passed as he was on Earth. The judges are shocked by this. Eden expected this from Helmut, therefore sits calmly. Helmut put his sword to Andro's head and says that that's all. The examiner announces the completion and the number 8 are being tracked. Andro does not understand how he could lose a commoner. The girl judge cannot believe that Helmut is so strong and this happened so quickly. And the man does not understand how to be, because they will not be able to look at the skills of the second participant and why they have such a difference in training. Eden of course suspected that the young man would show himself, but he exceeded all the expectations of a man. The guy asks whether they will finish if he defeats Andro and for the second time. The girl understands that the second participant will not have time to show anything, and this test is just in order to evaluate skills. The man also says that they will definitely not see anything. Eden asks the guy to see this as a training session when he only learned to own a sword and not think about victory. The man tells Andro to forget about his status and try not to look down at Helmut. After all, the applicant has never been worse than his peers and let him show himself. Andro apologizes to him and recognizes the power of Helmut. He did this only because of his origin. But the guy can stand up for himself and will not allow him to defeat him so easily again. He attacks the young man with a sword and he easily blocks. Helmut tells him to move faster because such an attack is easy to block. The young man also adds that the Andro's mind wanders and does not assemble. He only thinks about the attack, and his body goes forward. The guy also further gives advice to the boy, and Eden recalls Darien. Eden recalls the past. He wounded lies opposite the monster and thinks that he had come to an end. But Darien appears and then protects the young Eden. A man considers Helmut a new incarnation of Darien. The judges decided on the choice, and now the difference in students' skills was obvious. And the girl is very interesting to see what the young man is more capable of. Eden is also curious how much the potential of Helmut will be revealed. A week later, the guy looks into the Guild of Mercenaries in Baden, and at the entrance he is welcomed by a boy. He thinks Helmet came for a task. The guy says no, but so he changed his mind and said yes. The boy thinks Helmet from some noble family and asks him whether he works with any guild. Helmet says he was in the mercenaries of the avant-garde, and last time he left his luggage here. The employee asks the guy if he has any preferences in the task. The guy thought about it. Eden is glad that the area taught the young man. But 100,000 mark is too much amount, and a man is not clear where he got it from. Helmet says he earned a mercenary. The man asks if all these were his savings. The guy confirms this. Eden will have to teach his financial literacy. Now he is a guardian of Helmet, and a man should take care of him and teach him to live in a world of people. Money is never excess, and you can't spend it right and left just like that. If he does not have accumulations and the guy cannot earn money, then trouble await him. Helmet thinks he just needs to earn money. There are about a month left before the final results of the exams. The young man decides to work all this time. Eden does not matter to him, but he asks him not to take too dangerous tasks. The guy decides to take work in the city in the near future and with good payment. A boy in a hurry is looking for something for him. Helmet received a task at the Greta Academy. A ghost seemed to appear in it. He appears only at night and in different places. Since the problem did not go away, the Academy's leadership decided to contact the Mercenaries Guild. He thinks this is not bad, because the young man will be able to better study the territory of the Academy, and this task differs from the previous ones. Suddenly, a boy with green hair entangles him. He calls Helmet a student of Area. The boy says that rumors do not lie, and the swordsman is interested in what he is talking about. Area is an example to follow at the Faculty of Magic, and for the first time, someone was so close to him. This is the main topic for discussion in the girl. Helmet does not understand, because the magician simply taught him and prepared for a written exam. The guy thinks a boy magician of the area level. He answers him that this is possible, but they are different. The boy calls for some strange creature. Helmet does not understand what it is and thinks this kind of monster. He beats him, but the guy's fist passes through. The boy laughs and says Helmet by the first who decided to fight with a ray. This is the spirit of the sun. It is just a joke and nothing more, and absolutely harmless. Although if a ray decides to harm someone, then it will be impossible to stop him. Only a few gifted wizards can stop him. One of them is Sion. The boy is the only one of the Greta Academy who owns the magic of spirits. Helmet thinks that he could also catch the spirit. He is pleased to meet, but he is now on the task, and he needs to work. Sean guesses that his task is to catch a ghost at Greta Academy. The guy asks the magician that he knows about it. The boy knows a little, and he himself is very interesting to this topic. Shen offers to take him as assistants. The guys came to the building of the Faculty of Fencing. After the ghost appeared here, everyone fled, and even cockroaches. Helmet asks the boy, "Is the ghost so scary?" The magician does not think so. Sean thinks not a threat, but simply scares because if black magic was involved here, then the teachers noticed this. In this case, the swordsman is going to find him and sends the magician to go the other way. The guy wants to divide with the Sion, but he says that they should hold together, and 2 pairs of eyes are better than 1. The magician asks Helmet what they will do if they find him. The guy replies that they will eliminate him. Meanwhile, the ghost itself monitors the youths from the darkness. The guys enter the next room, and there is nothing here either. Sean thinks the ghost moved to another building. Helmet wants to find at least one clue. He asks the magician to find something. Because he stared at something, the boy replies that nothing special. Sean is interested in the swordsman how much time he has on the task. The guy says he needs to cope in about 2 weeks. But suddenly Sion turned pale and stares to the side, pointing his finger. At the end of the corridor, there is someone's silhouette similar to a ghost. Helmet is about to get a sword and attack, but the creature takes off the hood and it turns out this is Area. He asks them that they forgot here. Xian says that Helmet is looking for a ghost, and he helps him in this. His Area does not understand why he would work, if he has money, if he has already arrived. Let him rest better. The swordsman says it doesn't matter. The magician of spirits asks Area why he is here. The young man replies that he also hunts him. Shan thinks the guy also wants to earn extra money. Area says this nonsense, and he just does it at the request of the leadership. The boy is simply interesting, because usually the guy does not deal with such things. He answers him that he was just interested. Helmet thinks once this task from the academy, then the matter is definitely not simple. Shan offers them the 3 of them to arrange a hunt for a ghost, and at the same time save time. His Area agrees and says, the more people the better. The swordsman also agrees with him. The ghost was seen in the training hall, in the professor's office, in the gym, and on the examination site. And all these places have something in common. Shan completes his thought and says that all this is in the building of the Faculty of Fencing. Area says this correctly, and for some reason the ghost does not appear in the building of the Faculty of Magic. Helmet thinks behind this can stand one of the magicians. The boy does not understand who it is and why he would. He heard that the ghost used magic, and usually they are not talkative. Is Area a magician says, capable of using magic of this level, would not engage in such nonsense. But even if it is so, young man, it is not clear why the ghost settled in the Faculty of Fencing. Xian thinks that the ghost avoids magicians because he is vulnerable to magical attacks. Helmet says ghosts, in principle, you cannot attack physically. His Area asks him from where he was. The guy is silent. Previously, he asked Eden about the ghosts. The man heard that one student, as soon as he met the ghost, then immediately decided to hit him with a sword, but it is useless against them. Shen realized that the ghost is real. The guy wondered if he was interested in at least someone with whom he could share his opinion and discuss something. After all, Elga only growled on him, and Darian constantly reported and taught. And even with the mercenaries of the avant-garde, he never spoke. They never discussed plans. Helmet thinks once they have 3 information, and by uniting it, they can get an answer, then this is probably communication. Is Area thinks if the ghost is invulnerable to physical attacks, let Helmet try to use the flow of power, because he is good in this. The guy thinks to try and concentrates energy in his sword. Xian says that the guy scared him to death. The boy believes that they need to continue tomorrow. He is tired, and it is difficult for him to think. He tells them not to linger and be careful. Is Area asks Helmet whether he has any ideas. The guy from the very beginning noticed that he does not have a physical form, avoids magic, and loves to frolic. Helmet asks the magician will be able to create their spirit. Area taught him everything that he knows, and unfortunately the ability to create spirits is not included in it. The guy asks the magician what they will do in this case. The magician says really Helmet forgot that they have an excellent acquaintance who knows how to create spirits. Helmet asks where Sion headed. Isaiah thinks that he most likely decided to hunt the spirit. The guy guesses that the magician from the very beginning knew that this was not a spirit, but a ghost. And now he specially sent Sion. Area says so necessary, and this is the only chance for him. The guys ran out of the room. Helmet thinks they should move on, and the magician says that they know the approximate place. The young man, using the magic of the search, sees traces on Earth. They lead towards the Faculty of Fencing. In any case, the guys did not know where to exactly look for the spirit. The magician offers Helmet to find a spirit before Sion does it. Is Area says in the Faculty of Fencing there is its own hierarchy. Although everyone is studying at one faculty, but depending on the skills, the training room is available only to some classes. Most likely, the spirit used it because people rarely happen here, and this is what he needs. In addition to the training hall, there is still a private for the highway scholarships. The magician offers him to go there. The magician noticed that Helmet stared at something. The guy says Eden has his own personal training room. Helmet thinks in it people are less likely. His Area asks him whether it is possible to just come in without permission. The swordsman thinks since they are on the assignment, it is possible. The magician felt the presence of the spirit and is sure that he is here. Helmet asks him whether he does it at the request of the academy. Hyrea says since they went so far, it makes no sense to hide it, and he is unhappy that only Sion can work with spirits at their academy. The guy guesses that the magician wants to catch the spirit and study. The magician confirms this, and says that at the same time, Helmet will help. He clicks his fingers and uses silence. After that, the guy will not be found. Is Area asks the young man to become a bait for the spirit, because he helped him out more than once. Helmet notes that something crawls out from under the wall. This is a ghost of the Greta Academy. The magician thanks the guy for a good job. He uses the technique of walls. However, the monster spiked his attacks. The young man uses a magic barrier, and now the spirit will not be able to leave the training room. While Area uses it, he cannot move. Therefore, he tells Helmet to deal with the spirit. The guy thinks once not to kill the monster with a sword. Then he uses the energy of the body. The ghost is also preparing to attack. Helmet cuts him along and thinks that he won, but the monster is whole and ready to fight. The guy decides to hit harder to defeat him. As soon as they approached each other, Sion appears and uses radiance. Sion said he did not think that he could call him so quickly. It was a very strong dark spirit. The boy says that for starters a monster should be blocked by a veil of light. It will be able to hold it for a while. Helmet agrees, but it seems that the spirit is also scared. Area asks how to defeat him. Xian thinks the magician, for the sake of experiments, is ready to catch this sweet spirit. The guy says that Sion himself did not want to help him in the study. Besides, he is the only magician at the academy who can manage spirits. The boy did not help him because Area continues to talk about his experiments. Xian says this sweet baby is also a spirit and you cannot be so heartless. He says the spirit cannot be missed because it is too dangerous. The boy asks Arya to support the magic barrier, and Helmut asks not to attack the spirit and Xian need time. The guys decide to try to deal with the monster. The spirit is quite fast, but even so it does not know in strength to the guy. Xian asks to wait a little more. The monster wriggles and attacks the swordsman. Helmut thinks it was quite dangerous. The spirit knows that the guy cannot be attacking. The young man decides in this case to give him fun. Xian distracts Helmut and asks not to attack him. The monster uses this opportunity and imprints the young man into the wall. The boy apologizes to him, but now the spirit is weakened, and he must do it. Xian says that he himself will cope with him. The spirit backs back and tries to destroy the barrier. Isaiah asks the boy to stop him. The young man says the spirit is angry and now he is unlikely to cope with him. The monster decides to attack Arya because he holds the barrier. Helmut has no choice, and he stands up for the guy and cuts the spirit in half. Arya uses a small barrier from the snake, but it leaves. The monster looks frightened, and Helmut catches up with him and attacks him. The spirit is driven into a dead end and goes directly to the magic seals of the Xian. The guy tells the monster that this is the end, and he must disappear. After that, there was a large trace of black smoke. Xian sealed the spirit to tiny sizes. Harea was completely exhausted, because he kept a magic barrier for so long. The employee of the Guild of Mercenaries is surprised that because of such a little ghost, such a commotion was arranged. He does not understand where he came from there at all. Xian says there is a couple of reasons. Under the influence of magic, the probability is low, but interruptions could occur due to the presence of a dark aura. But in the end, everything was allowed successfully. Xian began to praise his merits. Although he received the task of Helmut, his area asked him to shut up. The boy does not understand why they did not pay right away, because they even saw that spirit. His area tells him that they need time to make sure that they caught that ghost and asks them to come in 3 days. The magician says where to rush to shine, because this is not even his money. The guy says Helmut their friend, so he is worried. Now they will support each other. Their meeting is destined for fate. They squeeze each other's hands. Helmut thinks friendship is not something bad. Xian tells the swordsman to ask their wealthy comrade Isaiah to buy food for them. The magician says that the boy was completely lost because they still need to put things in order after themselves. Helmut looks at the leaf and does not understand what the 3rd floor and the room are 301. Eden says this is his room in the hostel. All the students of the academy are provided with a room and asks the guy to study. The guy thinks he is ready. The professor says tomorrow the lists of those who have arrived will appear. The young man should prepare. And the man asks him to go to his room because he lives there all the same. Before he went in search of work, the academy was quite quiet. He first experiences something like that. A guy engaged in a hostel looks at Helmut's letter about the settlement. For some reason he was surprised that Helmut has a 3rd floor and a room of 301. Hadia was tired for the last 2 days. He had exhausted him. He was tired, and he never had friends, and he does not want to get involved in it. The magician thinks all because of Helmut and how he met him. A series of strange events began. The guy hopes that after the start of his studies, they will never meet again. And Helmut, meanwhile, is turning the key to his room. Max threatens young men and tells them that they are from Black Hawks. The boy is afraid and cannot tie 2 words. Paul asks for his comrade. He asks him to follow the rules. The rules say that you need to kill those who do not obey them. Suddenly, someone in a black robe appears behind them and tells Max whom he was going to kill. Because they could not even deal with Helmut, he says there is no chance to change his life with the best. Paul turns around and attacks him. His blood rushed and Max was surprised and scared. He says to go out to their mysterious enemy. The unknown says funny. The fact that the one who cowardly hid all the time speaks of hide and seek. The man also understands Max and says that you should not defile the name of the Black Hawks. Their name is something, therefore he will not let him lower. He realized that for a start, the guys had to be interviewed before killing and deciding to ask the young men what they knew. And the boys screamed throughout the street. Helmut enters his room. The hostel is certainly not the House of Eden, but still better than sleeping under a snag in the forest. After he got out of the indigenous forest, the guy met the mercenaries of the avant-garde, and now he entered the Academy of Greta. Now the young man feels that this is the beginning of a new life. From that moment, he will focus on increasing his strength. Helmut felt someone around the corner. He and Isa stand on opposite sides of the wall. The swordsman says that he also does not understand this room in this room, because he lives here. The guy was identified in this room. The Isaiah says this should not have happened, but now I realized why there are 2 beds. Helmut asks the magician where he is going. He replies that he is going to the dean and tells him not to touch anything here. Otherwise, the guy will certainly beat the swordsman. The swordsman does not understand why Arya hates him like that. The magician abruptly bursts to the dean of Liam Weiss that the old man already spits his tea. His area does not understand why he had a neighbor in the room. As the head of the Faculty of Magic, he was supposed to live alone, and the guy is unhappy. Liam Weiss expected this from the guy. The dean apologizes, but due to the repair, which they started on the holidays, the number of rooms is now limited. The guy says that they are still obliged to keep his promise, and Liam Weiss himself should know why. The old man just asks him to be more careful for the magic of illusions on him by the Archmage and the simple student of the Faculty of Fencing, not to recognize him. His area says this irresponsibly, and even the minimum risk should be excluded. Liam Weiss thinks to allocate a separate room, when they have such a situation of this slightly more privileges, that he should be moreover. It is logical to populate the one with whom they are close, and asks him to tolerate the semester. Area was surprised at the words that they are close. The dean heard that the magician helped the young man in training. The guy says he had no choice, because Helmut paid decently. The guy says that he met a swordsman not so long ago. The duty of the dean as a guardian and teacher is to maintain their friendship. He promises to allocate a separate room if he suffers only one semester. The dean says that with grief in half, Area agreed. It turns out this is a girl, not a guy. Now Liam should watch whether she can handle it. Helmut sees that the magician did not achieve what she wanted. Isa says that he is at least attentive. The girl asks him to live with her in the same room. The guy replies that he has no choice. Area lives separately, since she is the head of the faculty. But in this semester she will have to share the room with a young man. She says that she could withdraw and conduct it to the academy with the help of magic. Helmut says that Eden will not allow, and they will catch them so someday. The magician warns that living with her is not so simple, because she is quite picky, and asks him for really whether the guy wants to stay. The swordsman is confident for him better than anyone else. He thinks the same situation. Helmut thinks with the magician it will be more comfortable to communicate at the academy, and this is much better than living with someone from the Faculty of Fencing. Area thinks why she generally agreed to help him with exams. The swordsman has already transferred his things, and he can only discuss the living conditions with the magician. The guy asks to tell her about his rules. Area says that behind the curtain there will be its space. The territory of Helmut is more, therefore. She asks him not to be indignant, and not even think about crossing abroad. The magician will impose a spell on a blocking noise, but still asks not to publish a guy at night loud sounds, and without any unpleasant odors. He must maintain cleanliness in the bathroom. Is also strictly forbidden to bring someone, and especially from the Faculty of Magic. The girl tells him to call her, even if she does not immediately respond. Let him continue to call. Area finishes and tells him to go about his business. Helmut agrees. Helmut tells the magician that he relies on her. The guys are discussing Helmut. He successfully passed the exam and is now under the guardianship of Eden. Sabbat says that soon the young man will understand that the commoner is too far from the noble persons. Tomorrow is a fencing lesson, and they are going to teach him a lesson. Helmut put on a uniform. He thought she would not like him, but his surprise form is quite good. Area told him that in the first semester there would be nothing interesting. The guy thinks to go to the training room immediately after class. Xian notes that Helmut left the 301st room. The swordsman does not understand what the problem is. The guy says this is the Area's room, and thinks they really live together. Helmut says that it happened. The magician says that Area has privileges, and really he's seriously allowed to share the room. Xian wishes the guy more patience with such a neighbor. The magician says that Helmut will have no difficulties in the fencing lesson, but he asks not to contact the frantic dog of the Faculty of Fencing. The guy is surprised that they have a dog. Xian says that this is not in the literal sense, and he talks about a strange and insensitive guy. This is a sort of year, who last year beat everyone who contacted him to half-death. One of the students even had to stop classes due to the fact that this guy bit his ear. Since then, they are trying to bypass him. Helmut does not think that this is permissible. Xian replies that this guy was removed for a while from classes. The magician wishes a young man of luck in the lesson, and says that if the Area gets him out, let him go to him in 307th room. In the fencing lesson, the teacher asks sabers to stand in 4 rows. Helmut from this only understood the word 4, but quickly realized and stood like everyone else. The man noticed that the young men had a good rest on the holidays, and since today the first lesson, they will begin with basic exercises. He did not think that one of them was cooling during the holidays as a student of the Greta Academy, and told them to run 20 circles around the site. All students are indignant and think that this is a lot, and for Helmut this is not enough for a warm-up. The guy who runs next to him thinks Helmut looks good, but the more he looks at him the more commoner he does not like. He thinks if he puts a footboard of Helmut, then he will definitely stumble. The student is trying to do this. But the young man is surprised that his venture did not work. The guy is angry that Helmet specially escaped his steps a couple of times. At the next attempt, the swordsman simply knocks off the offender from his feet. The instructor asks what happened, and the guy replied that he was just hesitating. Helmet continued to run further as if nothing had happened, and the one who tried to humiliate him is very angry. The teacher tells the guys a little rest and asks someone to help him. The guy who wanted to put Helmet the footboard first tried to hit him, but the swordsman easily dodged, and then he says that because of him he fell. Helmet replies that the young man was the first to try to do it. The noble young man does not understand how Helmet dares to talk to him and says that the rules of the academy will not protect him, and he will run into problems. He tells him not hoping for defense, and not forget that he is a commoner. Another student tells Aaron to stop and not spend strength on Helmet, because he will still have a chance. Helmet does not understand why it is to brag about what he himself did not achieve, and Aaron only a weakness relying on his status. The guy thinks that it is worth teaching this noble upstart. Suddenly, Helmet is hiding a guy with blue hair and asks if they say about him that he is a commoner. Aaron asks a guy with blue hair who he is. The guy does not know Aaron, and he thinks new. The young man heard that someone was called a commoner, and thought that it was about him. Sabat says that jerks from the faculty of fencing allow themselves too much and his patience burst. That young man agrees and also does not like to endure. He asks to show Sabat what will happen if he stops restraining. Sabata pulls his friend and asks to calm down. The blonde decides to leave common people alone. They told him that this guy was the same frantic dog. Everyone is discussing a frantic dog because he was late for the first lesson. Helmet realized who is standing next to him. The instructor asks the guys to go out and take a wooden sword when he calls their name. The man asks Aski why he was late. He replies that he was detained by the teacher Patricia. The teacher says to come up with him, something more rightly, because she is not there today, and gives him an additional 10 circles. Helmet seems that a mad dog has no good reputation, but after his act there can be no question of her. The man says he will prepare for training, and he will closely monitor everyone. The young man exercises with a wooden sword. The instructor silently monitors his movements. Eden said that the first semester of the guy should pass without incident, but he has a foreboding that a lot will change soon. Asuka asks the young man if he wants to thank him, because he prevented their fight. Helmet replies that he did not ask for help. Asuka asks him for sure that of the simple time so important. A frantic dog believes that commoners are better than holding together. He reaches out to him, and Helmet notes that energy is concentrated in it. Asuka realized that the guy noticed this and said that he was capable. The young man warns Helmet so that he does not focus on not his origin, and he hates when he is asked for help. The frantic dog offers to live together and leaves. Helmet came into the room and thinks, does he look like someone who is ready to get into a fight? Arya is going to brush her teeth. She does not think so, and the swordsman looks loaded. The magician says that they are stupid idiots who can only be proud of their status. The girl offers him to show what he is capable of, then all questions will disappear. Eden asked Helmet not to start the fight first. Arya replies that everything depends on how to do it. The guy can provoke Sabata, and better all his friends to attack him. And from a legitimate swordsman can simply wait for a training battle. Helmet asks the magician what is wrong. Arya says that before entering, the guy would definitely give free rein to his fists, and pleases the idea that classes with her were not in vain. The guy asks her whether the magician cannot restrain herself, being the best at the faculty. The girl says this strange logic. In this case, the swordsman does not understand Asuka at all. Sabat and his company passes by Asuka. He is interested in how much the guy will last with his assessments. He says that sooner or later he will turn Asuka into an obedient dog. Asuka beats a friend of a blonde on the head. He does not understand why he was hit, and Sabat is surprised. The mad dog says that he was worried and wants him to be tamed right now. A person of any status and origin could enter the Gret Academy, but it is impossible to eradicate a prejudice that strengthened for hundreds of years, namely the neglect of the noble and the persecution of commoners. Despite the fact that initially, it was not clearly, it happened steadily. And only Asuka went around because he was the best student of the faculty and a frantic dog, and this scared the rest. Asuka asks Sabat why he hatched, and from the fact that he will look at him, the guy will not become his dog. The blonde says that everyone knows what Asuka made last year, and his nickname is justified. Asuka thinks the guy was scared and will not attack. The young man replies that after removing it seemed to him that the frantic dog would no longer look for adventure on his ass. Sabat thinks Asuka will have big problems if he is removed again. The blonde thinks to beat the young man and tells him to be prepared to be humiliated both in social and physical terms. Asuka will not be able to hit him, because the instigator is always to blame, and even he is afraid to be expelled according to Sabat. The frantic dog does not tolerate this and is going to attack the blonde. However, they both fall to the ground from a blow with a wooden sword. The teacher says they decided very bold time to wave their fists on the territory of the academy. Asuka says that it was not he who began, but Sabet and his friends attacked him. The teacher beats him on the head, and she repeats to him that he cannot fight every time. The girl says that Sabat is also no better, and first of all, as a student of the Greta Academy, he must evaluate the enemy's skills. The blonde replies that it will take this into account. She warns that the next lesson will begin soon, and she asks Asuka to go with her. Sabat tells his friends to go. The girl beats the young man again. He does not understand why. The teacher asks him to begin to restrain him because he was already removed once. The teacher will close his eyes this time, but he will not protect the guy. The girl understands that Asuke is now not easy, but by the end of the school year she is sure that the guy will receive recognition. He is an outstanding student, and she wants him to lose everything because of such hassles. She heard that the brand new helmet coped well with the first lesson. Asuka does not understand who she was about. The teacher says that he is the same commoner, so she asks to be softer with him. Because they are in the same position, they could get along. Asuka understood who she was talking about. The guy is not going to get closer to anyone. He thinks helmet and is good in itself, so he can handle it. The girl wants to start a lesson and is going to arrange a roll call. Someone from the crowd says that helmet is not yet. She asked if the guys told him where the lesson would be, and the student confirmed this. The teacher asked to go after him. The girl asks Helmet why he was late. The guy says he did not know that the place of the lesson was changed. The one who told the guy about the office says that he handed over everything correctly. The teacher says she asked Helmet and repeats the question. She thinks that he was sent to another audience and asks him to be honest. The guy says that he probably did not hear and apologizes to the teacher. Helmet, deliberately or not, he delayed the beginning of classes, the girl says, to run to him 10 circles after classes. Asuka thinks that still the guy is the same as everyone else. Today, in the framework of basic training, they will pay attention to endurance training since it directly affects the level of combat skill. Each of them received an almond-shaped ball. The teacher says to put him on the sword and prevent him from falling, and those who will hold out for 30 minutes will be released. The girl asks Helmet to go out and help her. Yesterday, Asuke, it seemed that the guy had a character, but he is a cunning fox, not like him. Even under the face of death, a frantic dog will never bend under the nobleman. Helmet throws the ball into the one who gave him false information about the lesson. The shell falls straight into his stomach. The teacher was surprised at his blow. Asuka also did not expect this. The guy in whom he flew coughing and grabbed his stomach. Helmet apologizes because the young man stood so far, and he did not think to do it. Asuka does not understand what he is doing and on whose side he is. The guy looks at his huge bruise, which Helmet made him. He still aches. He does not understand how a commoner could put such a bruise with a ball. Sabat says that at least he will fall off the guy with his finger. The young man replies that he was indeed exposed to a stone. Eren thinks okay, but he does not understand what Helmet hopes for. The blonde says they are not angry and from tomorrow to be more faint with them. His friends thought that he had gone crazy, but Sabat asks them to be friends with Asuka and Helmet until death would be separated. But this will happen very soon. The guys ask what this means. Sabat says they themselves will see everything soon. Sion decided to visit Helmet and laughs that he received a disciplinary reprimand on the second day. Helmet smiles and says that it was so. Pertuen does not understand what with the swordsman, because he was not such a face, and his area says not to enter the room without warning. Xian thinks the magician is upset because he came to visit Helmet, not him. His area says that he did not allow him to enter his room. Sion replies that Helmet allowed him, and in general the guy does not understand why the magician suddenly allowed the magician to put someone else. The magician could not stand it and drove them out of the room. Xian thinks some kind of hospitable. Because of him, Helmet flew, but he does not understand why he smiles so much and why he has such a good mood. Helmet says he has an occasion for pride. Of course, all the problems cannot be solved with a throw of the sword, but he feels better from this. Sion asks the guy not to be the same as Asuka. The guy is not going to bring Eden, and as Hireya said, such a problem can be solved by training sparring, and there he will definitely show himself. Xian invites him to take a walk in the center of Baden this weekend, because he was going so. Helmet says that he cannot, and he needs to go to talk with the Yadan. The magician asks the young man whether it is possible to go with him. The guy says that strong friendships are important, and Eden will appreciate if Helmet arrives with a friend. The swordsman thought about it. Xian says that he will run to him for the weekend and asks the guy not to leave without him. Helmet is bewildered because he did not say that he agreed. At night in Baden, a man welcomes his master and gives him new orders. The chapter says that like such jerks who do not understand anything in this world are treating this, but since they pay, They will have to get to work. He says that recently people appeared who extradite themselves to the Black Hawks extorting money. The man will figure it out and asks his subordinates to do nothing. The man noticed some name and asks whether it was familiar with Crom. The Edge is not sure that he knows him. The head suggests postponing this task and dealing with others. He asks to get information about it and report it. The man has a bad foreboding on behalf of Helmet. At the weekend, students of the Greta Academy run to the center of Baden, and the campus covers frightening silence. Sion does not understand why Helmet did not take anything except his sword. He is surprised that the mocker did not take anything because they go for 2 days. It was important to move lightly in the indigenous forest, and Helmet still had this habit. Xian says his area does not go out for a walk, except for rare holidays. He doubts that the magician went home at all, even if they were far away. But even Xian visits his parents every 3 months. The guy asks Helmet not to understand him wrong, and he simply watches his opponent. Helmet says if he is so interested, let him ask the magician himself. Shen believes that it is still not worth it. Asuka also walks around Baden, and this raises his mood. He chews something on a stick. The guy does not understand why the noble people strive to attack him. The frantic dog is going to deal with them. He believes that it is better to die than lean in front of them. He thinks Helmet is often subjected to mockery and simply endures, but rarely. But he aptly fights off. Asuka would like to see Jerome, who was curved from a ball. The guy is not going to become friends with Helmet, but can chat with him next week. He is watched from the side. A mad dog asks them who sent them. Someone set these guys on him. The young man guesses who it could be. Asuka wanted to take up the sword, but he remembered that he had left him in the repair shop. The guy says, "What are they unprincipled, once decided to beat the child?" The bandits take their swords from the scabbard. Asuka distracts them and supposedly calls Professor Allen. He dealt with those who stood in front of him and rushed to run away. The robbers are surprised by his speeds and decide to pursue him further. The frantic dog has already accelerated, but in front of it is a dead end. The bandits surrounded him from all sides. The guy tells them to attack. He wants to see what they are capable of. Eden thanks Xian for his visit and hopes that he would like food. The magician says that the food in the mansion is straight to match the reputation of Kudlo. The man asks to call him a professor and it will be better. The professor is glad that Helmet found such a good and polite comrade. The guy noticed that for some reason people are greatly changing the speech to the manner of speech and thinking about this later. Xian tells Helmet that they had been waiting for this weekend for a long time and invites him to inspect the vicinity of Baden. Helmut prefers to practice, and the man advises and invites them to visit not only the center, because Baden is a big city with beautiful places. The guy thinks that Darien sent him to the academy for sure for this. Xian says that Helmut had not been sweetly these days, so a neighbor around the room was not lucky. The swordsman replies that he had no problems with the area. The magician says that he has no problem with the Hallet because he constantly breaks down on him. For the sake of research, he causes him even at dawn. Helmut says that Xian improves his skills, so the guy replies that at least this comforts him. It seems to the magician that Arya is listening to Helmut's words, and a man appears behind him. Xian scares and jumps, and Helmut realized who it was. Asuka asks the magician to help him a little. The guy stands all the battered and in rags. His pursuers appear in front of the guys. The magician asks them who they are. Helmut realized that these were Black Hawks. Asuka says that they are cowards, because the moment was guessed when he was unarmed. Xian does not understand how they dared to attack the student of the Greta Academy, right in the middle of Baden, and says that the frantic dog has enemies everywhere. Helmut goes forward and prepares for battle. He has a couple of questions for Black Hawks. Xian asks Helmut what he is talking about. The young man understands that the Black Hawks are ready to kill anyone for whom the price will be set. A student of the academy could not cross their path, so that they would be tied after him. It is definitely a business. Recently, Helmut buried a couple of people from their organization, and they should have a tip on him. But the guy did not think that they would touch him while he was a student of the Greta Academy. He needed something to make sure of something. One of the Black Hawks asks his boss what to do. The man tells them to think about the consequences, and the guys should not leave witnesses, even if they are students. The boss orders to deal with them right now and start with the one who exposed the sword. But Helmut is not a blunder and cuts off his hand. The second robber wanted to attack, and the guy knocked out the sword from his hands. The young man is dealing with the last enemy. Asuka and Xian are shocked after watching this massacre. The frantic dog is surprised, because Helmut did not even use energy and his skills on top. The guy did not expect that the seed of darkness would not react in any way until he killed anyone. Everything should be in order. Xian does not want to understand what happened here, and immediately asks who these guys. Helmut says these Black Hawks. One of the bandits wanted to reach for a sword, but the guy did not let him take it and stepped on his foot. He says the Black Hawks attack everyone for whose life they paid. Asuka wants them to personally name the name of the customer. The guy already has guesses. Helmet does not think that the bandits will split so quickly, but he himself has questions. The swordsman says they can be silent as much as they like, but if you start cutting the finger, then at some point the robbers will speak. Sion says that even if he was attacked the first and he is a student of the academy, it still goes beyond self-defense. Asuka thinks that Helmet has a strange way of thinking. The magician thinks that now the best decision would be to call the guard, because interrogations are their work. The frantic dog does not think that they will believe them. Most likely everything will dwell on the fact that they are commoners, not nobles. Sion says an attack on a student. This is a big crime. The magician goes to call the guard and asks Helmet just in case not to touch their fingers. The guy said he would not touch them. Helmet asks a man how he knows. The man says that he does not understand what he is talking about. This answer is enough for the young man. The guys arrived at the academy. The professor heard about what happened, and glad that the guys are intact. The girl asks them to go to rest, and in the morning to go to the dean and asks Asuka whether he needs a doctor, because it seems to her that he is seriously wounded. The guy replies that he is not worth it. The guys left. Sion thinks that Asuka is still worth going to the nurse, and he says that at such an hour she will not help him. The young man has already provided first aid and now the best medicine is a vacation. Sion says that the chopped wound on his side will soon open and offers him to ask Mago. Asuka replies that he has no money. Such a magic will come out in a penny. The young man says there is a free way. Asuka and Helmet do not understand what he means. The sleepy area opens the door for them. Xian says how great he is not sleeping. The magician replies that he will throw them out of here if they do not say why they come right now. Xian says that he has one request. Asuka for the first time sees him and says that Hiraya is really handsome as a girl. The magician asks him why he put on a sex rag. The frantic dog wanted to object to him, but Xian stopped him. The guy asks to heal Asuka, because Izaya owns a healing magic. The magician with sarcasm asks seriously whether Xian asks him about this in the middle of the night. Helmet also asked him. Arya thought and reluctantly told them to enter. He asked them not to think them that he helps them just because such a service is expensive. At least the guy intends to get compensation. The magician asks Helmet that he would give him in return, because he asked him to heal Asuka. Helmet infuriates this, but he tells the magician to ask for everything he wants. Arya tells him not to forget about this promise. The magician calls the frantic dog a linger and says he sits down. Isaiah quickly heals him and wants them to get out of here. Asuka is angry with him, and Helmet and the Sion laugh from behind. Helmet thinks that he hurried a little with such a promise. Is Arya healed him from the wounds? He asks Asuka with his face, and if he had something to say, let him say. Asuka says that the magician looks fragile, but has such skills, and since they have already finished, he will go. The magician did not think that the frantic dog was so tactless, and thinks that it was not worth it to contact him. Sion finds his pluses and says that the best in the faculty of fencing in front of him could play in the hands of Arya. Arya doubts that he tamed him. Sion asks not to talk about him like that. Xian noticed that Helmet again deteriorated his face. He replies that he did not need a nobody of help. The guy tells the swordsman not to accept good relations for granted, even if Helmet and strong. But he will not be able to do everything alone. The young man says that is Arya too. He does not understand how he began to be friends with these two. The magician replies to him that since he was so unhappy, let him fail from here, and he never said that they were friends. Sion says that he helped him in research, and this is too much, and the magician says that it was a mutually beneficial deal, and Helmet thought about friendship. The dean says that those 4 who attacked students in the center of Baden were arrested last night, and today the news about their escape was received. Asuka is angry and does not understand how permissible this is. The man tells him to scream how much he will fit, but he cannot do anything about it. He thinks that 4 of the guards helped that 4. Shun asks what measures they are going to take, because this incident threatens students. The dean says that he will not leave it just like that. They will interrogate each of the students, and he will report the news to the children. Asuka thinks they had to be tortured. As Helmet said, he does not understand how 4 people were able to escape so easily. Sion replies that the investigation does not stop, and they just have to expect. The mad dog says that the magician specifically says because he knows that he does not like to wait more than anything in the world. And Sion told him to act as he considers necessary. Helmet tells him not to draw them into his affairs. Asuka objected, because the guy behaves as if he does not concern him, and tells him that the next time they can attack him. The guy asks him to solve his problem himself, and when he himself will have problems, he will solve them on his own. Asuka says how heartlessly it is. Helmet reminds him that he himself said that their origin did not make them friends. Sion asks them to stop. The magician goes to the lesson and hopes that the next time they will be called when something will become clear. The frantic dog does not think so. The guy asks Helmet where he was going. He answers him that he was going to training, and he has not been there for a long time. Asuka with sarcasm says what kind of Helmet the hard worker. He follows the guy. The young man notices this and asks Asuka why he clung to him. He tells him not to pay attention and just in the same direction. The frantic dog does not think that the Gelmit is a weakling and asks him if his bastards who imagine themselves to be the masters are annoying only because of their high position. Helmet muttered that Asuka is the only one who annoyed him and answers him that this is so. But he does not intend to behave like him. Asuka does not think so, especially when Helmet was charged with the ball into that guy. It seems to him that the swordsman became their goal. Asuka says that if the guy thinks that he will prove something in the classroom, then he is mistaken, because he is the best student of the faculty and cannot cope with them. Helmet says this because of the bad nature of a frantic dog. He answers him not to teach his life. The guy believes that the first to start a fight is not good, and it is worth establishing a relationship with classmates. Asuka laughs with his obedience and thinks that the young men taught him to be friends with the nobles. Helmet got angry and replies that he does not have much patience to allow him to endlessly get him, and Asuka is no exception. The frantic dog immediately tensed from the guy's energy. He says that he understood which Helmet is serious. The guys enter the room. Asuka is asking this is not their common hall. The guy answers him that this is the personal hall of Professor Eden, and he personally allowed him to use it. The frantic dog is surprised and does not understand how Helmet could afford this and asks whether he could also use the hall. Helmet says that he cannot and asks him not to interfere. He slammed the door in front of him, and Asuka thinks what Helmet heartless. The young man asks Eren was silent for interrogation. He confirms this and thinks that they are so carefully interrogated due to the denunciation of Asuka. While the guys are silent, the academy has no chance to go to Blackhawks. But they don't understand how to be with Sabat now. The blonde does not understand how the Blackhawks could not deal with the children. The academy will not stop the investigation until it will finish it, and the Hawks will not be able to hide it all their lives. The guy is going to do everything so that Helmet and Asuka do not leave the Greta Academy alive. The teacher recalls that from next week, sparring classes begin. Helmet is glad, because this happened faster than it seemed. His patience is coming to an end. The punishment cannot be avoided, but if he can deal with the offenders, then the guy uses this opportunity. If this does not work, then the young man will think about the consequences later. The professor tells them to shut up. She understands that they are all excited, but before the start of classes they must do something important. The girl says that the day after tomorrow will be a test that will affect the grades, so students should be familiar with educational material. Is Arya surprised that Helmet has not yet bought textbooks? He understands that it was possible to forget about the exam. But how could it be impossible to buy a book is not clear to him. The swordsman thinks that Eden did not say anything to him. But the young man remembered that Eden asked to buy his textbooks on the way to the hostel. But since they were attacked by Blackhawks, the guys were forced to return to the academy as soon as possible, and Helmet did not buy books. The magician offers to ask the young man permission to exit, as he needs to buy textbooks. They will release him without problems, but the swordsman says that he has no money. Hyrea thinks that the guy received money for the task, but when Helmet paid him 10,000 mark, he knew that something like this would happen. Helmet says that he left all the money in a safe place with Eden, but the road to the professor will take too much time, and the guy hopes that the magician will tell him where to get the money quickly because he only trusts him. The magician thinks that the young man just wants to borrow money from him. The swordsman says that if the Arya takes him money, then he will return it this weekend. Arya asks him to go out because she needs to get together. The guy says that he himself can buy books. The girl cannot live calmly, knowing that Helmet spends her money and says that she has nothing to do so they will go together. And the magician thinks, if the swordsman goes to Baden alone, he can also expect him that both Asuka and Tu will be safer. The guys knew that Sion and Asuka would be binded after them. Sion said that he also wanted to buy. Therefore he went with them, and he himself thinks that he would happen. Something interesting, and does not want to miss it. Asuka said that since they are from one faculty, he will help to choose literature. But in fact, he just wants to dump from the academy. Arya asks Helmet. Since when he was dragging with these tormenting types, the swordsman replies that he did not want to. Xian adores the smell of books, and Arya shows where there are books for fencers. The young man needs books on middle-level fencing, on basic skills to handle energy and etiquette. By the name of the books, it was clear that these are the foundations, and in this case, he did not understand why to buy textbooks in which it is written what he knows. Asuka invites him to take a book that he holds in his hand. Helmut replies that this is not a book. The frantic dog says that Professor Patricia has a difficult character, and she does not always ask questions on the topic. The girl may demand the knowledge of the senior course, or use unfamiliar vocabulary. The guy studied all the materials until the 4th year and says that this book is the best for preparation. The young man does not understand why Helmut and Arya look at him like that. The magician says that even a rabid dog can be tamed and his knowledge is impressive. Asuka is angry and does not understand why the Isaiah treats him like that. Xian offers Arya to buy a book to him too. The magician replies that only for his money. The store employee says that they have 2,000 mark. Helmut thinks 2,000 mark is a small part of the money that he paid Arya. The girl notices Arya. The magician says that she was revealed. Asuka tends to her and asks for an autograph. The magician replies that the guy only attracts attention and tells him to shut up. Xian tells his Arya that that is the highest score at the faculty in history and stupid to try to stay inconspicuous. Haraya thinks that it was not worth going with them and spending so much energy on it because she is very tired. Helmut asks the magician whether she has textbooks. The girl replies that, of course there is, and does she look like someone who could forget to buy them? The swordsman does not understand what a lot about these books, because she knows a lot. Arya says that scientists have different views on the same things. Textbooks are valuable in that they help to establish the objectivity of information. The magician says that Helmut is talented, but if he thinks that he knows a lot about the world, he is awaiting a surprise. The girl tells him diligently learning and not to lift her nose, and also not to lose textbooks. If the guy loses them, then the magician will not help him anymore. Helmut agreed with him. The promise of this evening was broken the very next day, and the guy did not find his textbooks in the locker. Asuka says that these nobles have completely lost their fear once on their cabinets, and the swordsman is silent, but very angry. The teacher says that sparring training will begin right now. The opponent must be chosen by mutual agreement, and naturally cannot be used by energy. The man believes that it is better to compete with someone new than getting up a couple with a friend. Asuka offers Sabata to get up with him. The guy thinks that he annoys the blonde, and this is their chance to cross their swords, and the fighter cannot refuse this. Sabat says that he is forced to refuse because he chose another opponent. Asuka recalls that the coach advised him to find an opponent with whom he had no experience. The blonde does not understand since when the frantic dog began to carefully listen to the teachers and offers to stand in pair with that commoner. The guy tells why they all should not be grouped against him, and Helmut gets fast and offers them to fight with them. He tells them to attack the guys at once. This will not affect the result. This is a sign of weakness. Aaron says how much boasting is in Helmut and invites him to try if he dares. Before the lesson, Sabat with friends is discussed how to provoke commoners. The young man does not know how about Helmut well. They definitely cannot overcome Asuka. Sabat says that then they use energy. The guy objects, because the coach forbade this. Sabat asks him to listen. The blonde says that if they expose it like self-defense, then they will punish commoners. They will damage their arms and legs, and Asuka and Helmut will no longer be able to remain at the faculty of fencing. Jerome says he wants to think. Aaron quickly agrees to this plan. The guy tells Jerome that if he doesn't like something, then let him fail, and Aaron is going to take Helmut, because he personally wants to take revenge on him. Sabat tells him to do anything, and the blonde in any case wanted to take care of him. Asuka and Sabat went to sparring. The blonde does not think that Asuka is staring. The guy is going to take revenge on him first, so that he could not even hold the sword in his hands. The rest of the guys turn on the couples coming from the side of Asuka and Sabata. Sabat does not understand why the young man does not attack first. Jerome thinks that the blonde is underestimating Asuka. A guy with a sword is literally a frantic dog. He persistently looks at his enemy and is waiting for the opportunity to break him. The young man thinks that this plan was obviously failure. Asuka breaks down and attacks the blonde. Sabat thinks this attack will be on the right and prepares a block. But Asuka attacks from above. But the nobleman did not expect this. A mad dog says that Sabat is good only in words, and so easily pecked at such a children's trick. The collarbone is broken. He does not understand how Asuka dared, but he attacked the first, and now the actions of Sabat can be considered self-defense. The guy is going to use energy and deal with a frantic dog with one blow. But as soon as Sabat rose, Asuka began to attack him without interruption, and there was not a single chance to use energy. The blonde understands that at such a pace he can die and tries to say that he is surrendering. Asuka says that there is still a lot of interesting things ahead, and Sabat cannot give up. The guy asks him where the persistence with which the blonde molested him. Aaron thinks Helmut looks pale because he is worried about his friend. Helmut says that he will be better off about himself. Asuka asks Sabat why he is lying. The guy says that if the blonde continues to wallow, then he will not regret him. Sabat does not understand how he can lose, being a swordsman from the family of a cap. and he does not understand why everyone just looks at him, because you need to immediately call the coach to stop the battle. The guy got angry that the others were looking at him like that. He took the sword and directed the energy into it. The blonde tried to attack Asuka, but he cleverly repelled his attack and counterattacked. Asuka says that Sabat was the first to break the rule and now his hands are untied at a frantic dog. The young man decides to finish off the blonde. The coach redirects Oski in the ground and saves the blonde. The man declares the battle with the end, and asks Sabat to come to the professor's office as soon as he processes his wounds. And Asuka asks him to follow him. Asuka asks why because it wasn't the first to violate the rule, and if he had not begun to use energy, he would also be carried out from here. The man says that disrespect for sparring also violates the rule. The coach does not understand why Professor Patricia protects him. He asks to take someone's Sabat to the first aid post. The man understands that he had recently survived Asuka. The man does not have time to finish how the student interrupts him. The young man points somewhere with a finger and asks if it is necessary to stop them. Askak and coach did not understand what he was talking about. Before sparring, Jerome asks Aaron why he could not hold Sabat, because they will fly if they violate the rules. Aaron asks him since they became so close with Sabat. The guy does not understand what Aaron says. The young man says that only the blind will not notice that it is all over with the blonde. Jerome asks him what he is saying. Aaron replies that Sabat will avoid punishment due to lack of evidence. But it is obvious that he uses others in the fight against Asa. For the aristocrat to set black hawks on commoners is equal to shame. At the faculty, most students from noble families, and they are unlikely to like it. Aaron believes that Sabat would be better beaten by Asuka if the culprit disappears. Then there will be no more questions to them. The guy says that he himself wanted to deal with Helmet. It would be good for him if Helmet and Sabat were expelled from the academy. He intends to overcome him without energy. Helmet asks the young man. He touched his things from his locker. Aaron asks whether someone else comes to mind. The guy tells him to forget, and it was a stupid question. The young man does not understand why Helmet has such a flimsy defense. He does not understand self-confidence, or he simply tries to confuse him. But no matter how Aaron is going to pity him. Aaron already wanted to attack and hit the guy on his feet, but Helmet easily breaks his wooden sword. The young man is dumbfounded by this outcome. Helmet greatly beats him with the tip of the sword in the throat. Aaron cannot breathe after that. On the first day, Helmet asks the offender a question. Now the guy says that his turn has come and asks him to save his noble origin outside the walls of the academy. Helmet could easily break his neck to the young man, and his status did not save from death. Aaron thinks the swordsman does not look like a person at all, and does not understand who he is. The guy apologizes and says that it is difficult to speak with torn ligaments and steps on Aaron's hand. The Seed of Darkness reacts to aggression inside the Helmeter. He grabbed Aaron by the shirt and is going to finish it off. The coach screams Helmet to throw his sword and immediately move away. Helmet turns around with an evil look at him. The guys and the coach were scared of the sight of Helmet. The guy relocates himself and soothes the Seed of Darkness. The swordsman releases Aaron. The man asks Jerome to provide first aid to Aaron and deliver him to the first aid post, and he says Helmet to follow him. The coach gives them the opportunity to justify themselves, and if they have something to say, now is the time. Helmet and Asuka are silent. The man tells them to think well, because they are now not in the position to build themselves innocent. He did not expect Asuka and Helmet's capable of it. Helmet replies that they did not violate the rules of the academy. The coach says that he was informed about Aaron's condition. The larynx was damaged, and the bone in his right hand was fragmented. If first aid had not arrived, he would suffocate. The vocal cords can still be somehow restored, but now he is unlikely to be able to hold the sword in his right hand. Asuka gets fast and says that those guys hired Blackhawks and tried to kill them. He thinks they should not allow them to take the sword even in his left hand. The man says that even if this does not violate the rules, it still goes on the line. Helmet does not understand what he is accused of, because Heron is weak, and he compensated for his weakness. Insulting the young man and his friends, Asuka supports him. The swordsman says that he made it clear to Aaron that it was impossible to play with some things. Asuka says that these types even opened the cabinets and robbed them. The coach says that if they are going to beat up to the half, death of everyone who crossed the road, they are not worthy to study at the Greta Academy. And this does not contradict the spirit of fencing. Helmet asks him to correspond to the spirit of the faculty of bullying, insulting, and theft of commoners. The man says that he is not trying to defend any of the parties to the conflict, Helmet says, and therefore the teachers did nothing. The guy says that he eliminated the problem on which the coach closed his eyes. The coach takes out the sword in front of their eyes and makes a large incision that touches the ceiling and wall. The man says not to replace the concepts because the young man simply applied force against the weak. There are aristocrats and commoners in the world, strong and weak people. Aristocrats do not have the right to humiliate people for their origin, and also strong does not have the right to humiliate the weak. The coach says today's Helmet act is not better. Helmet asks him how then he needed to do. The coach turns and says that the academy and he are to blame for inaction, which led to today's incident, and for this he asks for forgiveness. The academy does not share people and tries to give equal opportunities to everyone. The guys stand and listen. The man says that all people are equal, and if Helmet will remember this, he will find the answer to his question. He says that they can see first-class students. However, the coach should still punish the guys for today's case. Therefore, for some time they will be forbidden to participate in sparring with other students, but they can train with each other. Asuka says this is wonderful news. The coach gives them leaflets. The man says that a simple ban on sparring cannot do, and they should write an apology to 50 pages. Asuka was immediately indignant and shrugged. Their hands are already burning from scribble and already dark. Helmet does not regret that he used his skills, but the guy made a mistake and for a moment lost control of himself. The young man thinks whether his training was not enough and does not understand why he did this. Asuka asks him why he is so gloomy. The guy replies that instead of training, he wrote an apology. Asuka says what Helmet the Black time he thinks about training after a whole day of the letter. The young man replies that Asuka is surprisingly good, given how he trains a little. A frantic dog says that the guy did not even see how he is training. Asuka offers Helmet to work out in his hall, if it came to it. But Helmet refuses. Asuka does not understand why he does not want, because he himself said that they are friends. The coach knew that Helmet was a capable student, but his hatred was like demonic power. But the man considers it still too wild assumption and, as it may be, he is more susceptible to his words. What Asuka and the coach hopes that Helmet will not get out of the way. He looks at the office and it seems to be deducted from his salary for repairs. At night, the Blackhawks gathered their boss, and it looks like they are plotting something. The subordinates of the boss of Blackhawks apologize for their stupid failure. The man is asking to listen to them, because they did not expect this from the Sabrils. And they, by force, as mercenaries, no less than the second rank. The boss asks them to stop, and he did not call them in order to listen to their excuses. A reward was prepared for the survivors from their detachment. They fell silent and were surprised at this. The leader asks Crom to tell them. The guy says that most likely the detachment was faced with one of the students, with black hair and dark eyes, a pale face and a noble appearance. The guys confirm this, and he defeated them alone. Chrome says that his name is Helmet. In the past he was a mercenary, and it was he who disappeared after he killed 5 people with 1 stick. Since then the Blackhawks tried to find him, but did not expect the guy to enter the Greta Academy. With the receipt of information from Baden, things are tight from Helmet. It was multiplying to settle there. The boss says that it is better not to disturb the monster in his own nest. He never forgets resentment. If the gang will underestimate him, he will definitely show claws once. The man apologizes and gives the guys a new task. It is quite simple. It will be necessary to deliver the report to the higher. In turn, the boss promises to give a vacation or something like that. The subordinates are thanking and say that for the second time, they will not fail. The boss tells Chroma to deal with these guys as soon as they complete the task. The man thinks that this time he may be seen with him. Helmet is trying to quietly enter the room. Arya says he is quite late. The swordsman thought that the magician was sleeping. She says that he woke her. The girl heard what happened. Asuka, along with Helmet, knocked out all the dope from those guys, and as Arya says that it was not bad. Helmet says that because of them he had to write an apology and therefore he missed the training. The magician says that the young man acted as he wanted and asks if he did not like it. The guy says that he is sorry because he lost the textbook, but he no longer intends to ask Azaria for help. The girl cannot understand either he is brave or just stupid, and is he really worried about such nonsense? The magician tells him to forget about what happened. Azaria says if he is so sorry, let him just return her the cost of a textbook. Helmet thanks her. The girl pushed the curtain and went to bed, she thought, and blushed. The next day, the guy went to his personal hall, but does not understand why the door was closed, because he took the right key and thinks that the lock was broken. The old man says that in the premises intended for coaches, cleaning is carried out all morning. He understands that the young man will not be convenient, but he asks him to work out today in the common room. A week has passed since that day, and quite a few changes have occurred at the Faculty of Fencing. Now students want to talk to him. Always start with a compliment and assure that they initially did not like Sabat. This is clearly not the manifestation of the equality that the coach spoke about. And the students are moving fear. They are struggling to pretend that they are equal, but they do not abandon their aristocratic pride. The guy does not understand what benefit will bring him equality with these guys. Helmet reports that Professor Kudron is looking for him. The guy realized that even today he also could not practice. Aiden asks Helmet to pass. He says that they need to talk. He was told that an accident occurred during sparring. Helmet knew that the professor would talk about this. The guy decides not to answer the last time so that he is not reported. The young man needs to show that he made conclusions. He apologizes to the Idan, because of him, a man could have trouble. The young man thought that it would be correct to show who is stronger, but after the words of the coach, he understood his guilt. Eden did not call him in order to report, but it seemed to the guy to be said. The professor says that the guy thought over the act and soon those who mocked the young men to be punished. Helmet is surprised. He says that the coach Alan did not say anything to him. Eden thinks that these guys will be excluded. Alan received recognition from one of the offenders, and cannot justify the use of the services of Black Hawks. The professor notes that the guy was surprised as if he was waiting for the man to report him, but he is not like the idealist coach Alan. The man says that fighting injustice is their duty, but the main thing is to do it moderately. Eden admits that at the age of Helmet he himself fell into such troubles. At the faculty of fencing is a frequent phenomenon. The main thing is not to fly out of the academy. The man says to call him friends into the weekend mansion. It is not necessary to be friends with everyone, but with his classmates you need to find a common language. Helmet says that he cannot promise it. The guy is glad that the conversation was quite well. Eden also prepared new textbooks for the young man, and the old ones burned because they proved the guilt of the abductors. The young man does not understand why there are two sets. The professor says that Aska also stole them from Aska, and he asks him to give him books as soon as possible. Helmet does not understand why he should do this. But then he saw Eden's expression and realized that it was useless to object to him. Sion noticed Helmet and called him at the table. The swordsman says that wherever he went, then the magician is here. The guy decides to take it as a compliment. Helmet gives Aska his textbooks. He was surprised, because he did not think that Helmet would do something like that for him. The guy says that Eden asked him to convey. Aska thinks how good it is to be an aristocrat and allow himself to buy 2 sets of textbooks at once. Sion wants to say something. The magician wanted to talk to Helmet and asks if he has free time this weekend. At the weekend in Baden on the streets, they sell a wide variety of goodies specifically for the academy students. But the pub of Griffin on the 3rd Street of Dauphin is the best in the city. Xian tells the guys to drink and celebrate the victory of justice. The magician says that Aska treats. He does not understand when he said that, and Aska says that he jokes and pay half the bill. The guy would like his area to go with them, but he was glad that Helmet had gone because he also thought that he would not agree. His area told Helmet that not only Sion will be there so that crazy, and from one thought her head hurts. Helmet does not like the taste of drinking, and Sion with Aska choose something. Xian says that Helmet is now the most popular at the faculty. He answers him that he does not know, because he does not communicate with other students. Asuka says that they simply build his eyes. Due to the fact that they are afraid of him, they did not pay attention to Helmet until he showed them that he could. Sion says that now they at least not get, and can relax a bit. Helmet does not willingly agree. The magician asks the guy what bothers him. The young man thinks that he is easy to hate, and does not understand why Sion and Aska communicate with him. Asuka says that this is pretty cute, and Sion has nothing to say. The magician drank heavily, and tells Helmet that at first glance he felt that if he met him, his life would become more interesting. The frantic dog now realized why Sion constantly walked behind them and asks if the magician was thinking about him as well as Helmet, to what he answers that he was not so interesting to him. Sion says that Aska, like a puppy, runs after a Helmeter. The guy is angry and asks who else is running after who. Asuke likes that the swordsman is not a talker. It is immediately clear what he is capable of. But the young man is not enthusiastic about his arrogance. Helmet says that he is not arrogant, but he just does not like idiots. The mad dog thought they made friends, because together they fought with Black Hawks, and Helmet brought him the textbooks. Asuka asks Siana to say something because Helmet really talks rudely with him. And the magician was drunk on the table. The guy laughs from him, because the Siana smashed only a couple of mugs, and the magician wanted to ruin him by buying all sorts of drinking. Helmet drinks, and thinks that he still understands little. Asuka tells Sion to wake up and thinks this joke. He does not understand why the magician brought them here once from one mug. The swordsman notices a crowd of laughing girls, and in this circle, he notices the familiar hood of Arya in the center. Arya in the library is looking for a book. She is sure that she should be somewhere here, but she is not, and the girl thinks that someone could take it. The magician constantly reads it, and it is time to buy his copy in Baden. The girl remembered how Helmut with the guys offered to relax in the city for the weekend, and thinks that it was necessary to go with them. Hiria went out into the city, and she was surrounded by some girls who did not give the magician. She is angry and asks to go through, and one lady offers her to drink a cup of tea. In words, they cannot agree with them, but the magician cannot attack either. The magician notices Helmut looking at her. The guy waved his hand. Arya runs to him and tells the girls that she has plans, and asks them to leave. Asuka says, "Really, is Arya himself in the city, and when they are called the magician does not go?" The girl tells him to shut up. The girls say that walking with these barbarians from the faculty of fencing, the Arya risks his reputation. They notice that among them there is a bluish guy, and girls think that this is someone famous. Asuka is angry and asks them to negotiate, and Sion says that he is not at all from the faculty of fencing. A mad dog tells them to fail, otherwise it will tear them into pieces. The girls immediately went out and shut up. Helmut asks the magician what is happening here. Arya pushes him. The swordsman does not understand what. The magician says it is a pity that they met here. He carries from the guy's fumes and she asks them to stay away. Asuka does not understand what kind of duplicity, because she herself ran up to them for help. The girl says that she did not need their help, and she was simply angry with Helmut, who just watched while she was in trouble. Helmut thought that she was able to help herself. Izaria says it was better to keep silent. And Xian is just sitting, and Asuka says that he has been trying to ask for something for a long time. Arya tells the frantic dog to check the pockets of the Xian. Asuka is angry and says not to order him. In his pocket, there was an antidote that every magician carries with him. Xian will come to his senses if he helped him drink him. Asuka says that it was necessary to say this right away. Xian woke up and says that even though his Arya did not want to go with them, he still came, because he cares about them. Asuka already thinks that in vain they gave him this potion, because he now carries even more a flare. The guy asks where they will go once all four. Asuka says that Xian at least get to the hostel. Helmut offers Arya to go tomorrow to the mansion of Eden Kudro. The magician asks is going to call these two. The swordsman says that he calls only him, and apparently the professor wants the guy to introduce the magician to him. His Arya does not understand why Helmut calls only her. He answers him that otherwise the girl would not agree. The magician agrees with him. The guy says he calls because he owes a lot to her. The magician agreed and asks how much they go. Helmut thinks that it is best in the morning because it will awkwardly collide with the seaman right before leaving. Helmut knows little about human relationships, but that day he thought that the guy got closer to the Isa. The magician the next day tells the swordsman to listen carefully, and their goal is to surpass Sion with Asuka. Arya says that she never loses and taught Helmut everything she knows, so if they lose, then the swordsman will be to blame. The swordsman does not understand what is happening at all. Arya asks Helmut why he had such a face. The guy thought that the magician, as always in the library. The girl says that he will take something and return there and asks Helmut as his preparation for exams. He answers him slowly. The magician does not understand what kind of answer this is. The swordsman says that he is not worried about the practical part of the exam. But the young man barely passed the entrance exam, and the humanities are not given to him at all. The guy says that he has problems with the history of the continent and magic. Arya now realized why he did not like these objects. But there is nothing to be done about this, and Helmut does not allow humanitarian items to choose a humanitarian objects. Since he is a translation student, the magician says that they give the right to choose those who have high marks, and the girl thinks that he should have tried to pass exams well. Helmut says that he wants to try to score high points at the expense of the practical part. Arya says that before the third year, the main course is considered for the practical part. This is just a check of skills, and not an assessment for victory in sparring. Those who took the first place in the ranking from the first to the fourth place. Those who from the 5th to the 11th, 2nd, and so on. Even if Helmut receives 150 points in the assessment system, his maximum will still be 100. That is, even if the young man takes first place in the ranking, there will be 3 more people with the same results, and the gap between them after the exam on the theory of humanities will increase. The guy replies that in this case, he will correct the estimates in the 4th course. Arya asks whether Helmut will continue to say so when Asuka wins and is conceived. The magician can help him if the young man fulfills his request. The guys came to the library and Arya shows where to go. The guy asks what kind of place. The magician replies that this is a private reading room, which only an excellent student can fall into a preliminary record. Helmut says that the girl has personal space just like in a hostel. I saw that now because of someone she has no one, and she is inconvenient in crowded places. The magician says that since she made an exception for him, He should be prepared with all his might for exams. Shan and Asuka are already sitting in this room. Is Arya does not understand what they are doing here? Sion replies that since he is the second at the Faculty of Magic, and Asuka is the first at the Faculty of Fencing, they can use this hall. The girl says that she wanted to ask why they were together. Asuka replies that they simply use the hall more rationally, and even more so they from different faculties, and will not interfere with each other. Shan asks to take them another reading room and you need to focus on preparing for exams. Helmut considers it somehow strange and usually Sion would invite them to join. Arya agrees and says that they will not interfere with him. Shan thanks them for understanding. The girl says that let Asuka and Helmut be engaged here, and she and the Sion will go to the neighboring hall, and it will be better if students from one faculty will be engaged together. The guy wants to object to her, but the magician does not understand what the problem is, and there is no reason to refuse. Hyrea thinks that otherwise they are simply hiding something from them. She thinks Asuka is afraid that Helmut will take his first place at the faculty, and therefore took Sion into his tutors. The girl does not understand that in Helmut such that he is overestimated. Asuka says that the young man answered the last test no worse than him. He answered only one question less than Asuka, despite the fact that he does not have a textbook. Arya replies that she just helped him a little then. Asuka says that this is the problem. The frantic dog says that in practice their points will be the same, and in theory it is not going to lose exactly. But since Helmut from his area live in the same room, in order to reassure the young man, he decided to turn to Sion for help. The magician asks him, is Asuka really so sensitive that because of the failure, he decided to resort to someone else's help? The guy thinks the girl is going to help Helmut. Arya confirms this and says that why else she came with him here. The girl does not understand why of all students he turned to Sion, being first to turn to the second. Sion says that it is insulting and still in the humanities more than Asuka. Shan offers to argue with Isaiah since this has already turned into a competition. The magician says that she always wins. Xian offers to argue for punishment once a girl always wins. The guy says that the loser will have to run 100 circles around the sports ground without the help of any magic. Asuka asks Xian whether he is sure of what he replies that he has a plan. Arya says that if they lose, then Helmut will be to blame, so he must try from everyone. Helmut thinks the girl forgot about the condition on which she agreed to help him. The magician says that not only assessments of the swordsman are at stake, but also her pride. So until they finish the first section, they will not have any rest. The girl asks him to open a textbook and go through all the basic concepts. Asuka does not understand why they decided to work out here. Xian notices that on the street the rain pours like a bucket. Hyrea thought that they would at least advance a little in training. Asuka said that luck was even turning away from her. The girl says Helmut learned to solve tasks with several answers. But she does not understand that the guy has expanded answers. He was asked what the difference between sorcerers and wizards was asked. Moreover, he wrote that he met the sorcerer personally, so he also answered not expanded. Helmut replied that he wrote what he was thinking about. Hyrea told him that it was necessary to answer, based on the material studied, and not to his own experience, and it is impossible to check such work. Shan and Asuka tell the magician to look at their answer. Asuka does not understand what kind of discipline this is an understanding of magic and why it is needed. Sion explains to him that translated students do not have such a wide selection of humanities. Asuka asks Helmut why he simply would not expire. Arya says not to carry nonsense, and as his teacher she does not intend to lose to such as Asuke. The girl says to start all over again and learns to write expanded answers. Helmut offers to do this later, and the magician tells him that he will not return to the hostel until they deal with it. Asuka grabbed food and the guys sat down to eat. Helmut asks Arya whether the guys will return. The girl answers him that they already filled the belly, so they went to bed. They will still pay for their self-confidence. The guy thinks he bothering the magician. The girl tells him to try once he himself understands this, because she does not want to run 100 circles around the sports ground. The swordsman does not understand why she is so obsessed with making him the best student at the faculty. Arya says that everyone has their own secrets and asks to accept it. Helmut agreed with him. He understands that the Isaiah is a good magician, which means she, as Antiole, will once notice the seed of darkness inside the young man. He has no other way to say goodbye to her until this happened. The girl asks him what is not clear to him. Helmut says that she does not understand what the negative receptor's negative is. For some reason, the guy stares at Isa. The girl says that in simple words this means that the place of receiving mana varies from person to person. Negative indicates that the place is not fixed, but this theory is not proven. But Professor Rugson loves to ask about it, so he can fill up the guy. Arya tells him to choose to believe this theory or not. They were awkwardly very close to each other. The magician asks what is the matter and says that he does not repeat twice. Helmet apologizes. The girl notices that the swordsman is no longer able to concentrate and offers to take a break. Helmet thinks really doesn't he cook his head. Is Area stood red and covered with her book so that the guy would not notice this. Probably she likes him. The guys at the faculty already know about the dispute. Helmet thinks that Asuka has already gone to everyone. The young man replies that they are rivals, and besides, is Area. And it was impossible not to find out about this. Andro seems that Helmet will win in a dispute, and it seems to him that he is smarter than Aski. In the fencing lessons, the guys became close, while they helped each other and with Andro Helmet's most warm relations. The written exam is the most difficult, but Helmet does not want to lose. Andro says that not everyone likes his show-off. Suddenly Asuka appears behind him and says that it is easier to blame others in his shortcomings. Andro says that he did not want to say that. A mad dog releases him and asks Helmet whether he heard that he would be in class today. Helmet was surprised that sparring will be held with freshmen. Asuka thinks that this is for confidence before the exams, and the guy thought that he would be able to engage in Helmet. Andro also heard that there are many talented fighters among them than anyone expects. The guy also says that there is a special student among them. Young woman. Asuka is surprised that she entered the faculty of fencing, where she constantly stinks later. There are rumors that she is not only talented but also pretty. Asuka hopes that she will not fall with her in a couple because he is not interested. The girl in the room prepared her sword before class. The guys think that these freshmen only acted, and as if they were already arrogant, but the guys behaved the same. Andro shows Helmet the girl about whom he spoke. The girl passes by them. Pupils think that she really is beautiful. The guys think she is very similar to Helmet and think that they are some distant relatives. Helmet really thought about it. Freshmen whisper. One says that in the second year only servants study, and if they are older, then this does not mean that they cannot be called commoners. Asuka thinks they still did not understand how this world is arranged and an opinion too high about itself. Professor Patricia announces that today's sparring will be held between freshmen and sabers. This is just an exchange of experience. The girl randomly breaks them into pairs. The girl says that freshmen can learn a lot from sorties, but they can also learn something new, so do not be self-confident. The first she calls Charlotte from the first year. The appearance of a person is determined even before his birth. Perhaps they are really relatives. He would like to directly talk to her about it. The professor says that Asuka will be released from the second year. The guys say that now they will not have freshmen again. Asuka tells them to shut up and not carry nonsense. A mad dog does not understand why he is, because the coach knows about the guy's reputation and still called him. Freshmen do not understand why the elders reacted so and think that the guy just fell to lose the girl. Asuka heard this and got angry. Patricia says that if there are more objections, then let them go to the ring. Charlotte hopes that Asuka will not feel sorry for her only because she is a girl. The guy says that he was not going to, but asks her not to cry when he hit her. The professor warns that Helmet and Jeffrey will be the second pair. Helmet knows that his reaction is no worse, and he wants to see what freshmen are capable of. Asuka notices that the girl's stand is better than he expected. The young man asks her why she entered the faculty of fencing. Charlotte says she acted in order to become stronger. She is well aware of the reputation of Asuka and asks not to regret her strength, despite the fact that she is a girl. Asuka says if she asks for this, he will fulfill her desire and attack the first. He pushes the girl very strongly. Freemers stand with open mouths from shock. Charlotte expected rumors, and a real battle is completely different. Asuka says that it was only a warm-up, and he is wondering how much it will last. The girl changed the rack and says that the guy also does not seem enough. If it is necessary to describe the combat style of Asuka, then the phrase is best suited, fast sword. Its movement of cutting and unpredictable, which is why classmates are difficult to keep track of him. The guy's skills are more than enough to become the best on the course. The guy notices that Charlotte has a good concentration, although he is not in full force. But she perfectly manages to reflect his blows and basic skills she definitely honed. Asuka thinks to give her the opportunity to counterattack. The young man quickly gets to her and attacks her. But the girl just bounces to the side. The guy does not understand if she wants to show him that he is not leading to cheap tricks or something else. Asuka thinks she was going to arrange a draw. A mad dog says that he likes her arrogance, but she does not have a drop of self-esteem. Charlotte, even before sparring, excluded the possibility of victory, and Asuka asks if she was ashamed to lose a commoner. The guy says that if a girl does not plan to win, then let him throw a sword and leaves because she is not alone here. Freshmen are surprised by his words. And Helmet understands that Asuka is right. Asuka says that she was not worried about the origin. She just wanted to know what she could learn from him. But thanks to the young man, the girl realized that she thought was limited, and she was pleased to prapping with him. The girl asks to fight her again. Charlotte occupied another rack, but Asuka does not think that this will somehow change the situation. The young man attacks her again. Suddenly he felt danger, because the girl's sword whistled a couple of centimeters from his head. The guy uses a shock again with a sword, but Charlotte sits down. The girl thought that she had caught him, but suddenly the young man disappeared somewhere. Asuka was upstairs and asks her to strain her hands because now she will be painful. A frantic dog falls on her from above and puts a sword right next to her head. The young man praises her, and this is not bad for a fight with him. Freshmen look surprised because their best student lost. Patricia declares Asuka the winner in this duel. Asuka thought that there was nothing special in her, but the girl pleasantly surprised him. After the change of the rack, she even approached his speed. The guy thinks that she still had too little experience, and if she had adapted, it would be interesting to observe. Charlotte apologizes and says that it is hard for her because the guy sits right on her. The mad dog noticed this and apologizes to her. The girl says that Asuka is not such a bad person as she thought before. The classmates tease their best student and say that he is a pervert, and the guy asks them to tell him in the face. Charlotte noticed Helmet and looked at him intently for a while. Jeffrey tells the girl that she trampled the title of best student into the ground and lost the commoner. The girl answers him that if he does not stop thinking about people like that, then it will come to him. And a noble person or not, it does not matter. The guy says they will look at it. Andro asked Helmet earlier what is more important in fencing, physical strength or skill. Helmet believes that nevertheless, power is more valuable than skill only complements physical strength. It just seems to the guy that he is not so strong, and even honing his skills to the young man, to never become the same good warrior as those who were born strong. The swordsman asks Andro whether such delusional thoughts often come to his mind. He answers him that the guy could sympathize. Andro says that Helmet is the best in the course of both strength and skills, but he is interested in what will happen when the guy meets a stronger enemy. Jeffrey asks Helmet to be softer with him. The guy does not think that Helmet looks like the one about whom so many rumors go, and it does not seem that he could score someone to half-death. This look is familiar to the swordsman, as if everything in the world is already lying at the feet of a young man. Patricia asks Helmet not to overdo it this time. Asuka is a little strange to hear what they mainly say only to him. Jeffrey immediately attacks Helmet, and the guy thinks just to block the attack. But the young man just jumps aside. From the strike of the freshman, the guys already relied their hair. Jeffrey noticed that the sabotage student quickly thinks, because if he tried to block the blow, his sword would break. Helmet sees that the young man is rather strong, but he already dealt with those who won only because of his strength, and he was tired of it. The swordsman constantly evades attacks. The freshman is angry and tells him to stop running away. The guy understands that no matter what power there are, if they do not fall on the target, then there is no use from them. Helmet promised to Eden that he would no longer be plunged, and therefore the young man decides to wait until the freshman exhales. Asuka does not understand the ideas of his friend. Jeffrey says that he knew that he would not learn anything new from a commoner, and this only confirmed that skills depend on origin. The guy says that even though he is younger, he has a commoner Helmet and he never get a break between them. Jeffrey received a better education by nature and from childhood, but commoners, which even a good sword cannot afford to catch up with him. Helmet thinks what a miserable provocation is, and he just spends time empty. Jeffrey does not know where Helmet was lucky to learn fencing, but he thinks that the level of skill of his teacher is not below. The swordsman is angry with these words. The professor tells Jeffrey that she should be more respectful to his opponent, and she asks for Helmet not to be conducted on provocations and emotions. Helmet says that it will really be difficult for him to compare with a freshman. The young man attacks Jeffrey several times on the leg. Jeffrey says that these are very weak strokes, as for a sortone, and they did not leave him a scratch. But suddenly the guy felt that his leg suddenly turned off. Helmet says that the freshman has good physical development, but despite this, he exhausted so quickly after a couple of blows. The swordsman says that being defeated by a commoner is also a good experience. Jeffrey is angry and shouts that this is not the end. However, Helmet slides between his legs and dumps him to the floor. The freshman tried to attack again, but Helmet knocked out the sword out of his hands. Helmet was not in the first year and cannot teach a lot, but he hopes that Jeffrey will pay more attention to self-criticism and not criticism of other teachers. Patricia asks him to stop and says that this is enough. The swordsman does not listen to her and sends Jeffrey to a disconnection. Freshmen are surprised and look frightened. The professor, with a sigh, covered her face and declared Helmet the winner in the second match. The sword turned in the air rapidly, leaving it as a lightning flash. The young man who had just held him in his hands fell to the ground, losing his balance. Smiling, Benjamin cast a look from above. Well swallowed, a milk brush. But the girl immediately cooled his passion. The enemy should be respected, even the defeated. So the Soul Cakers won, and the freshmen first felt the real difference in the power. And that's how, when they were from heaven on earth, they accepted the bitter reality of defeat. The beauty sat near the fountain, freshening up with cool water after the duel. But as soon as she rubbed her eyes, the earth suddenly slipped out of her feet. All because she saw him, an unexpected, stunning figure. Charlotte lost the gift of language for a moment, not knowing what to say. Her fingers squeezed a medallion with the engraved name, Margaret Aaron. She did not know where to start, asking or silent a little more. Because she was well aware, opening something about her family, she would open himself. And if someone finds out who it is, every aristocrat will stand on the side of the temple, not her. In front of her stood the same strange solo who fought with Jeffrey. Charlotte could not understand. Did she not like him? And yet she decided. She asked if he wanted to say something. The guy answered, no. But he remembered that he saw her battle. You really have good skills. She smiled. Thank you, you were wonderful, Helmet. He was more amazed by another. Where does she know his name? But it was obvious to her. In the fencing department, everyone knows him. At the same moment, she asked, would it be able to fight with you once? She added a short pause with a smile, of course, if you have time. Hearing him, yes, Charlotte promised to wait eagerly. But another guy intervened in their conversation, suddenly asking Helmet if he was familiar with Charlotte. She quickly answered that they met quite accidentally. And feeling the tension, she decided to say goodbye. Well, like to tea with an attractive freshman? He threw. Helmet did not respond to this. He only asked to remove his hands and leave. Already inside the building, he stopped. And I turned to Arya. I have a problem. Arya looked in surprise and asked, which one? The ray of the sun that penetrated through the window gently illuminated the body of Helmet, immersed in reflection. He remembered how Darien did not give him any rest in the Cornea forest. He had not felt anything acutely for many years. Internal tension was similar to the anticipation of a danger that is approaching with every breath. It was because of this that he asked Arya whether something wrong happened. He smiled and contacting him said he had an interesting question. I heard you invited the freshman from the fencing faculty on a date. Is that true? Helmet drank the water and hearing it choked, which confirmed the suspicion of the ARA. But Helmet explained that this was not the case, although the rumors have already flew, and they say that they were alike. Arya decided to find out. Nice to be popular? From this conversation, Helmet suspected that the area was just jealous. Although he denied, the gaze gave more than words. Then he repeated, all this is not true. They only overturned in a few words, and then she offered sparring herself, and he confessed. Anyone else would hear a lie, but he told him honestly. Okay, Aya sighed, let's say, although I still did not believe these rumors. You know, I thought about it, he said. We live in the same room. You are the closest person to me, and it seems to me you are too safe. So listen carefully. I'll tell you something. Never trust the girl who is trying to get closer to you. Most likely she just wants to use you to get to me. Of course, these words were surprised, raised doubts, but the AEA assured that he was 100% sure of this. You saw them rotating around me. Some even masked the boys to get to the hostel. And among them there will be a cunning actress who will be able to deceive you. After all the herd, Helmet decided not to argue. He just said he understood. So it is better for me to stay away from Charlotte away? He asked. Arya was already going to say yes, but changed his mind sharply. No, I'm just saying. Be careful. Helmet replied directly. If you like it, say it straight. I don't care. But Arya did not give up. He insisted. He just didn't want the friend to be deceived. After all, sometimes a smile is hidden in the back. And Helmet understood. As I thought, Arya is always ready for everything. And he did not suspect that his appearance could be liked by girls. Suddenly, a green-eyed guy grabbed his face in a panic, because in front of him hung a sign with the inscription, closed. Of the 4 guys standing in front of the door, it was the most torn. And it all started a few minutes ago. Outside, the silence covered the whole city. In the hands of Arya, there was a piece of paper that was written something important. Deeply concentrated, he read in every letter, as if deciphering the spell. Meanwhile, friends were holding their breath, waiting for his verdict. After all, there were answers, yes, the same. When he finally said that the answers were not bad, others almost jumped with joy. But they are in vain, ahead of the competition. Arya understood it, but could not understand why they were so careless. In addition, the answers were inaccurate, so it was early to relax. He reminded them, their goal is not just to fold, but to reach the top. And then the green-eyed asked for a moment of attention. Ixom's on the nose, so I found the perfect place for those who are preparing for days and nights. You study by late evening, so the evening is a great time to reinforce. I know a waffle cafe and invite you. Yes, no one understood when he studied at all, if he hangs up in a cafe every time. But his argument was simple: people cannot eat. And he added that there are waffles just from the stove, warm, crispy, generously polished with strawberry cream. Friends agreed, they say, you can go away, we live once. That's the secret of the closed sign revealed here with such a finale. It looks like today is not that day. Arya suggested just to come another time, but the green-eyed was broken. Then he would be so lonely. But isn't it important to eat something now? He grunted. He remembered another cafe near where toast is served. His tears moved everyone, and the company immediately agreed. Fortunately, this cafe was open. But when Asuka opened the menu, he was immediately surprised. Why are sandwiches so expensive? But everyone was embarrassed. Why is Green-Eyed always says that he has no money? Studying at the academy is not cheap. Meanwhile, the AA was regarded around and realized that it was not as dirty here as he imagined. True magicians even notice a powder if it can affect the result of the experiment. And between them, the dispute of sensitivity to spirits broke out. Soon the waiter brought the order, and the boys were politely thanked. "Delicious, I'm not arguing," someone exclaimed, biting a piece. And then the waiter brought a giant toast and proudly stated that this is the brand toast of the fencing faculty of the Greta Academy. The boys were already dizzy in the head from the size of the portion. Asuka laughed and asked Helmet, "Are you serious? Do you want to get it or connect a hostel?" Swords of Stomach seems to be 5 times larger than ordinary people. Green-Eyed has decided, is a brilliant marketing move that causes excitement at customers. At this point, someone went in the cafe, causing interested views. The guy greeted, smiling. "Hi, high school students." She spoke Charlotte, calling their meeting a real coincidence. Next to her was a chunky guy named Jeffrey, whose only advantage was raw power. Charlotte immediately spoke warm, saying that they also came for the same famous sandwich. She had fun that she had argued with Jeffrey, who was the first to eat him, and then she stated the truth. The more you train, the more you eat. And she asked if she agreed with that Helm. The green-eyed already reached to the toast without waiting for the invitation, but Helmet followed him with one eye and the other, the sandwich. And he strongly gave the little one in his hands, stopping his attack on food. Then Charlotte said with a smile, "Such a meeting is a real fate." Unexpectedly, Aya rose from his chair. His gaze was directed simply to Charlotte, and Helmet noticed it. He asked her name. When he heard the answer, he introduced himself. But in his voice was a strange anxious tone. After breakfast, everyone dispersed, and the next day Helmet was already training. He competed with Charlotte using wooden swords. The match was serious. Helmet fought full force. At a critical moment, she was lucky. She managed to evade clearly. And not only she escaped the impact, but she was also able to continue the attack, which was not easy. But she seems to have forgotten that Helmet is a real talent. He felt lightly with her sword. The sword flew away with incredible speed. Her hand trembled slightly, not from pain, but from tension. Views crossed, full respect and mutual recognition. The teachers thanked for participation and reported that the grades would be raised later. Helmet and Charlotte looked at once again, silently but clear. He recalled yesterday's conversation when Aya suddenly approached her. When he introduced himself, she said that there was no one who would not know the head of the Faculty of Magic in the Academy. And it is a great honor for her. She was lost again, just as at the first meeting with Helmet. She did not understand what was happening to her. The green-eyed guy sighed. While there is an area, no girl will pay attention to them. Helmet looked straight into his eyes, calmly, but in sight. He met his gaze, and then turned his eyes to Charlotte. Everything became clear without words. And it was in her reaction that Helmet captured the confirmation. ARA, it seems right. Nothing but appearance did not point to its origin, so it was not going to take risks, revealing itself prematurely. It was not going to be better to keep the distance. In addition, he still had much more power. Only then will he be ready for any trials. Meanwhile, Asuka lay in the office, collapsing on a chair, thinking about the future semester. The semi. Loud muffled to himself whether he will not be counted halfway. Helmet appeared here, heard a conversation and asked, "What if not?" Asuka shuddered. He quickly corrected. "But I just thought aloud, don't worry. And by the way, your rival is Charlotte? How's the battle?" "Long was?" Helmet replied. In fact, everything was over, but the trainers asked to stretch sparring. At the same time, he learned that Asuka has given the practice perfectly. And he gave advice. If you do not want to be hatched for AEA, get ready for the written part properly. And then an area with a phrase, absolutely true. What a great scared of Asuka. However, he himself wanted to check Helmet and advised immediately to take the textbook. He has already completed his preparation, and now worried about Helmet, so he helped. Asuka asked where the seedlings are now and why the area is here, but did not receive the answer. He is probably busy. There was no time, so Aya asked Helmet to pull out the textbook faster. And by the thoughtful expression of the face, He suggested that some difficulties. But the matter was not about it. The boys just wanted to get the first place. After that, the AA pointed out Askus because he speaks too much and interferes. An inflammatory altercation broke out between them, as always. Yes, it took a little more time. But a little, everyone focused on the case. Area tested each helmet's answer carefully, hovering to the ideal. And with such intensity, everything was constantly approaching the main moment. And now the exam itself finally came. The rules were announced, 2 hours to complete the tasks. The exam began. Helmet, clamping the handle, felt easy excitement, but confidently started work. One of the tasks sounded shocking. You accidentally got dark forces. If you lose them, die. Describe your actions in this situation. That's what awaited him on the first page. The weather was especially good that day. The bright sun and a pleasant breeze. Area immediately asked how the exam went. This question he addressed Helmet, who just came to him. He replied that everything was not so bad. Most of the questions were familiar, exactly the ones who had once asked him. Only one question was new. He did not meet it before. It was about getting dark forces and what happened if you lose them and die. It was necessary to describe your actions in such a critical situation. It was very interested in Blondin. After all, he knew that this professor often sets this problem and does not reduce points for sincere answers. Then he asked what Helmet wrote in the form. If I got dark forces, I would try to learn how to control them and fight them. Helmet replied. Blondin kept his breath, and then he smiled slightly. A good option. At least the professor should like it. Helmet asked in response. How would the Aya answer? In such cases, people go to the temple. To fight dark forces is the duty of those who serve the Lumen. It is unlikely that any of the aristocrats would answer differently. But, Ara added, I would probably write just as you, even at risk of becoming an enemy of the temple. Yes, it is the enemy. Lumen Temple is ruthless to the forces of darkness. If you let them know about it, death awaits you. Surviving and finding a solution yourself. Sometimes it is smarter. Be that as it may, the blonde praised Helmet's response. She advised not to worry. He is likely to be in the top. The main thing is to say nothing to anyone. The Academy of Learning is more important than religion, although it is not possible to voice. Helmet realized perfectly what exactly wanted to say. Finally, the day of the exam results came. Students lined up in front of a large board. The Greta Academy is always published openly. This is done to motivate those for whom honor is not an empty sound. Helmet looked carefully at the list, trying to find the name of Area. But everything became clear as he looked at the top. There, on the first line, was the name of the area. It did not surprise Helmet, absolutely. Xian may have coped well, but this is not the first time and not the second time, so he will probably perceive the result calmly, Helmet thought. And then his gaze came across a familiar green and pale face. Xian was so stunned that he almost fell fainting, but he quickly fainted and shouted in the whole voice, How is it possible? Area did not sincerely understand how it could have happened differently. Put your hand on your heart and say, Did you believe it? Only this semester began to study the spirits, said the seedling. I thought I know the subject better than you. In response, the blonde went silently and put his hand on his shoulder. And then he said calmly, In 3 months you can perfectly study any subject. His words were struck by a lightning in his ears. While the girls surrounded the area and admired it, the seedlings remained away. But despite all, he did not admit defeat. He said loudly that there would be a draw because he did not lose. But the next line on the board was another blow to him. The disappointment swept the soul, the bitter taste of the defeat of it. This time in the first place was the name of Helmet. Area sincerely congratulated him. He only answered the short smile. Yeah, the difference between him and Asuka was only 1 point. But Asuka did not look too upset, as others expected. He confessed, yes, sorry. But it would be even more annoying if someone else won. And Helmet warned, next time he doesn't lose, that's for sure. Suddenly he felt someone's arm on his shoulders. He returned, and heard the cold voice of Xian, who stated that Asuka was a traitor, and lost intentionally to laugh at him. Asuka quickly reassured him, preventing the drama from igniting. In fact, Xian just wanted to be pitied, to run 100 circles. It's awful. But no one died after hundreds, Helmet said calmly. Then the seedling approached the area, trying to explain that everyone has different physical training, and begged to allow at least 50 circles to run. We are not so close that I suffer from you, he added. But your stomach has already begun to protrude from the night snacks, the heiress cut off. This argument was enough. No 50. You will run all 100, he finished. And one thing in the head was sounded. These guys are just heartless. And so when he came the honeycomb in late evening, the second day came. The lesson began with fencing. A new stage has come. Benjamin turned to friends with the news. Next week they will be taught how to break the camp in the mountain forest. Everyone was alert immediately and listened carefully. They were interested in them because they did not have similar experiences. Next, Benjamin explained. There is nothing complicated there. The main thing is to choose the right place to meet the needs, because you can come in other people's remnants and not even notice or get dirty. Therefore, it is necessary to take a shovel in the forest. And still there are mosquitoes. In general, Benjamin described all the charms of the hike. Helmut wondered if Aska once spent the night in the forest. He confessed that the camps were smashed only along the roads in Baden, but the forest itself did not pull. But Helmut perceived everything calmly. Mosquitoes can be scared by the fences, and with traps in the grass. The main thing is to look carefully at the feet. Aska was not very worried about the remnants, but insects were much more afraid of. They had already walked on the street with Helmut. They came to the place but had no idea what to buy, and they were surprised that the seedlings were involved with them. Why would it be? Has he already recovered after his heroic 100 circles? Helmut knew that he used his shadow spirit to run half for himself, but even it deserved respect, so he decided to close his eyes. But now it was more important to find an insect remedy. This was what Aska insisted on. In front of them were aromatic candles that scare off insects. Helmut advised to choose not too toxic, because then these hands will still have to eat. When Aska took the flashlight, Helmut noted that such a bright can attract predators. In the eyes of Aski, Helmut looked more and more as a real expert. Cian came across a scroll with a spell of forest fires. He creates a vacuum that blocks the flame. Then they came to choose the grill. Light and thin, perfect for frying meat and vegetables. Observing the side of Aska and the seedlings arguing about the grill, Helmut seemed to be going to a picnic. So he went to look what gloves here. In the soul, anxiety was overwhelmed. And suddenly the camp will not be within Baden? It is unlikely that Black Hawks are attacked by students or teachers. Although there were already cases, it is not necessary to relax. It is necessary to remain alert, although it is annoying the very need to constantly beware of these creatures. He promised mentally, when he becomes stronger he will get rid of the Black Hawks first. But something was distracted by something unexpected. Before him was a man who sold a sweet cotton. As soon as the seller exclaimed about the product, the first buyer appeared. Helmut stopped, looking at it. Sweet cotton? He refers to this cloud? He thought in surprise. Once it is called sweets, so it should be delicious, thought Helm. It is amazing how simple rotation of a stick in sugar threads creates such a thing. Technologies sometimes seem more magical than magic itself. Here, a girl who just bought a sweet cotton wool agreed. She walked past, almost touching his shoulder. She returned and suddenly said his name. Helmut, is that you? The young man was confused. He did not recognize her at all. And she, on the contrary, was surprised, because she also attended the same lectures. Without hesitation, she made the first step. I'm Teresa, a third-year student of the Faculty of Magic. I would like to get acquainted closer. But these words immediately reminded Helmuta Blondin's advice. Do not trust girls who suddenly want to talk to you. He immediately answered the cold. I came not alone, I'm time. And he added, if you are interesting, Isa, talk to him personally. In response, she shouted after him, but I'm not! Suddenly, the AEA himself suddenly appeared in front of her, as if she were a protective barrier. But he did not speak to her. He addressed Helmut. What are you doing here? Teresa was surprised by such a coincidence. And you are here? Arya was also surprised, but restrained. Teresa tried to justify, they say, just wanted to chat with his neighbor. What do you need from me? The blonde asked sharply, without the shadow of a smile. His tone drove her into deep embarrassment. The cheeks became red. She began to mutter something under her nose, unable to formulate the answer. But when Aya pointed Helmut to go on, she tried to stop them with a cry. Wait! But of course no one was about to stop. On the way, Aya rang questions one by one like a questionnaire. In his justification, Helmut explained that he tried politely to remove, but seemed rough to ignore the old man. Blondin immediately saw the problem. He studied etiquette too well. Now even an unpleasant person cannot say no. Be a little decisive. I would not be so annoyed now. He broke. Helmut in response calmly. If it is so on, just pass. It was even more angry. In the end, the area waved his hand. Let's talk about it later. Suddenly, he mentioned Cian and Aska. Helmut didn't even understand where he found out where they were now. But everything was obvious for Arya. You do not go anywhere alone. After that, he asked, take me to them. After all, Helmut wondered, he still doesn't understand. Is the excitement of ARA through him? Is it just irritability? The only thing clearly is that this guy is absolutely unpredictable, like the rest of his team. These fanatics were so carefully bought up to the hike that it even looked fun. The day was coming to the evening, and that is why Asuka said that they were so well prepared. The camp breakdown classes had no difficulty. Sion doubted. Weren't they overdo it with purchases? And how does it get on horses? But Asuka had already answered. To use the free space in those who still have a place. It was even fun to watch this side. Helmet smiled, looking at their mess with enthusiasm. But suddenly it was covered. An incomprehensible, sharp feeling of anxiety. He looked around. Helmet never lost vigilance. However, there are things he still does not know, because these moments were his last. And very soon, everything will end. Two silent persons sat in a dark, depressing institution. One of them, bearded with a sharp look, was called Anton. He was the head of the local branch. After a few seconds of silence, he still did not understand what was happening. Suddenly, a sinister figure began to draw in the darkness. The atmosphere became so depressing that it was difficult to describe in words. This creature said in a low, cold voice, "I listen. Don't stop. Talk further." Anton, restraining the nerves, replied, "I listen." And at that moment I realized, there is one of the strongest warriors of Black Hawks. He was called the Hawk's Eye, a mercenary shot Pasho. Anton stretched the collected documents, reporting that, as reported earlier, there is one too problematic guy. Shut took the papers and immediately began to study them. It was said that a group of mercenaries of the second rank was killed by a second-year student of the Greta Academy. Shuta became interesting. Who taught him such skills? Anton added that he could not join the academy at all. He seems to be hidden there under the protection of the aristocrat from Baden, Eden Kudrow. Shut wondered if there was something about the guy's past. Sorry, no. It is only known that he once came across a group of mercenaries, and from that moment they started working together. What was previously unknown? Neither place of birth, nor mentor, nor status. And at the same time, a student of the academy with the skills of the mercenary of the first rank. No one has met such a strange, mysterious guy before. Anton even suggested that they had to contact. Shut calmly, almost indifferent, pierced a claw piece of paper. Did we, 4 hawks, once mistaken? The dead are silent, but the disappeared body means such a person has never existed. After the pause, he added, "I will deal with him myself, personally, even if you have to make a lot of effort." The next day, the bright sun, in the guy's hands a bottle of drink. Martino of the 32nd year. Not to find that taste even in the best restaurants, he said. But the joy quickly disappeared. The little one behind his back was not drinking. He spent all his savings on her. But training in the field is not a picnic. They had to warn that all the best was taken away. Asuka's gaze spoke for himself. He was prepared for a picnic better than anyone. The coach just sighed and said, "You have 10 minutes. Leave the most important thing, the rest is back. The horse will not withstand such a load." Asuka was confused. It was visible on his face that he did not imagine what to leave. Somehow, understanding the morning fuss of Monday, the students went on a study campaign. Helmut thought that he had not left Baden's boundaries for a long time. The center was humorous, and here the air was felt very different, fresh, and living. Asuka, as always, was talkative. He approached, praised his horse, saying, a good jump was allocated to him by an aristocrat, and asked the breed. Helmut himself did not know what the breed was, but replied that the horse of Aski was nothing. But Asuka believed that Helmut's horse was still more expensive, visible at first glance. "And what is his name?" he asked. Because he knew. A real warrior and his horse are inseparable comrades, and they are always given names. He asked, "Name it right now, just look at him." Helmut thought a little, looked at his horse and said, "He name? Asuka." He was called, "Why? Why my name? Come up with something else." Maybe because a main horse really looks like Asuka. 1 in 1, the color is the same. Meanwhile, the twilight dropped unexpectedly quickly. It's time to break the camp, and a little later it will become clear where they will go on. Went on the road all day. And even before leaving Helmut, he heard, on the first day there will be a rest and a party with meat, in the second, hunting competitions, and in the third, group classes. Fortunately, nothing suspicious happened on the road, but if the enemy is thinking of attacking, the third day will be an ideal opportunity for this. It was then that Asuka turned to Helmut. He suddenly noticed his horse disappeared, and at the same time something inside suggested, something is wrong here. Immersed in his own thoughts, he did not even notice how it happened. Only a strap left in your hand. Someone carefully cut him. Something extremely sharp. It is impossible. He kept the horse firmly. Who could do it at all? How did he not notice that? Even he could not answer himself. Then Asuka showed forward. Look! Among the trees, his horse really wandered. But just so Helmut was not going to go there, he asked for a sword, and only with the sword in his hand confidently moved to the thickets of the forest. The horse was able to get without adventure. Everything looked calm. He did not feel any presence near Helmet. Suddenly, something made him alert. He lowered his gaze down, and he noticed strange traces just on the grass at his feet. At first glance, ordinary traces, but no, it was a trap. And masked so skillfully that in the forest where the camps are broken, it was considered poaching. It seems not a chance, but a deliberate warning. Helmet guessed more precisely. He understood perfectly. He was warned in silence. He is a prey. And if you have to collide with them, there will be no choice. It remains to be a little fun. By the way, I decided to give a horse name. Once he is so pale, let it be just White. White, come here, he called. But the horse did not respond. Of course, the name is new. In the end, Helmet decided, indifferent who placed these traps. If something is on the way, it can be simply destroyed and moved on. He just hoped that the opponent was really worth the effort. At this point, the trainer called everyone for an important announcement. Before dinner, all students gathered in a row, listening carefully. From now on and before the end of the hike, you will act in groups. Without need, no interaction with other groups. Everyone will have a pearl of communication. If there is a danger, use it immediately. Helmet was holding this pearl in his hands when Asuka turned to him. And if the leader does not respond at all? What then? He asked. The question was strange, everyone looked at. And even more strange, because there are so many strangers here. One guy suddenly spoke forward and suggested getting acquainted. His name is Andro. My name is Michelle, the next one added. I'm a Basil, the third said. Wesley. Finally the last, to the right. Dino. Helmet turned to the boy's red hair. And who are you? He replied that he was Benjamin, and in general we had already seen, could remember. Benjamin then asked his blue-haired name, but Helmet suddenly said that he should leave and advised others to start cooking dinner. Asuka immediately asked what was the matter. Helmet answered briefly. A trap was found in the forest. Hearing this, Asuka also asked for permission to go with him. It seemed to others that Helmet with Asuka was simply cut off from the preparation of dinner, but after a while, they were already in place where Helmet showed the coach that there was really a trap. The trainer's woman looked carefully and asked if he was sure, but without any evidence, she did not know what to do with it. I will ask the students to be careful, she said. Asuka, standing behind Helmet's back, asked again, Are you sure here? Looking closer, it was possible to see the primed trace in the grass. Helmet had no doubt, the trap was really here. Unfortunately, no evidence remained. They erased the traces before he brought the coach. And this meant only one thing. They still watch. But something he took out of Elga's exercises. A person is able to overcome even the prey, which is stronger than it, if it works hard. Due to endurance, slow offensive, and patience, they soak the victim and win. These freaks seem to work carefully, but they do not know who the helm is. If you wanted to scare, they tried in vain. In the battles in the forest, he simply has no equal. Returning to the camp, the guy met them with a dissatisfied look. What wasn't you for so long? And then he showed a dinner that remained belated, a little burnt meat on a wooden platter. At first glance, it looked deadly, and to the second, and even in the third. In short, it is clearly not useful for life. When the meat was finally cooked, the boys were delighted. They did not suffer to shake this incredible aroma and taste. The face glowed with pleasure so much that it seemed like happiness was passed on to kilometers around. Only one Helmet remained thoughtful. He really had something to think about. But suddenly, one of the participants pulled something brilliant and called, Look what I brought. There was a small bottle of something special in his hand. Yes, real Hennessy. And although everyone was wondering how he was involved here, he had a secret. Magic mantle with built-in storage spell. Even the coaches did not realize this. Immediately, the indignation fell. Why only one bottle? Everyone could not wait for a sip. Only Helmet remained indifferent. And in vain, because to think that he brought only one was a big mistake. That pulling a few more bottles hidden in the magical folds of the fabric. They raised glasses, clapped, the atmosphere became even warmer. Andro drew attention. Helmet did not smile at all. His face is serious, like a warrior on a task. He may not taste alcohol, he thought. But the question or explanation of Helmet did not answer anything. He was silent. So for casual conversations and laughter passed all evening. At some point, someone asked Helmet if he lived in the forest, who taught him. He opened the curtain of the past a little. But the details did not resort, only superficial. Over time, alcohol made their own. Everyone was asleep right by the fire. Only Helmet was not drunk. He got up quietly and moved sideways. Asuka, hearing the rustle, lifted his head. Where are you? To the restroom, he replied briefly. Although his thoughts were really different. Will the enemy dare to attack this night? Because now he is here alone. They are careful, Helmet thought. But it's time to get out of the shadow. The gaze stopped on a lonely moon, and even more lonely under him. She stood separately, without light, without movement. and it seems that someone could live in it. Helmet came closer and knocked on the door. The door opened the old woman and asked in a hoarse voice, "Who is so late?" When she looked at the young man, she suspected that he was from the fencing faculty. Helmet replied that she had one request for her. He said that he recently came across a trap in the woods and asked if patrol could be strengthened. At first, the woman did not believe. They say, "What other traps?" Everyone knows that for hunting in the forest and the installation of traps is a big fine. "I'm not a fool," Helmet replied calmly. She sighed and agreed. "If it is true, then the situation is really serious." "Okay, in the morning I will strengthen the patrol. For a long time I no longer went out with this stick, hey. The trap is not what you see with the naked eye." Having said that, she had already started closing the door. But Helmet did not give, put his foot in the hole. "I haven't said yet. It was a trap. And how did this old witch guess it myself if I only called it a trap?" He really used the word fishing, but never specified. The woman began to be wounded. They say, "Kapan." It was only an assumption, just said so, and immediately asked, "What is the trap?" But a cunning smile clearly visible from under the hood. However, this time Helmet decided not to arrange a scene. Asked what kind of competitions and events the fencing faculty would be held. She replied that the competitions usually take place north of the camp and others at 20 raises nearby. It was every year and nothing wrong has happened. After this conversation, he left the hut. It seemed that nothing threatening from it was coming. Just a forester, but instincts suggested another. Maybe if he put the blade to his throat, would he hear the truth? But immediately stopped himself. "You cannot hurry. Just if someone appears in front of him, you will have to fight. It is impossible to hide forever." Returning, he saw everyone, drunk like boots, near the fire. The next day, all students lined up. The old mentor sat aside, lazily waving his hand, driving away the heat from his face. Everyone was collected to announce the rules of hunting competitions. "The most important thing is safety. Do not shoot each other. First aim and then shoot. Before you start, you will be given bow, arrows, maps, and rations. You have your own weapon. Use it. They will be evaluated for prey, so try to show the maximum." One of the participants asked the coach, "The more prey, the higher the rating." He called it a good question and said that there were already cases of fraud. Someone caught a dozen rabbits. But the result is not determined by the quantity, but by value. The fox is more important than the rabbit, and the bear gives even more points. After the explanation, the coach announced the start of the hunt. The competition will last until the 5th in the evening. Aska was immediately tuned to win. But when the participant of the other team complained that the Aska has the strongest team and should be divided, the coach said he had no authority. With a confident look, Aska went forward, putting his hand on her shoulder friendly. He relied more on a team than himself. Helmet said that together they would definitely become better at the faculty. He was convinced that they're first and second place. But Helmet was interested in a completely different front, the fight against Black Hawks. To collide with them, you need to move away from Aska. Suddenly he slept, allow Ashi to gain a lot of game. Then he will complete the competition, and the Helmet will remain alone. He asked Aska to follow him and not delay. By the way, the place was just charming. The waterfall was felt by its sound and landscape. The boys hid behind the bushes, waiting for the prey. Helmet knew that the animals came to the water, and this is the best place to hunt something valuable. Aska, however, thought that he would have to sit here forever, waiting for the prey, which may not appear. I wanted to go in search, but Helmet denied. The main thing in the hunt is patience. He also mentioned that he saw scratches on the trees. It seems that a predator is found here. Indeed, a bear appeared to the left near the water. He eaten fresh trout, caught simply from the stream. What is needed? Helmet thought. The boys pulled the bowstring. The countdown began. 1, 2, but it didn't reach 3. Helmet wondered, would the murder of this animal be affected by the darkness of the dark? But there was no time for reflection. Because the 3 came. 2 fierce speed arrows stuck into the bear's body. But instead of falling, he swayed loudly and rushed. Aska spanned, and, not understanding why Helmet was standing, he began to shout at him. He was not going to miss such a prey, so he pulled out a few more arrows and fired again. This arrow was to become fatal. He invested his internal energy, everything he had, and in a moment he ran to the bend down to the side. The joy was so strong that Aska was shaking from emotions. But the strange sound was still released. It seemed like a bear. But in fact, this sound came from the depths of the forest. Helmet felt quite another. It was not the beast of agony. He ordered the Asi to finish with the extra, and he rapidly moved in the direction of noise. At a frantic speed, he raced through the thickets like the wind. And finally heard a loud cry. The guy got into the trap! His comrade compressed in his hands a crystal layer, but had no idea how to use it. Hearing the noise behind his back, he screamed with fear. But it was Helmet. and the guy could not understand how he appeared so quickly. Andro lay on the ground, unable to pronounce words. The pain paralyzed the body without letting neither move nor scream. Helmut immediately said that you need to remove the trap, otherwise Andro will lose too much blood. Quickly ripped away some plant nearby. He raised several stones, it seemed just by accident. The second guy did not understand why all this was done. Without any explanation, Helmut began to wash the stones. He asked to keep the water that washed away the dirt. Then he put the leaves on the stone and began to rub it carefully. Looking at the guy, he asked if he was really a close friend Andro. Then Helmut began to weaken the trap and disassemble it. He asked Basil to wait a little, and he began to fill the arrow with internal energy. And he struck her metal with a lot of speed. The trap cracked and flew, and Helmut lifted the debris to inspect. After a quick inspection, he just threw a broken trap away. It was necessary to use this medicinal grass as soon as possible. Helmut thoroughly wiped it and applied it to the wounded leg. She had to stop the blood, at least give time to help, but it was necessary to immediately inform the Professor Devane about the attack. Helmut himself reflected at this time as everything could turn much worse. This trap was fastened unreliable. If he hit more, Basil could lose his leg. Those who installed it did not take Helmut seriously and behaved senseless, exposing the children of the aristocrats. The stress pressed so much that his head was ill, but suddenly he remembered. Aska was left alone. And as soon as he thought, he was already behind his back. "Hey Helmut, we must be paired. Why did you escape without a word?" Helmut only sighed hard, that even more Aska matured. Then he reported that he had already contacted Professor Dovin. Help goes. The situation is complicated, but Helmut was somewhat miraculously calm, unlike the confused Aska. He sincerely thanked and, as a real aristocrat, swore not to forget this act. His words were sincerely sounded. For the first time, someone expressed gratitude to Helmut from the moment of joining the academy. He further explained that only a dozen can save the Basil. Otherwise, blood contamination can occur. The very fact that the aristocrat thanked him was something new and strange for Helmut. Soon the professor came to provide the necessary help. He praised the students, acted quickly, clearly, saved a friend. And the coach appreciated Helmut's actions. He was right about traps. Now she was sure that it was a matter of poachers. She asked Wesley if she saw the moment when Basil got into a trap. He replied that Basil suddenly noticed and ran something, after which he fell into the trap and fell. Officially announced that Basil cannot continue the competition, he is evacuated to the camp with Wesley. But Aska and Helmut were allowed to continue hunting. Aska, for goodbye, mentioned that he caught good prey and was already heading for the camp. Helmut was not going to pick a bear from him. Everything went according to plan. He wished to return, and he went in search again. It was his chance, and he did not intend to lose him. If someone still follows him, then somewhere nearby and he feels it. The first thing Helmut decided to focus and calculate the place of the enemy's hiding place. He activated power to sharpen the perception of the surrounding space. But in a moment his face froze in a real surprise. Even saying surprise is not enough. He was shocked. Grasping the bow of the tree branches, he slowed the movement and stopped at a point that turned out to be a trap. But he did not deliberately, just intuition led him. A thin, almost imperceptible but dangerous wire. Basil was incredibly lucky that he did not touch her, otherwise there would be severe bleeding. So, by logic, another trap had to be somewhere nearby. And then, among the trees, he heard a river and a strange sound. It was a deer that was confused in the wire, in vain. But all this seemed suspicious, too much like a bait. Helmut decided, once so, then it will not be superfluous to pick up the deer. Meanwhile, the preparation was boiling near the camp for the evening. They have already laid out the caught prey there. Everything looked impressive. The bear was clearly the largest target. Benjamin looked at the carcass and did not believe that Aska had overcome it. It was incredible. How did he manage to cope with such a beast? And then he assumed, apparently Helmut helped. He always nearby. Aska was indignant and stated that Helmut was hunting at this time. The coach, passing by, appreciated the prey. Olenina, he said, was delicious. Then he addressed everyone, praised for effort and good work. Before announcing the results, he presented prizes. In the 5th place, 10 coupons for food. For the 4th, pen and ink. 3rd place, 10 certificates in the book bench. The 2nd is access to a separate training room. And the winner will receive everything listed together. Each student has already chosen what he needs the most. Aska was not sure about the rest, but said with a smile, if he wins, the pen would give a helm. And the moment of truth came. The coach began to declare results, but he did not have time to register how the night dropped over the camp. Benjamin tried to cheer Aska. Even a weekly subscription to the training room was a good prize. But Aska could not understand how possible it was possible. He caught a bear. Can there be something more? But Bruce won, for a cunning fox. Although thanks to Aski, everyone had a chance to try a medwesion. But when they sat down by the fire, it became noticeable. Without 3 people here, somehow unusual. Basil. Of course. But what happened to the other two? To find out, you need to return a few hours ago. Under Wesley and the wounded Basil, the bridge collapsed when they returned to the camp. And Michel was trapped while hunting and got a serious fracture. He was sent back to the academy. Thus, there are only 5 left in the team. Andro shared that the coach asked if they should be reformed the group. Helmut then felt, it is not a coincidence. Black hawks seem not to hunt him, but for those who are near, it is disgusting. Did he think, maybe you should share it with others? Andro, meanwhile, mentioned that tomorrow the lesson of survival in the wild began, and hoped that there would be no traps in the camp. These words only added Helmut's alarm. But he decided he will be silent so far, it only sows panic. But while he is next to them, everything will be fine. The next morning, Helmut's hands were a new route map. They were given a new location. The path had to take several hours there. Saying this, Helmut rolled the map and said, "We go." They were waiting for the landscape, just fabulous landscapes. The mountains rose around, fascinating. Benjamin called Helmut to himself. He noticed something. They stopped at the stream that murmurs between the stones. The place seemed ideal for a short rest. It was really lucky to find such an oasis among the harsh mountains. Helmut leaned, scooped the water and looked closely. Trying to taste, he became convinced that the water is clean, not when he accompanied a noble girl. Subsequently, they broke the tent and gathered around the campfire. It was already dark outside, and everyone plunged into their own thoughts. But Helmut saw clearly. Aska is something very worrying. Everyone was visible. The camp was exhausted. Not only fatigue, but also anxiety for 3 that have already returned to the academy. Helmut rose, and the question, where? He replied that the firewood is over. He would go a little more. Aska sighed. These guys suck all their strength from him. But again followed by Helmut. A habit is already. After delving into the woods, they collected the branches one by one. Raising another knit, Aska asked if he would work. But Helmut only praised. They say well done, but the bush is wet, it will not light up. Then he put Aski a few dry branches to his hands, asked to bring them to the camp, and he briefly added that he has an urgent business. Aska only thought he just wanted to wind. In any case, the plan of delimitation worked. Meanwhile, in the depths of the forest, the sword sharply cut off wood chips. Someone sharpened the spear, but it was not Helmut. He sat in front of him, and when he approached, he asked if he was well prepared. Shut smiled. Thanks to you, even the preparation was pleasant. Thank you for accepting the invitation. He invited Helmut to join the conversation, pointing to the stump nearby. Continuing to stand the tree, he emphasized, today he has a good mood, because he can finally be able to talk to Helmut himself. Then he suddenly asked, what was the first feeling when he was attacked by a predator? Helmut only glanced. Your mask is strange. If you do not shoot it, then you hide something. Shut also explained that Helmut is different from ordinary casualties. Most flee. And he, on the contrary, rushed. Therefore the Shut does not doubt before him another predator. We look like you, he said. I came to give you the last chance. With these words he rose from the stump, and threw something to Helmut. An animal fell on the ground, heavy and defenseless. Shut finally introduced himself. The leader of the elite detachment Black Hawks, a mercenary named Hawkeye, a dark pasha. He stated that he had the authority to accept talented warriors to the ranks of Hawks, and Helmut is too valuable to simply kill him. If you want to join, eat this insect. Without medication, it will complicate the heart, but there will be no other side effects. Refuse. You and your friends will die at the hands of my people. Think well before choosing. But Helmut called all this lies, no trust in such words, and added, you are the last one to listen. He approached the insect, sat down and began to look carefully. Closing one eye, I said calmly, we are too different with you. And in the next moment he crushed her without the slightest hesitation. He explained the noise that he did not really know about him. And immediately, without a second, he rushed to the attack, full of fierce. However, the first stroke was easily burned. The Shut was effortlessly. Suddenly dozens of threads appeared around like steel ropes that surrounded Helmut. But with the powerful scope of the sword, he cut through the path through the trap. The threads flew all the way when he was confidently moving forward to kill this freak. Because if you destroy it now, it will end. But when he ran down his sword, the figure Shuta melted in the clubs of red mana. His body seemed to dissolve in the air, appearing away, out of reach. Shut explained that Helmut has lost his chance. Now everything would change. And he added, you will never come out of this forest. In an instant, it was necessary to cut the thread. And on all sides, the helmet flew. The flames had fun dancing in the center of the camp, illuminating the face of 4 comrades who talked quietly. Suddenly, the earth shuddered, and from the depths of the forest came a spooky howl, a long piercing like a cry of death. The red-haired young man strained immediately. His hearing caught something supernatural in this sound. He thought about the shift, but that howl was not like the earth. In the hearts of young soldiers, anxiety woke up. Where is Helmet? It was not too long, and the feeling of anxiety grew. At this point, another of their group approached the fire. He returned to feed the horses. But at the place where the animals were to be, the young man saw only a void. The incomprehensibility has changed quickly anxiety. Maybe one of your friends transferred them to another place. When all four gathered to check, their worst suspicions were confirmed. No horse was left. They began to quit each other, or someone touched animals, and everyone swore that no. Suddenly, a crash of branches came from the forest, and a dark figure was overwhelmed between the trees. The hearts have become stronger. Who sneaks through night darkness? But fear changed relief. It was a Helmet finally returned. The questions about the missing horses immediately fell on him, but the experienced sword ignored them, only looked carefully at everyone, as if checking the warehouse. His alertness seemed strange. Why such caution? Silence only warmed curiosity. In the end, Helmet spoke and offered to return to the fire. It was necessary to discuss a serious case. In the light of the flames that separated them from the darkness, he finally discovered the truth. The organization of mercenaries Black Hawks, known for its cruelty, hunts for it. And perhaps the threat was not just over it. The mosaic of alarming events was in a terrible picture. Everyone mentioned the 3 wounded travelers who were met earlier. Red-haired guys spanned, "What is it for them? They are not guilty of anything." His restrained friend immediately set him in, gave him a slap and ordered not to sow panic. Who knows, maybe it's a matter of Scotland's hands. But Helmet denied. He is nothing. At that time, the sword said that before entering the academy he was a mercenary and managed to destroy many hawks. It seems that the organization remembers it. They track it from the beginning, waiting for the opportunity for revenge. His revelation made a depressing impression. Who would have thought that their friend had such a past? The battle with such mercenaries would be a real test. However, ordinary hawks had only a 3rd rank, a force that is quite enhanced for Helmet. But he quickly regretted that he shared all this. The views of friends changed, anxiety appeared. Now they understood where such skill came from training, but from real fights at the verge of death. Nevertheless, Helmet knew one thing: no one should suffer for his past. It will not allow to shift responsibility to others. Of course, fighting with mercenaries would be madness, but there was a way out. All views turned to Asuka. Before the road, he was handed a magical crystalline sphere of communication. The guy immediately rushed to dig a pocket, turning everything to the thread. But the artifact seemed to dissolve in the air. No trace. He was discouraged by friends that the invaluable thing had disappeared. He immediately felt a flurry of indignation. How to lose such an important thing? But Asuka suggested that she could have stolen the same mercenary. If he managed to pick up the horses unnoticed, the little artifact is even more so. All the views turned to Helmet again. What to do in such a difficult situation? He began to analyze the situation. Probably the whole forest is already replaced by traps, and going at night is a pure suicide. So he suggested going at dawn. Without horses, the path to a training camp will take about 12 hours. Mercenaries are unlikely to let them go just like that, but direct contact is not required. In a fair battle, the enemy had no chance of Helmet, and if he tries to attack one of his comrades, will pay his life. The seriousness in the sword's voice convinced everyone that the plan is quite realistic. He advised to rest well. The descent from the mountains and combat willingness would demand every effort. In addition, there was not enough provisions, so we had to save every piece. For a while, the comrades came out of the tent. They caught Helmet sitting with a naked sword without closing his eyes. He was worth the guard. The boys were offered to alternate in pairs, so it would be more effective. But Helmet refused to spend their strength. They reminded him that they also know how to own a blade, and do not intend to shift their safety to other people's shoulders. And the Helmet himself would not hurt the rest. But he calmly assured, may not sleep for up to 3 days in a row, and this will be enough with a stock. This confidence reassured friends, especially since the mercenary seems to have avoided Helmet. The enemy has not manifested itself for several hours, but it was impossible to lose vigilance. Suddenly, Helmet commanded everyone to silence and listen to the night silence of the forest. Hearing something suspicious, he instantly gave an alarm. The boys glowed lightly at the weapon, preparing for battle. But the alarm was false. A familiar horse was quietly grazed near the camp. It was an animal of a red-haired sword. But in the next moment, the Helmet's body pierced a cold anticipation, as if the icy dagger had been inserted into the chest. He immediately ordered everyone to move away from the forest, but it was too late. From the darkness, one of the guys rapidly attacked a mercenary with claw paws, and then he threw smoke checkers, wrapping the camp with darkness. The dense curtain of the smoke allowed the attacker to grab Dino and disappear in the forest. When smog dispersed, Asuka with a friend jumped out of shelter, trying to understand where this caustic diaper came from. The red-haired guy could not stand. His despair was poured into a loud cry, but an experienced warrior quickly reassured him. These were only smoke checkers. The enemy could attack again at any moment, so it was necessary to keep vigilance. Everyone was worried about Dino's fate, but Helmut explained. If the mercenary wanted to kill him, he would do it immediately. So he has other intentions. Aska with a friend ran to find out what happened and where their friend disappeared. They were forced to admit that the enemy was much more experienced than Gelmut himself assumed. The situation was hopeless. It is impossible to leave a friend, and how to return it is unknown. The red-haired guy turned to the hero for advice. Helmut thought soberly. If everyone rushes to save Dino, it will be exactly what the mercenary is counting on. But if he goes alone, the rest will remain without protection. Understanding the complexity of the situation, one of the satellites indignantly accused Helmut of everything that happened. If the hero does not save Dino, he will deserve his punishment. Others rushed to calm the angry friend, realizing that the accusations would not give anything now. Helmut patiently explained, he is not going to throw a friend, but does not want to put everyone in the extra danger. For the sake of one, you cannot sacrifice the whole team. But the young man was only more angry. He rushed to Helmut with his fists, considering his words empty promises. The comrades managed to keep him, realizing that he finally lost his self-control. When James finally calmed down, Helmut sincerely recognized he understands his feelings. Many shared the sword position, but at the same time he could not accept the idea of leaving Dino. It was decided to discuss the situation again when the emotions subsided. Perhaps with a joint effort there would be a reasonable decision. Soon the hero stayed at the fire, standing in guard in the midst of night silence. James approached him, already calm, and apologized for his behavior. Fear made him act like a foolish fool. Raising, Helmut warned, he wants to ask a serious question. After all, Dino's place of residence remained unknown. Even go in search, he could not guarantee that everyone would survive. There was a little chance. But he wanted to know, were they ready to take the risk of a friend? It turned out that the boys knew Dino since childhood and would not be able to leave him to his or her own. For the sword, betrayal is a shame. Even Aska agreed. To leave everything as it is, it would be a real crime against conscience. Helmut only had to make a general decision. Loudly announcing that there is no time to sleep anymore, he urged everyone to come up with a way to defeat the mercenary and save Dino. But suddenly some attack flew in his face rapidly. After reflecting the projectile with a sword, the hero understood. It was an arrow. A small bag was tied to its end. Expanding the message, everyone in the camp shuddered. Inside lay a cut of human finger. Helmut calmly showed James's find to determine whether she belongs to their friend. The young man was horror. The thought of Dino's death was unbearable. However, the sword explained. Judging from the fresh wound, the finger was cut off even when the blood was circulating. So Dino was alive and the enemy did not intend to kill him. There was something else in the bag, a small map with a threatening inscription. If they want to return a friend, Helmut should come to the specified place to dawn. 1. The marked location was reminiscent of the rock they saw here. After checking with the map, friends identified a giant rock nearby. It was there that the meeting place was appointed. Helmut pretended. At full speed, we'll get there in 15 minutes. The main thing is, what to do next. The enemy wanted Helmut to come alone, obviously to share their power. James insisted. The hero is not obliged to obey. They could go together, save Dino and kill the mercenary. But everyone understood that hurry would only put Dino under a greater threat. It is better to act according to the rules of the enemy. It was decided. Helmut goes alone, the rest remains in the camp. The problem is that those who remain will become easy prey. But one of the young men reminded the words of Helmut. Only half an hour should be kept. They will cope, and he had a survival plan. This was very intrigued by the rest. Soon the hero reached the meeting place and saw Dino. He was lying in the water without consciousness. There was no one nearby, so Helmut decided to pick it up immediately and return. Touching a friend, he realized with relief, he is alive. Shaking Dino by his shoulder, the sword tried to bring him to his senses. But when he turned it, he saw a curved face with burning red eyes. The next moment, a friend quenched like a wild beast. Dino's body twisted in convulsions, the bones crunching, bending in unnatural poses. Helmut immediately understood. A demonic force was imposed on a friend. Such a bold decision seemed almost madness. Demonic energy is the strength of Berserker, uncontrollable and destructive. After its infusion, the human and demonic essence encounters until one destroys the other. Usually people just die when their own energy is depleted. Dino was completely distorted. Fangs, curved body, eyes that flash. Approaching the hero, the monster rushed to him with a crazy roar. Helmut repelled the blows, trying not to harm. This is his friend. But the situation was critical. The demonic force completely absorbed Dino. It was not a problem to kill him, one accurate blow and all. But in these distorted features there was still a glare of humanity, and Helmet could not raise his hand. His heart was stuck. Something deeply in his body responded to another's dark energy. The seeds of darkness in it were awakened under the influence of a demonic square. And it was at this moment that he understood. It can be the key to salvation. When the monster attacked again, the hero began to contradict with wide, powerful blows. He promised himself, he will definitely clear the dino from this square. Focusing, the swordsman spread some of the rock with a powerful blow. The stone cliffs collapsed, clamping the monster, preventing it from escaping. When he fainted, Helmet put his hand to his friend's forehead, directing his dark force to clean up. Although there was a lot of demonic energy, it was inferior to the power that slept in the roots of the forest. The power of the hero was enough to completely expel the bad and restore the human body. Gradually, dino features began to take the usual appearance. The purification took more time than expected, but the relief was boundless. Everything succeeded. In addition, the mercenary disappeared, which gave a chance to return safely. Helmet carefully dug the dino from under the stones, warning about possible pain. But suddenly he felt a strange vibration under his feet. The rock began to crack, and not because of his blows. In the meantime, in the camp, the boys stood his back to his back, waiting for the hero hard. They have already lost time, but their trials have just begun. In the darkness, the mercenary was silently approaching. James immediately recognized the Kidnator Dino, but Asuka whispered, "Don't look back. Do not break the plan." The young man remembered Helmut's warning. This enemy is a master of masking. An ordinary man will not show him. That is why the swordsman pointed to them a special combat formation. If they are able to control 3 key areas in the open area, victory will be possible. In the case of a successful course, ASA should apply a secret strategy that he had previously revealed. The mercenary listed the boys. Someone was missing. This meant one more person has to be killed. James was alarmed, remembering the missing comrade, but Asuka was cut short. "Do not destroy the formation." Hearing the team tone, the killer determined, the leader is Asuka and others, James and Andro. After that, the man decided to introduce himself. He is a mercenary from the organization Hawkeye. Not just came. These guys did not contact those people. To kill the nobles is risky even to Blackhawks. Therefore, he suggested a little more profitable. Like there are common people among them. If they hand over it, the rest will be safe. "This is a chance," he said, "to get rid of the one who spoils them at the faculty." He promised to hide everything. He would do as if he had died in an independent fight. Asuka immediately rejected it. He urged not to believe any word. This is an obvious lie. And James was finally convinced that the killer did not understand who he was dealing with. He stated loudly, "None of them would betray a friend, otherwise they would not be. 3 will stand, win, and return home, alive." At that moment, the mercenary realized it was useless to negotiate with these children. Everyone was intensely prepared for battle. But as Helmet warned, the enemy disappeared simply in the eyes, dissolving in the air. Asuka immediately ordered James to focus. The mercenary simply hides. The main thing is not to leave the blind areas. Time passed, and the attack did not start. This only increased tension. Probably the enemy was waiting for one of them to lose vigilance. And it was in the moment James turned away that the mercenary was rushing forward. Only a second before the impact, the young man managed to lift the blade and defend himself. The killer concluded, James is a weak link, constantly distracted. He had to destroy him first. Comrades were scared. The enemy hunts James. They shouted so that he did not break the system. But it was a deception. The next moment, the mercenary attacked Andro. The young man had time to react. Though he was injured, he was able to repel the attack. Asuka understood. The enemy is playing with them, forcing you to doubt every movement. Even the mercenary acknowledged. As for students of the fencing faculty, these guys show a rather decent level. However, he did not have time to enjoy the real hunt, so he warned. Now he will attack even faster and hopes that they will not die immediately. The next moment he began to jump around, causing every painful bloody cuts. The boys were severely injured, but stubbornly kept on their feet, desperately trying to repel. The killer was just laughing. Now these bloodied boys were accurately deserved to be called his prey. Then Asuka looked at his comrades and turned to the enemy with an unexpected offer. He stated, if he finishes the fight now, he would regret it. The guy suggested to throw wounded friends and go against him one-on-one. After all, in the Asuka team battle, he could not show all his power, constantly supporting others. The mercenary immediately understood as an attempt to win time and save his comrades. But, despite this, there was something convincing in the words of Asuka. A match with one strong rival sounded attractive. He announced loudly and confidently, I am much stronger than all here. And if the killer wants to continue to bullize the weak, forward. But if he does not even overcome Asuka, you can forget about Helmet. These words brought the enemy out of balance. He decided to check that this guy was worth his time. He liked the most when the victim resisted. Whether Asuka was stupid or desperate, he did not know. But the proposal was accepted. At the same moment, Asuka ordered his comrades to flee the battlefield immediately. Andro saw that James may not survive unless you stop bleeding immediately. So there is a chance to heal a little. Meanwhile, Asuka kept complete peace, kneading before the fight. When he was ready, he asked the enemy to attack without fear. But the mercenary at once was behind and hit the sickle. Asuka reacted, but with a scanty delay, the blow passed by. However, he later managed to injure the enemy, though he did not immediately realize it. Only after retreating did the mercenary notice. In this guy something changed. A crack appeared on his mask. For the first time, someone made him change the style. He smiled. This game promises to be exciting. Asuka tried to focus. If it was possible to exacerbate nervous sensitivity, he would be able to hit exactly when the enemy's sword is nearby. It takes perfect accuracy, the same as that of the freshman, and friends immediately recognized the style of battle that she used. At some point, Asuka was able to push the enemy, but the mercenary just laughed, causing a surprise to the boy. He acknowledged. The young man did not just boast. The further driven into the corner, the sharper his feeling became. This guy was no less worthy of prey than Helmet. However, it was not time to play fun. It's time to return to the main goal. Understanding his intention, Asuka shouted, "No normal person will allow himself to kill!" But in a moment, a sickle enemy flew straight to the neck. The only thing he has managed is to put under a blow. The killer was surprised. At the same moment, he directed his strength to his forearm, preventing the sickle cut off her. Smiling, Asuka praised a mercenary of Black Hawks. And then he suddenly asked if he trained to hold his breath. The enemy was confused. I didn't understand anything. It turned out that the guy had a scroll of vacuum, bought during the meeting on a hike. According to the instructions, he was activated in the damage, so Asuka hid him in hand, hoping that the enemy would hit it there. And only for a moment will get a chance for counterattack. At that moment, the right opportunity came. He managed to strike. Unfortunately, the strength was not enough to cause serious harm. The mercenary immediately rejected him. However, the young man's sword stuck, almost cut off his hand. At that moment, a pearl of communication appeared near Asuka. The mercenary was convinced that he had already selected this artifact. But Asuka hid her in the back pocket of the Portupa during the battle. He immediately contacted the coach, begging for help. Here is a mercenary trying to kill them. The enemy rushed to get a guy before he managed to pass the message. But even when the pearl flew, the coach managed to hear his cry. Asuka just laughed. The professor is about to apply teleportation, a matter of time. But the mercenary was convinced that he would have time to kill the guy before the help appeared. Suddenly, it was covered by a strange force, so suffocating that it became difficult to breathe. Helmet returned. It was obvious. He stepped on the battlefield, holding the exhausted Dino. At that moment, the mercenary realized the plan failed, time to escape. The students could not believe that the enemy really fled. Make sure that all alive, Asuka was indignant at Helmet. He promised to return in 30 minutes. A little more, and everyone would be dead. Helmet only apologized for the delay. Everything turned out to be planned. However, he was genuinely proud of his comrades. They survived before his arrival. Andro said that Ace has used the Pearl of Communication. The instructors are already heading here. But at first, Helmet had to complete the case, which he started. Meanwhile, the mercenary, fleeing, understanding, Helmet will not stop and you will go for sure. But it will be his mistake. The path is covered with traps. Even in the defeat of the killer, he was about to finish the target later. However, in the sky it suddenly caught up with an energy attack. He was Helmet. He came to take revenge for wounded friends. The hero even praised the mercenary, the first hawk to survive after such a blow. The enemy did not understand how Helmet escaped all the traps. He remembered. In his life, there was no case that he would get into something. The mercenary finally realized. Helmet simply destroyed all the traps in his path. Again, the hero released his arrow. That's how he killed 5 of their organization. But this time the enemy did not give up. Helmet, though strong, but not everything. The hero laughed. It is nice to see the prey shrinks with fear. But immediately he apologized. He was not going to hunt, as the Black Hawks did. Among the forest silence, Helmet stood alone, but the air was published. He was not alone. Suddenly he pulled the sword and looked around sharply. Something was approaching. And indeed, the enemy with the red mane came out of the back and swung. But the guy was ready, immediately turned around and answered. The opponent did not expect the guy to feel him and had time to dodge. A powerful, deep energy came from the young man. This is not ordinary. However, the enemy calmed down. They say, he was just lucky. The next attack will be serious. He twisted around the guy at lightning speed, making a decisive blow. Darkness, tree shadows, chaos from leaves. Everything works for an ambush. But everything is in vain. Helmet clearly captured the location of the enemy. The boy's attack was lightning. The enemy barely had time to dodge. Now the attacker is convinced. The guy really feels him. This is not a chance. He could not understand how an ordinary man sees him through magic. But while he thought, Helmet did not stop. New attacks did not breathe. Whatever the technique of concealment, rage during the attack cannot be hidden. The guy caught every shade of enemy aura, blocking the blows. This young man defeated elite soldiers, passed through the traps. No one was waiting for such. The enemy exhausted his tricks. It looks like the end. The force is exhausted, bleeding wounds. It could no longer disappear in the shade. But Helmet's energy is not endless. Maybe just wait. But the guy is not one of those who waited. He roared on the offensive without any hesitation. One accurate blow rejected the enemy, leaving deep wounds. He fell exhausted, without weapons, without chance. Well, he said he has no answers to this question. Raising his hands, he declared surrender, they say, to show nothing more. Helmet hit him with all his strength into his stomach, without regret. The enemy fell to the ground, in surprise thinking if it was a new style of communication of fencers. But the young man has not yet finished. He came to his foot, breaking the bone. The enemy struck. If he released, he would disappear and hold back Black Hawks. But if he is killed, the Helm will have to face all their nests. After a short pause, the guy broke his hand, without regret, cold and purposefully. The intention is obvious, to kill the scoundrel and then cut out the whole flock. Raising the sword, Helmet prepared to put a bloody dot. But suddenly a voice came behind his back, calling for a stop. The mysterious stranger in the hood stated that if he kills it, he has serious problems. It was depressing for him. The young man was not sure whether it was a person. Pasho immediately recognized him. It was a gentleman of a hut, and everything came into place. In front of him stands the head of the Black Hawks. He did not ask for forgiveness, only suggested a decent fee for the life of the subordinate. But Helmet stood on his own. If someone has to pay, it was he, not intermediaries. But the head could not simply sacrifice a talented fighter. The situation was difficult. The stranger offered gold and valuable information. Is it not enough? However, the guy understood perfectly. In such a state, he could not win him. And if he kills Posho, the seeds of darkness will manifest. The battle will only weaken it. The head assured that they would not follow him from now and leave alone. Helmet agreed, but he needed money and answers. Despite the greed of the man promised to give everything he wants. And in a moment he threw a bag with 300,000 marks. As for the information, he agreed to answer one question. But Helmet did not suit it. He had at least 5. In the end, there were only 5 answers, no more. The first question, where are their horses? The answer is near the cave in the east, tied. In addition, no one will take revenge for the beaten Pasho. Then Helmet waved his sword, tearing the mask from the abomination. Seeing stunned, the face was mutilated with burns and scars. The boy was already lifted. He regretted that he looked at all. There are 3 questions, and he will definitely use the chance. The stranger handed him a magical bead for communication. He had only the head, and the guy demanded a cloak, suspected that he had a magical storage. Without unnecessary words, the man removed the cloak and threw his helm. Seeing under the cloak of Grey Grandfather, Helmet was not surprised at a joke. Is this old man, a strong warrior capable of hiding such powerful energy? It turned out to be masking. His task was to trust. In an instant, the man dropped the face and showed a real face. Helmet did not delay, grabbed Pasho and threw it right under his feet. He strictly warned, if he sees this abomination again, he will get without regret. Pasho was barely on his feet, all in the wounds, needed immediate treatment. But the head of Black Hawks detained him. Now he had a question. He was wondering, why hesitates when it's time to kill? It sounded as advice. Sometimes it is necessary to act without a doubt. The words were accurate, and Helmet was still a student of the fencing faculty. The man laughed. The guy was much more interesting than he thought. After that, both disappeared, and the head promised to wait for the signal. Posho felt humiliated. So much wealth was given to the enemy. However, he swore that he would thank life. The next time they would take away. But the head was categorical. They would no longer touch him or his people. Pasho objected. We just need to gather more fighters, and Helmet will fall. The moment when Helmet broke his mask from him was so comic that the head laughed for a long time. Although they can send all Black Hawks, it will be too expensive. And although he does not spare enemies, his comrades do not throw. It is better to have such an ally. In the meantime, Posho has to recover and get back to business. The head summed up. Helmet has something animal, predatory, dangerous. Meanwhile, Helmet had already returned to the detachment. He was waiting with excitement. But in the spot he saw, many comrades were seriously injured. One of the friends was angry. Why did he go into battle? But Helmet answered calmly, nothing happened, so there is nothing to worry about. After that, he approached the old man to find out how Dino felt. He was already sewn his finger, and the wounds almost healed, but the demonic energy was still remained. The old man asked to explain what had happened. It was Helmet who rescued the boy. Helmet said that everything happened lightly. Dino turned into a monster and then fainted. The old man reassured, "Everything will be fine with the boy if you bring him to the temple for cleaning." The girl was scared. She didn't even imagine that the killer was so close. They should now be especially careful. However, Helmet blamed himself. This camp was threatened. He even seemed exciting, a strong enemy among them, but he could not rejoice when the danger was threatened by his comrades. Helmet has really changed greatly after joining the academy. Suddenly, a student from the magic faculty appeared. Professor Dwayne sent him to help. He got the task, to ease the condition of Helmet and to cure wounds. The battle was much tougher than it seemed. The wounds were deep. There was a word in the head that saving people is a real feat. And if you can't save, this pain will pursue a lifetime. Helmet was worried. What? Next time he would not be able to protect friends? Arya explained. Help is a mutual exchange. The one who helps will also need help. People survive thanks to support because everyone has their own border. Maybe his friends will also help him in a difficult moment. But the guy is worried that they almost died through him and now hate him. The treatment was completed and the magician advised to ask personally. Helmet approached. Friends immediately assured that he was not guilty of anything. On the contrary, it was thanks to him that all remained alive. He is their rescuer. His act was a real landmark for one of the comrades and strengthened his purpose. Helmet acknowledged that he did not fully deal with the killer, but promised he would not return. The guy with blue hair remarked that the victory was only because the enemy was injured. Another ran. He heard that Dino lost his mind and became a monster. The guy was afraid to die, but it was Helmet who rushed to rescue and demanded not to leave Dino. Friends withstood his stubbornness and no one died. Comrade promised. He will never forget it and will always be near when he needs. They shook their hands firmly, as a sign of gratitude and loyalty. True power is in connection with hearts, in mutual trust and support. Helmet finally realized that this is a true human power. The red-haired guy stated that after such an experience it would definitely exceed himself. But the other joked from him, then he annoyed him a little. The next day, the AEA was to be teleported to the academy with the professor and called Helmet with him. But the guy refused. He wanted to go back with the team. They said goodbye and parted. Meanwhile, a blonde young man arrived in the kingdom of Bazor, his grandfather's homeland. Time passed and Dino finally returned to friends. The meeting was very emotional. Everyone already knew his detachment did his best to save him. Asuka hit one of those who said a lot, because the words had nothing to do with reality. Others were surprised that Asuka was protecting Dino. But he answered. They themselves provoked it. He was painful that everyone was talking about defeat, though he was injured by the killer. The young man felt humiliated. His efforts were simply depreciated. After all, the Helmet locked in the training room. It seems that he is now training even more. He really sat alone and did not stop training. He felt the seeds of darkness inside it. It is still weak, but the energy has become much greater. All the trials made him stronger, hardened. He did not know how much he grew up, but sought to check it. Professor Patricia came to the door. She said he was called by Professor Eden. In the office, Eden suggested sitting. He stressed that Helmet is the only student who was able to withstand the first-rank killer without serious consequences. If Darien found out, he would be proud of him. Helmet thought that he would be quarreling again, forgetting the victories, but remained silent. The professor reported that after the exams will begin vacations and asked the boys' plans. It turned out that Helmet wanted to work a mercenary and travel. Eden could not stop him, but he sincerely believed that he had something else to learn. Helmet agreed. He will remain in the academy and be sure to warn if he changes his opinion. The professor explained that he worries that the guy will not be able to pass the knowledge of fencing. Helmet felt that his skill had grown. It would be worth checking it in practice. The professor has another question. He began the story of the kingdom Bazor. It was where his teacher Darien grew. A martial art tournament is supposed to take place in the Bazor. But there is a threat. If someone recognizes the style of a great swordmaster in it, there can be serious problems. And this is true. If the guy applies Darien technique, experienced warriors will immediately notice it. Especially knights. They accurately recognize the style of the great master. Therefore, in the tournament he is allowed to use only basic equipment, and even it can become deadly in his hands. It would be good not only to hide the style of battle, but also to mask the face. The hero does not want him to be persecuted again. The professor understands it. He recently escaped from Blackhawks. Although he worries, but Helmet reassures him, believes in his own strength and allies. It's time to announce the annual exam. The guy goes to the class. The professor is convinced that with his level of preparation, the exam will not be a problem. This year's practical test is a battle with large demonic beasts. Students were outrier. No one expected the exam would include real monsters. There will be 10 stages, and everyone will pass them individually. You can surrender at any of the levels. This format appeared after the Dino incident. Unclean power is always nearby. As fencing, they have to meet with such creatures at least once. It is better to do it in a safe environment. What animals will be shown? A secret. But everyone sighed when they learned that it would be an illusion. Upon learning of this, Asuka immediately stated that he would quickly handle them. But the examiner warned that even senior students fell from the distance, being too self-confident. Even without the creatures of the level of Elga or Naho, the exam remained serious. But Helmut was looking forward to him. Asuka was also seriously tuned. He wants to prove herself to the full. He strongly stated that all 10 stages will pass and destroy every demon. Helmut just smiled. He should say, not Asuka. The exam began. Asuka tried his best, but went off the distance at the 7th stage. He immediately began to complain. Even the servants of the temple would be difficult to take such an exam. Indeed, other students did not reach the 5th stage. This confirms how difficult this exam is. But Helmut reminds that it is not necessary to go through all 10 levels. The main thing is to reach your own maximum. Suddenly he is called on the exam. His time has come, and now he will understand what Asuka said. In the hall, he was already waiting for Professor Doan, greeting the hero with a friendly gesture. He knows badly other students of the faculty, but Helmut did not forget. In fact, the professor was eagerly waiting for this moment to see him in the case. He wants to know whether Helmut is able to show power again and repel the darkness. The guy gets the sword, and the first demonic creature appears in front of him. The battle began. The main character effortlessly cut the monster in half with one precise movement. The professor was amazed, no doubt only determination. It's not just a talent, but a reflection of real combat experience. The young man has already overcome the 7 stages and went out to the 8th. Here he came down from the distance of his friend. A giant scolopendra with piercing yellow eyes appeared in front of him. Without any hesitation, she rushed forward, trying to break the guy. But Helmut was not lost. The sword in his hands moved with lightning accuracy. In a moment, the monster was dismembered into rings, like ingredients to salad. For him, these creatures seemed like a children's play after meeting Naho. It takes a little time. Helmut successfully passes all 10 stages of the exam. He felt exhausted. The 10th level was a real mockery, even for him. The professor looked at him proudly. The first sophomore to the end. All who have passed 10 levels are awarded the artifact to choose from. If he already has something in mind, it is enough to just say, or enter the laboratory later. Helmuta was interested in an artifact capable of changing the appearance. The professor surprised such a simple and pragmatic answer. The guy explained. He was tired that he is clinging to people in crowded places. Suddenly, a powerful vibration from the neighboring hall of the Faculty of Magic was heard. Suddenly, it all began to collapse, and the space shone on the bright pink light. It was an area. The professor is already boiling. He was not the first time he asked not to break the examination room. But the young man just indignant. How can you take heavy exams and then require sophistication? Arya left the premises, saying that he would think about his artifact tomorrow. Subsequently, Asuka learned that Helmut had passed all 10 levels, and was shocked. Now authority has certainly moved to our hero. Asuka greedily asked who was the last monster. All stages can be done with the right skills, but the main goal is to overcome internal fear. The guy nearby, who listened to their conversation, was glad that he did not bet this time. The girl came into the room and solemnly greeted Helmut on the perfect passing of the exam. The news flew lightly. The entire fencing faculty followed him with admiration. After that, she also greeted Asuka with 8 stages, but he thought that they were mocking. But the girl was sincere. The average result of the exam only 4 equal, and he went twice as much. Asuka shouted, saying that it was only due to him because he understood everything himself. The girl left them alone. Helmut was about to return to the hostel. Helmut reported that he would not return home on vacations. He plans to travel. Charlotte confessed that she also dreamed of a journey. The young man felt that she was somehow related to his past, perhaps even with his birthday. Among all the softeners, the girl is treated with special warmth. She was easy and calm near him. These conversations caused a pleasant nostalgia. For a long time, she said she just wanted to see and say goodbye. Helmut said goodbye. If she feels stronger after the vacation, he will be glad to meet her at least every day. Soon the guy met with AEA. He handed him an artifact, a bracelet with a spell. If someone applies against Helmut, the bracelet will instantly signal. The artifact is created specifically for him. The guy is often involved in dangerous situations, so AEA decided to protect him. Helmut promised that he would try not to give this bracelet to activate. It has passed some time. The hero decided to use a magic bead to contact the head of Blackhawks. A week in the kingdom, Bazor should take place in the martial arts. Helmut wants to learn everything about the organizers of the tournament, influential persons, key events, and the royal family. The head was surprised. Is the guy going to participate in the tournament? But Helmut avoided a direct answer. He understood. The young man needs advanced information about the reputation, characters, and connections of influential persons. Helmut acted carefully, clearly formulated what he wanted, but left room for maneuver to maximize his interlocutor. In conclusion, he ordered the report to be submitted to the Guild of Mercenaries in the Bazaar. He would personally take it later. He needs to remember the code phrase, "Hawk's claws never let the prey." As soon as everything is ready, he will be informed. The conversation through a magical ball depleted it. It took a lot of energy. After that, changing the appearance with the help of magic, the hero went to the kingdom. On Hell Street, the heat was unbearable. And it was quite expected. The kingdom of Bazor lies in the middle of the blazing desert. But Helmut is used to overcoming cold, not heat. Although it is difficult, but the sunstroke does not threaten him. The new image was also not easy. I wanted to look more serious, but I had to get used to another's face. However, there is nothing to complain about. The artifact has been received for free, and it fulfills its role. As soon as he arrived in the city, the hero immediately went to the tavern. He wanted to refresh himself, but not alcohol. But he barely had time to step inside, as a brazen began to cling, not let him sit normally. Without hesitation, Helmut immediately knocked out a chair from under him, so that he flew his head. In a moment, the sword flashed in the air. The guy stood over the attacker, demonstrating his determination. Heat, brazen, and mosquitoes, Bazor did not stop amazing with his hospitable reception. The silence broke through the loud laughter. Despite the feminine appearance, this guy behaved as a real warrior with his sword. The man got upside down, he stood, shook, and stated that he would treat a stranger he liked. Helmut only sighed. People in the Bazar were so different from the residents of Baden that it was exhausted. The waitress came with the suggestion, she will enchant his cloak with a cooling spell, and he will be able to pick it up in 3 hours. Everything was decided with the night. Helmut decided to relax until tomorrow, and then he would apply for participation in the tournament. His attention was attracted by a stone statue in the city center. He suddenly realized where Darien had such stiffness. To live in this hell is not easy. After a short walk, he returned to the hotel. He removed expensive emerald rooms on the 5th floor, but soon the employee asked him to move. They say, for the influential person there is not enough free number.